The former class beauty turned her classmates of 10 years since graduation into, quote, blind boxes. She wanted to visit them and see if they were doing well. But she never expected that the former top student would now be bloated and staying at home to look after children. And when she met the school hunk, with whom she had a pretty good relationship, again, he had become a female classmate. She posted the process of meeting these classmates online and unexpectedly gained over 1 million followers overnight. As she continued to pick the next classmate, the audience wanted her to meet the guy on the far left of the graduation photo who had his head down. He was an ordinary-looking guy with thick bangs covering half of his face. The class beauty subconsciously looked over, but she actually couldn't recall who this person was. In her memory, this male classmate was quiet and reserved. Year-round, he would walk with his head down, belonging to the kind of marginal person with an extremely low sense of presence. It was only after flipping through the graduation photo that she remembered the name Hiroto Kazamatsuri and began to introduce him. The livestream chat instantly became bustling. Have you guys noticed? Every class has a few classmates whose names you can't recall. People only remember classmates who have distinct traits or good grades. Marginal people like this won't achieve much even after entering society. Being a loner doesn't mean having poor interpersonal skills. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the livestream room. The class beauty, Yukina Natsukawa, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. At the same time, she decided to meet up with this old classmate whom she had little impression of. Meanwhile, I was clothed in imperial yellow robes, wearing a delivery uniform, waiting at a red light on my little electric scooter. By chance, I bumped into an old classmate driving a luxury car. He very politely asked for my contact number and said generously and cheerfully that we should hang out sometime. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I received another call from an unfamiliar number. Is this classmate Hiroto Kazamatsuri? The class beauty thought for a moment and added, I am Yukina Natsukawa. We were high school classmates. I pondered for a moment and finally remembered that she was the former class beauty, Sia. So I spoke up and asked, we haven't been in touch for so long. Could it be that you, the great school beauty Natsukawa, are getting married? If you're borrowing money, don't even bring it up. These words left Yukina Natsukawa unresponsive for a moment, and she quickly replied, I'm not getting married, nor am I borrowing money. Before she could finish her sentence, I followed up. Then I know. Send me the link and I'll help you slash the price on a bargain app. I'm a new user. Instantly, the live stream chat erupted into laughter. This classmate Hiroto is too funny, but his response is very realistic. Classmates who haven't reached out in years seem to either be getting married or wanting to borrow money. Yukina Natsukawa looked at the comments in the live stream and only then came to her senses. It really did seem to be the case. She quickly explained, You've misunderstood. I'm doing a live stream event. It's about inviting high school classmates out to chat. I don't know if you have time. I can wait for you. Seeing that she had put it that way, I had no choice but to agree. All right then, I'm free next Saturday. I'll contact you then. However, right at that moment, a sharp and mean woman suddenly scolded me out of nowhere. Look at what time it is. This food delivery is already cold. Can it even be eaten? Hearing the voice coming from the other end of the phone, Yukina Natsukawa froze. The netizens in the livestream room also froze. The classmate goddess Yukina was meeting this time turned out to be a food delivery rider. I think we should change the guest for the next episode. What's the point of meeting a delivery guy? I originally wanted to see the counterattack of a mediocre person. Perhaps reality is just this cruel. The vast majority of people are destined to be mediocre for a lifetime. Looking at the comments in the live stream room, Yukina Natsukawa suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Although she knew this might cause a loss of viewers, she didn't care much. She forced a smile and said, Since classmate Hiroto and I made a promise, I won't break it. Furthermore, I believe no job is superior to another, and delivering food doesn't make someone inferior. They haven't stolen or robbed anyone. They earn money to support themselves with their own hands, so they deserve our respect. These words also drew continuous praise from the livestream audience. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Yukina Natsukawa had already started the live stream, and the netizens in the chat were buzzing. Ever since I found out my wife Yukina's classmate is a food delivery rider, the image of that classmate clad in yellow robes, riding a small electric scooter to pick up Yukina, keeps popping into my mind. Looking at these comments, that image couldn't help but surface in her mind as well. She couldn't help shivering a bit. What is there to worry about? An electric scooter is just a tool for travel, she comforted herself inwardly. Before long, she arrived at the agreed address. Just then, Yukina Natsukawa saw a luxury car slowly driving toward her. What surprised her even more was that the luxury car actually stopped right in front of her. Following that, the car door opened, and an ordinary-looking man stepped out, looking at her with a smile on his face. Yukina Natsukawa furrowed her brows tightly. She had encountered plenty of people coming up to hit on her, but she would tactfully reject most of them. Looking at the puzzled Yukina Natsukawa, I smiled. You must be class beauty Xia, right? Did you forget? We agreed to meet today. Yukina Natsukawa was instantly shocked, and the live stream room was filled with colorful internet slang. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. How could a food delivery guy afford a luxury car worth over $1 million? I bet this luxury car is mostly likely rented. You guessed right, this car was rented from my family. Actually, Yukina Natsukawa wasn't sure if the car was rented or not either, but seeing a fan say the car was rented from his family, she no longer had any doubts. Hesitating to speak, she asked, "Your car?" Seeing Yukina Natsukawa's expression, I was also a bit puzzled. What's wrong with the car? I was in a bit of a hurry when leaving, so I just grabbed any random car from home to drive over. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream room exploded. For some reason, I just hate this Hiroto Kazamatsuri when I look at him. He's clearly just a food delivery guy, yet he acts like a big shot to attract our goddess's attention. Certified cringy guy. Yukina Natsukawa directly ignored those malicious comments, instead looking at me, feeling conflicted inside. Should she tell him to his face that his identity had been exposed, but he only rented a luxury car just to leave a good impression on her? However, at this moment, I knew nothing of this and invited her with a smile. It's almost lunchtime. How about we find a restaurant to eat and chat along the way? In the car, Yukina Natsukawa asked about my current job. I casually confessed that I was a freelancer, but this made her breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. She was truly afraid that I would suddenly boast grandly and claim to be the CEO of some listed company, which would only make her netizens laugh their heads off later. Next, the conversation turned to relationship questions. I told her that I was already married and had children. After hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa fell silent all of a sudden. Her thoughts aligned with those of some netizens. He clearly had a family, yet he still rented a luxury car for a meetup, just for the sake of vanity. Afterwards, she asked about my wife. I sighed and said, her work is even busier than mine. The family isn't short of the little money she makes, so I have no choice but to support her. Upon hearing these words, Yukina Natsukawa almost choked on her own saliva. The netizens in the live stream room roasted him even more frantically. This guy is really cringy, still putting on an act. What does "the family isn't short of that little money" mean? Letting your wife go out to earn money yet still able to say it so righteously. Seriously, WTF. But as I said this, I couldn't help but reveal the loving smile of a father. Taking advantage of the red light interval, I pulled up photos of my children from my phone. After taking it indifferently, Yukina Natsukawa was instantly stunned. With a face full of disbelief, she asked, "Are these two children biologically yours?" I looked at her with a bitter smile. These two children are indeed biologically mine. Can't you tell they look a lot like me? Yukina Natsukawa also realized that asking this was improper, and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I was just a bit shocked just now. This scene instantly made the netizens in the live stream room even more curious, with one after another expressing that they also wanted to see the photos. After obtaining my consent, Yukina Natsukawa aimed the camera at the photo. The live stream room instantly started flooding the screen frantically again. Oh my god, they're too cute! These two children must take after their mother. Don't you guys find that these two kids look somewhat similar to the pop queen Kano Shiraishi? Could it be that the mother of these two children is actually the pop queen Kano Shiraishi? How is that possible? Even if the pop queen were blind, she wouldn't marry a food delivery guy. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Yukina Natsukawa froze for a moment, immediately picked up her phone to look closely, and saw that it was practically a mini version of pop queen Shiraishi. Suddenly, she asked playfully, "Can we go to your house to see your children?" The netizens also want to see the mini version of Pop Queen Shiraishi. Hearing this, I smiled and nodded. I'm going to the kindergarten to pick up the kids at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We can go pick them up together then. Yukina Natsukawa was instantly quite happy. After all, Pop Queen Shiraishi was her idol, and being able to see a mini version of Pop Queen Shiraishi made her very happy too. The car drove into the parking lot of an old-fashioned restaurant. After getting out of the car, Yukina Natsukawa was shocked. One had to know that this restaurant was a century-old establishment. Spending on a meal here would probably equal a regular person's monthly salary. Therefore, Yukina Natsukawa quickly shook her head. The things here are too expensive. I think we should switch to another place. Seeing this, I waved my hand. We old classmates haven't met for so long, there's no need to be so polite with me. Besides, I don't care much about money. Furthermore, making money is just a matter of minutes for me. But my response made the netizens think I was addicted to putting on a show. This classmate Hiroto is too hilarious. Does he not know his own worth? Still bringing our Yukina to such a high-end restaurant. Although Yukina Natsukawa wasn't looking at the comments in the live stream, she also knew that there must be netizens mocking me. She really wanted to tell me that my identity as a delivery rider had been exposed and not to continue talking big, but she was also afraid of making me lose face. Seeing Yukina Natsukawa suddenly fall silent, I smiled and said, "All right then, it just so happens that I'll teach you guys a method to make money quickly." After saying that, I drove the car, weaving around in the parking lot, when I spotted a $1 million sports car that was currently reversing into a parking space. The car suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, I parked right behind the sports car. At this moment, both Yukina Natsukawa and the netizens were very puzzled. There were clearly quite a few empty parking spaces, so there was no need to fight for a space with someone else. Just as the netizens thought I was trying to commit insurance fraud, my next move left them all dumbfounded. At this moment, the owner of the sports car was cursing angrily and grumbling. Meanwhile, I pulled out 800 yuan and handed it in front of the car owner. I can't be bothered to look for other spaces. Here is 800 yuan. Take it and go find another parking space. Let's just consider it making a friend. However, the sports car owner furrowed his brows, pulled his wallet straight out of his pocket, and without even looking, grabbed a handful of cash and flung it in front of me. Then he sneered, "I don't want this parking space anymore. When I was flexing, you weren't even born yet." At this moment, in the passenger seat of the sports car, a beautiful woman looked at the car owner and said delicately, "You were so manly just now." Upon seeing the sports car owner generously throw the money and leave, the netizens widened their eyes and shouted, "WTF?" Yukina Natsukawa also had a face full of disbelief. Yet at this time, I picked up the cash from the ground. Turning to her with a smile, I said, 6,500 yuan. Our lunch for today is taken care of." Yukina Natsukawa's lips twitched a few times. She really couldn't bring herself to do something like this. But at this moment, the people in the livestream room were shocked. Gathering over 6,000 in just a few minutes. This money was way too easy to earn. I just tried it, this method is feasible. I made 100,000 yuan. Now I'm lying in the hospital, beaten up by the other car owner. Before long, I flicked the cash and led Yukina Natsukawa into the restaurant. She scanned the menu. It was considerably expensive and sighed in her heart. In her view, I chose the more expensive dishes just to save face. But looking at my calm manner, she felt a momentary daze, feeling as though I seemed to come here often. At this time, I shook my head and said to Yukina Natsukawa, "Classmate Xie, there's something I've been wanting to tell you along the way. Although I don't usually watch live streams much, I think your live stream is no good. It's very dry and boring." Hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa froze. Why do you think so? She also felt a bit unconvinced in her heart. After all, I am a streamer at the 10 million level. I shook my head and voiced my own insight. We had almost no interaction along the way. Although we are just very ordinary classmates, this is a live stream. Even if you are strangers, you have to interact as if you are familiar people. Hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa's expression was a bit unnatural. She naturally knew this, but the problem was she didn't dare to ask. However, the reaction from the netizens in the live stream was even greater. A food delivery guy acting like a big shot, how do you expect our Yukina to interact? Our Yukina not interacting is saving face for you. If it were me, I would say it straight to his face. You're just a delivery guy pretending to be a big deal, and you still want to teach me how to live stream? Yukina Natsukawa noticed the comments in the live stream, couldn't help but blank out, and couldn't resist secretly glancing at me. Expose him? No, if I tell him the truth, he will definitely be utterly embarrassed. But if I don't say it, his actions will only make the netizens mock him. Just as Yukina Natsukawa was struggling with whether to say it or not, a private message popped up. It was from her best friend and business partner, Shindo. I know what you want to do. Don't tell him the truth yet. Right now is when the live stream's popularity is at its highest. After the live stream ends, we can invite him to join our studio. I guarantee he can become a millionaire influencer, and his income will definitely be higher than delivering food. In Shindo's view, Hiroto Kazamatsuri was also a talent. Setting aside his flexing, just looking at his method of getting rich by fighting for parking spaces, this train of thought was not something an ordinary person could come up with. Seeing this private message, the heavy stone in Yukina Natsukawa's heart seemed to drop. I smiled and shook my head. Are the netizens mocking me for pretending to be a big shot again? Hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa immediately widened her eyes. How did you know? Next, I smiled and said, I also know that when we first met, the netizens said my car was rented. Actually, you don't need to care at all about those online comments. You just need to know that only people whose real lives are unsatisfying will expose their true nature on the internet, recklessly expressing their so-called opinions. It is nothing more than jealousy at play. Mocking people for what they lack, and resenting people for what they have. This is human nature. As a streamer, you should be more open-minded about it. Hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa was instantly dumbfounded. However, at this moment, the netizens in the livestream burst out laughing. Hilarious! Who does he think he is? An expert or a professor? Still lecturing people there. He's a food delivery guy. How could we possibly be jealous of him? I hate this kind of person who has no money but still puts on an act the most. If I didn't know the truth, I would have almost thought he was some successful figure. I didn't know that my words just now had caused dissatisfaction among many netizens. I looked at Yukina Natsukawa and smiled. We old classmates came out to meet, so don't care about what others say. Relax, ask whatever you want to ask, no need to be so cautious. Yukina Natsukawa suddenly realized that from the very beginning until now, it seemed he was the one bringing up the topics. Later on, he even personally demonstrated to the netizens how to get rich quickly. Thinking of this, she felt filled with shame. She took a deep breath, swept the cluttered thoughts out of her mind, and asked with a serious expression, Classmate Hiroto, I remember back in the 3rd year of high school you often took leave. And back then, did you not participate in the college entrance exam? I smiled and nodded. Yes. During that 3rd year of high school, some of the land at home was requisitioned. After hearing these words, the live stream instantly exploded. Hilarious! Only someone who didn't graduate from high school would say something like this. Can knowledge be measured by money? There's a day when money runs out, but knowledge is like a spring that flows forever. I agree. Being uneducated definitely won't work. So here comes the question. If it were 100 million or a Tsinghua/Peking University admission letter, which one would you guys choose? Yukina Natsukawa didn't pay attention to the comments in the live stream, instead looking at me with confusion. So, because you had hundreds of millions in compensation, you chose to suspend your schooling? I shrugged and said casually, the purpose of attending university is to acquire more knowledge, and as for me, there is already nothing left to learn at university. At this moment, Yukina Natsukawa had only one thought in her mind. I did tell you to ask whatever you want, but you can't answer so limitlessly either. Unsurprisingly, the live stream room was about to explode right on the spot. At the same time, netizens had already screenshotted me and turned me into memes, matching them with captions respectively. Nothing left to learn at university. Making money is just a matter of minutes. Not much demolition compensation at home, just a few $100 million. Never expected it. My memes seemed to be pushed by a pair of invisible hands, rapidly spreading across the network. At this moment, Yukina Natsukawa looked at me with a complicated expression. She somewhat regretted not telling me about the exposure of my identity from the beginning, resulting in me getting more and more addicted to putting on a show now. Although the food at this restaurant was extremely delicious, what mood did she have to taste it at this moment? She took a deep breath and looked at me. Classmate Hiroto, you said your family's land was requisitioned and the compensation was several $100 million. But as far as I know, except for some cities, the compensation for land requisition in most rural areas is generally not too high. Hearing this, the netizens in the live stream instantly got excited. Hits the nail on the head. Let's see how he puts on a show this time. However, I didn't panic at all. I thought it was something major. Although the compensation for land requisition in most rural areas is indeed not high, my family's land is quite special, so the compensation was a bit much. Hearing this, the netizens in the live stream were unconvinced again. Yukina, don't believe him. If there's over 100 million in compensation, I will live stream eating poop. No matter how special the land is, as long as it's in the countryside, let alone over 100 million, there won't even be a few million. Yukina Natsukawa didn't care about the comments in the live stream, only feeling disappointed by what I said. In her memory, I was an honest and duty-bound person. She didn't expect that after entering society, even a pure person would become complicated and impetuous. Immediately, she looked serious and lectured me with a bunch of grand principles. For a moment, it wasn't convenient for me to explain too much, so I shifted the topic and chatted with her about the past. Joking, I said great class beauty Shia still likes lecturing people so much. Next, I asked again, do you know why I agreed to come to this meetup? Why? Yukina Natsukawa asked subconsciously. Actually, regarding this question, she didn't think much of it, because as long as it was inviting a male classmate, the success rate was over 90%. She didn't know why either. Seeing her puzzled expression, I continued. Back in high school, my personality was quite introverted and I wasn't good with words, so no one would ever take the initiative to talk to me. But only you would frequently ask about my grades and encourage me to study hard. Perhaps to you this was a trivial matter, but to me it made me feel like I wasn't being entirely ignored. Hearing this, Yukina Natsukawa's cheeks turned slightly red as she looked at me. I'm sure there are still many people who remember you. She didn't blush because of my words, but rather because the reason she did that was actually just for the grade rankings, but this matter she certainly couldn't say out loud. Meanwhile, on a certain film set, quite a few crew members were watching a glamorous and moving woman in historical costume. That woman in costume had delicate eyebrows and an elegant nose, refined and exceedingly graceful. Every gesture embodied the beauty of lightness. And this woman in costume was none other than Kano Shiraishi, who was known as the national goddess. Perhaps people who didn't know Kano Shiraishi thought she was proud, cold, and glamorous. But those who knew her all understood that she was a very warm person. Many people were curious about who could marry such a woman, whether inside or outside the entertainment circle, Kano Shiraishi's husband. But everyone knew her husband was no ordinary person. Once, the boss of a certain entertainment company even claimed that if she didn't provide good service, he would blackball her. But who would have thought that the entertainment company went bankrupt within just a few days? This didn't fail to shock the people within the circle. One had to know that the entertainment company was a massive corporation, easily ranked among the top 3 in the country. This realization made many people aware of the terrifying power backing Kano Shiraishi. At this moment, she was sitting in a chair reading a script. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded near her ear. This Hiroto Kazamatsuri is too hilarious. A guy who didn't even graduate from high school actually said university had nothing to teach him. Kano Shiraishi thought she had misheard and didn't take it to heart. But the low, conversational voices drifted over again. Actually, I can understand why this Hiroto Kazamatsuri rented a luxury car to go meet the school beauty. So she stood up, walked over to the 2 girls and asked, I just heard you 2 chatting quite enthusiastically. I wonder what you're talking about. Can you tell me? Seeing Kano Shiraishi suddenly appear beside them, the 2 girls replied in a flurry. Goddess Shiraishi, we were just watching a live stream. A very popular female influencer is streaming her meetups with her old high school classmates, and the male classmate in this episode is very interesting. Listening to the 2 girls, Kano Shiraishi took the phone and looked at the live stream room. She saw an ordinary-looking man eating and chatting cheerfully with a very beautiful girl. Seeing this, Kano Shiraishi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her red lips curving into a gorgeous arch. This scene left both girls completely dazed. She was simply too beautiful. After returning the phone to the girls, Kano Shiraishi thanked them with a smile. Then, with a slight nod, she left. Once she returned to her seat, she immediately pulled out her own phone and opened the live stream from just now. Right now, the comment section was being flooded frantically, with everyone saying that Yukina was the ordinary-looking man's white moonlight, unforgettable first love. Looking at the netizens' comments, Kano Shiraishi's red lips curved once more as she watched the live stream with great interest. But when she saw the comment section accusing the man of pretending to be a big shot, her elegant brows furrowed tightly. The assistant standing aside felt as though the surrounding air was getting colder and colder. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man's voice interrupted the conversation between Yukina Natsukawa and me. It was our high school classmate, Sora Hayashibara. He sat down, putting on a humble and gentle front, but his eyes clearly flashed with a trace of mockery when he looked at me. His appearance made the female netizens in the chat room see stars. Yukina Natsukawa immediately stood up, preparing to introduce him, but I spoke up first. I know, we met a few days ago. Following that, I invited him to eat with us. Just then, a beautiful piano melody echoed through the main hall. After a short while, the piano piece slowly faded out. The hall fell silent for a moment before bursting into rounds of applause. Sora Hayashibara looked at Yukina Natsukawa with a smile. The pianist just now didn't play very well. How about I play a piece? I am, after all, a direct disciple of Mr. Liyiguo. Yukina Natsukawa's eyes widened. One had to know that Liyiguo was a nationally renowned piano master. Sora Hayashibara smiled confidently and walked slowly toward the piano in the center of the hall, basking in the gazes of everyone around him. He slowly raised his hands, and then his fingers nimbly pressed the keys. Looking like a noble prince, he instantly captured the attention of all the women in the hall. Soon, the piano piece finished, and rounds of applause immediately erupted all around. Don't be fooled by Sora Hayashibara's calm demeanor. Inwardly, he was incredibly smug. Yukina, what do you think of my playing? It sounds beautiful. Yukina Natsukawa had never formally studied piano, so she just thought it sounded nice. Having received the class beauty's validation, he directed a disdainful gaze toward me. Classmate Hiroto? Without a second thought, I said, it's decent, but it's still a far cry from the pianist who was playing just now. Sora Hayashibara was almost amused to tears by my words. He really wanted to point at my nose and say, "You're a delivery guy. What do you know about playing the piano?" In the live stream room, a few netizens also felt that Sora Hayashibara didn't play that well, but they were quickly drowned out by the comments of his defensive fans. At this time, Sora Hayashibara said in a sarcastic tone, "Then why doesn't classmate Hiroto go up and play a piece too, so I can learn from you?" I nodded and walked slowly toward the center of the hall. Soon, a beautiful piano melody slowly drifted out. It was the exact same piece Sora Hayashibara had just played. The live stream room instantly exploded. WTF? Hiroto Kazamatsuri actually knows how to play the piano? He really managed to pull off a flex this time. It's clearly the same piece, but why do I feel like Hiroto Kazamatsuri's playing sounds better than classmate Lin's? In fact, it wasn't just the netizens who felt this way. Even Yukina Natsukawa was profoundly shocked, while Sora Hayashibara's face grew uglier by the second. Meanwhile, in a classroom at the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto Academy of Music, beautiful notes filled the air as all the students gathered around to watch the live stream. Don't you guys think Hiroto Kazamatsuri plays even better than our teacher Liu? A crowd of students discussed in hushed tones. Little did they know, a middle-aged man was walking over slowly. He cleared his throat and said with a stern expression, "Don't you know class has started? Why are you still playing Mozart's piano pieces?" "This isn't a recording, teacher. Someone is playing it live." The teacher froze for a second, quickly took a glance at the phone, and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. Seeing his expression, a student asked, "How does your piano skill compare to the person in the live stream?" The teacher shook his head and said, "I am not as good as him." All the students were stunned. One had to know that teacher Liu's piano skill was highly ranked even within the academy. The teacher quietly savored the music, marveling inwardly. The person playing in the live stream gave him the exact feeling of listening to Mozart himself. And Mozart was globally recognized as the #1 pianist, though no one knew his true identity. Seeing comments in the live stream putting down Hiroto Kazamatsuri's playing, the teacher immediately snatched the student's phone to reply, "I am a teacher at the Kyoto Academy of Music. This is my employment credential, and this is my piano certification. I can confirm that Hiroto Kazamatsuri's piano level is extremely high, at least higher than mine." As soon as this comment appeared, the entire live stream chat was flooded with, "Holy crap!" One had to know that the Kyoto Academy of Music held a prestigious status in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone someone who taught there. At this moment, Sora Hayashibara noticed Yukina Natsukawa staring blankly at her phone, so he spoke up to inquire. Yukina Natsukawa raised her eyes and explained what was happening in the livestream room. Hearing this, Sora Hayashibara furrowed his brows. Is it possible that the teacher is a fake? Sora Hayashibara naturally refused to believe that Hiroto Kazamatsuri's piano level could be that high, but to prevent others from thinking he was just jealous, he explained further. "Yukina, you know how it is on the internet nowadays. There's too much fake stuff and any picture can be forged. Sora Hayashibara's words resonated with the haters in the live stream room. Classmate Lin is right. Who knows if that so-called teacher from the Kyoto Academy of Music is real or fake? Nowadays, everything can be photoshopped. Maybe that academy teacher's credentials are all photoshopped too. However, what they didn't expect was that when Teacher Liu saw people claiming his credentials were photoshopped, he decisively contacted the Academy's publicity department to have them issue an official statement. Upon seeing the official post from the Kyoto Academy of Music, Yukina Natsukawa was extremely thrilled inside. Classmate Lin, look! The Kyoto Academy of Music posted on their official Weibo. They said this Teacher Liu really is a teacher at their academy. Sora Hayashibara replied with a forced smile. I didn't expect classmate Hiroto to be so amazing, earning praise even from an academy teacher. A flash of resentment and jealousy crossed his eyes. Clearly, he was the one who was supposed to enjoy the beautiful woman's admiration, but everything had been disrupted by this bastard Hiroto Kazamatsuri. Right at that moment, the originally cheerful piano music suddenly became light, brisk, and urgent. The rapid, nimble notes echoed through the hall like crashing waves in a storm. It made everyone feel as though their hearts were following the music, surging with excitement one moment and tightening with tension the next. Everyone was spellbound, quietly immersing themselves in this piece of music. After finishing this Moonlight Sonata, I slowly stood up. The entire hall was dead silent. Then, everyone stood up one after another to applaud. The applause echoed through the entire hall, far more enthusiastic than when Sora Hayashibara had played just now. At this moment, I felt like a general returning home in triumph. Classmate Hiroto, I really didn't expect you to be a hidden master. Pretending not to know piano earlier, you shouldn't have done that. Sora Hayashibara's smile was very warm, but his words subtly implied that I was calculating, clearly knowing how to play, yet pretending otherwise. I shook my head slowly and said, I told you, I only know a little bit. Sora Hayashibara was left speechless. If what I did counted as a little bit, then what did his playing count as? But then he remembered that I hadn't even graduated from high school. No matter how well I played the piano, what use was it? I was still just a food delivery guy. Classmate Hiroto, who did you learn piano from? Yukina Natsukawa asked, deeply curious. I taught myself using some of my spare time. Playing the piano is just a hobby for me, I said with a smile. Hearing this, the live stream room grew restless again. Perhaps this is reality. Playing the piano is a hobby, but delivering food is life. Facts prove that no matter how talented a person is, without financial backing, they can only bow to the realities of life. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Yukina Natsukawa's gaze grew complicated. The current him wasn't alone. He needed to support a family and work hard for them. How could he have so much time to pursue his hobbies? If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. After all, we are all classmates. We will definitely help you. Even though this is a live stream, don't try to force a brave face just for the sake of vanity. Sora Hayashibara let out a sigh, making it seem as though I was too embarrassed to speak up only because it was a live stream. Yukina Natsukawa also wanted to help me, but she chose not to speak up during the live stream, intending to ask me if I needed help after it ended. She hadn't expected Sora Hayashibara to beat her to it. However, she didn't think much of it, assuming Sora Hayashibara was just acting out of kindness. Next, Sora Hayashibara pulled a business card out of his breast pocket and handed it to me. I took the card and looked at it. Sora Hayashibara, president of U Real Estate. Seeing this, Sora Hayashibara smiled modestly. It's just a small company. But the company has been busy preparing for an IPO recently. By then, the market value might multiply several times over. I could naturally tell he was showing off, but I didn't care in the slightest, only giving a casual, quiet, Sora Hayashibara couldn't help but frown at my attitude, feeling extremely displeased, though he couldn't show it at that moment. During the rest of the dinner, Sora Hayashibara spent most of the time interacting with Yukina Natsukawa. But looking at me eating quietly, a wave of guilt couldn't help but rise in Yukina Natsukawa's heart. Sensing it was about time, Yukina Natsukawa stood up. I'm going to the restroom. If you're going to pay the bill, just say so. Why make up an excuse about the restroom? I, who had been very quiet, suddenly chuckled. Yukina Natsukawa froze, suddenly caught completely off guard. She hadn't expected me to guess her thoughts instantly. You really shouldn't make things difficult for me. Our live stream rules state that all expenses incurred during the stream are covered by my company. I can get a reimbursement when I go back. I thought about it for a moment and didn't refuse. A flash of contempt crossed Sora Hayashibara's eyes. In his view, the fact that I agreed so quickly meant I couldn't afford this meal. The people in the live stream room also chimed in with mockery. Hilarious. He probably only brought enough money for 3 dishes and a soup. Classmate Lin suddenly showed up and ordered a few more dishes, so now he doesn't have enough money. Didn't he say he got hundreds of millions in compensation? How can he not even afford a single meal and need a girl to pay? In contrast to my straightforward agreement, Sora Hayashibara strongly opposed Yukina Natsukawa paying the bill. He kept saying that paying the bill was a responsibility that should fall on the men, which won him unanimous praise from many female netizens. The male netizens, however, scoffed at Sora Hayashibara's actions, feeling he was just a wolf in sheep's clothing with impure motives. Consequently, the live stream room instantly split into opposing male and female camps. How about this so no one has to argue? I suggested with a smile. At this moment, Yukina Natsukawa actually detested Sora Hayashibara in her heart. This meetup was originally meant for me. It was bad enough that he intruded, but now he was completely hijacking the spotlight. Right then, I suddenly called out to Yukina Natsukawa and pulled a coupon out of my wallet. But when Yukina Natsukawa took the coupon and glanced at it, she saw it was a 90% off discount. At this moment, the netizens in the live stream were shocked. This is too generous. Even a massive clearance discount wouldn't be this low. Why would this shop issue a 90% off coupon? I think it probably has to do with his identity. Don't forget, he is a food delivery guy. He probably knows the staff at this restaurant, so it's not surprising he has an internal discount. Seeing this comment, Yukina Natsukawa came to a sudden realization. After settling the bill, I suddenly had something to attend to on my end, so I left. This left Yukina Natsukawa very surprised, as she had really wanted to go see my 2 children. In the afternoon, Yukina Natsukawa returned to the studio, but before she could even take a break, her colleagues surrounded her to celebrate because the live stream had set a record of 1 million concurrent viewers, and all of this stemmed from me. Leaning on the sofa, Yukina Natsukawa looked at Shindo and said, "Because Hiroto Kazamatsuri left so suddenly, I didn't get a chance to ask him about joining the studio." Shindo then told her to call and ask. But surprisingly, his phone number showed that he was out of the service area, which couldn't help but make them overthink. Because with the Dragon Kingdom's current reputation as an infrastructure monster, a place with absolutely no signal practically didn't exist. Now, they could only wait. The next day, Yukina Natsukawa opened the live stream again. After a heated debate among the netizens, they finally decided she should meet a short, stout female classmate. This time, she found him after just a bit of inquiring, and the two agreed on a meeting place. While waiting for her high school classmate, Yukina Natsukawa chatted with her fans in the live stream room. Just then, a gentle voice drifted over. Yukina Natsukamura panned in the direction of the voice. The moment the netizens saw the person approaching, the comment section was instantly flooded frantically because a great beauty had appeared in the frame. Erika Sato ran her hand through her long, wavy hair, instantly delivering a glamorous and mesmerizing visual impact. Yukina Natsukawa truly didn't recognize her. One had to know that no matter what high school classmates went through, they would more or less retain some contours from their student days. But the appearance of the female classmate before her had turned completely upside down. Erika Sato's entrance immediately maxed out the live stream's engagement, but Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help feeling that the other party's face looked very fake, especially when she smiled, as her face appeared somewhat stiff. Next, the casual chat between Yukina Natsukawa and Erika Sato informed the netizens that she was still single and usually used short videos to document her beautiful life. Her account, which originally had just over 10,000 followers, skyrocketed to over 200,000 followers in a short period after being exposed on the live stream. Answering the request of her viewers, Yukina Natsukawa dug deep into Erika Sato's current life and work, thoroughly satisfying the audience's voyeuristic curiosity. But what no one expected was that after this live stream, the traffic for Yukina Natsukawa's meetups with high school classmates showed a noticeable decline. Shindo furrowed her brows in deep thought. Sure enough, just as she suspected, Yukina Natsukawa's high school classmate, Erika Sato, had also started live streaming, except she was meeting her middle school classmates, and her live stream title read, 10 million influencer Yukina Natsukawa's high school classmate Erika Sato. This was a blatant attempt to clout chase. No wonder their own live stream's popularity had been dwindling lately. What was even more infuriating was that Erika Sato had already gained 2 million followers just by riding their coattails. Shindo had anticipated this day would come sooner or later, but she never expected it would be Yukina Natsukawa's own classmate stabbing her in the back. However, after Yukina Natsukawa found out, she didn't think much of it. After all, she was just the first one to test the waters. Copycats were bound to appear sooner or later. But surprisingly, Sora Hayashibara, Erika Sato, and Hiroto Kazamatsuri were not only high school classmates, but also middle school classmates. And right now, the person Erika Sato was meeting happened to be Sora Hayashibara, who possessed hundreds of millions in assets. Blinking her eyes, she suddenly brought me up, saying she was very envious that my family had received hundreds of millions in demolition compensation. But Sora Hayashibara wore a look of utter disdain, directly exposing in the live stream the pathetic state I was in when he ran into me delivering food. As the two chatted up to this point, the livestream viewers also suggested that Erika Sato should meet up with me for her next episode. The moment my name appeared, the popularity of Erika Sato's livestream room instantly soared. In reality, before the livestream, Sora Hayashibara and Erika Sato had already met up beforehand. Bringing me up this time was something they did deliberately, precisely to expose the fact that I was pretending to be a big shot. Seizing the momentum of the high viewer count, Erika Sato dialed my mobile number, only for the automated voice to chime, "The number you have dialed is out of the service area." On the other side, seeing that Erika Sato couldn't get through, Shindo let out a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that Erika Sato would actually manage to invite me out. One had to know that I currently possessed immense popularity on short video platforms, especially my memes. They were currently giants standing on the shoulders of internet legends, and I was even crowned by the vast internet community as the eternal king of flexing. But the next second, Shindo realized a crucial point and began to urge Yukina Natsukawa. Because Hiroto Kazamatsuri had left halfway through the stream last time due to a sudden matter, she wanted Yukina Natsukawa to invite me out once more. However, Yukina Natsukawa didn't want to see me get mocked by netizens. But Shindo enticed her by saying this would also benefit me, as long as I was willing to ride the wave of popularity. Simply accepting a random advertisement could bring in hundreds of thousands, which was much better than delivering food. Yukina Natsukawa hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Right at that moment, after Erika Sato dialed the number a few more times, it actually went through. On my end, upon hearing an extremely alluring voice, I tiredly interrupted her. "I'm not buying a car, not buying a house, not buying insurance, not taking loans, and not investing. Thank you." And then I hung up the phone directly. Not only was Erika Sato completely dumbfounded, but the netizens in the livestream room were also left utterly bewildered. But some netizens reacted quickly. Could Hiroto Kazamatsuri have thought the streamer was making a harassment call again? At this moment, Erika Sato also snapped back to her senses and dialed my number once more. Fearing that I would hang up again, Erika Sato hastily explained that she was my middle school classmate and that she had recently started a live stream series meeting up with old middle school classmates. I rejected her directly. Listening to the dial tone from her phone, Erika Sato felt very uncomfortable. One had to know that she had always been the one hanging up on others. But since she was currently live, she could only end the stream and figure out another way later. On the other side, at the Binya studio, Shindo and Yukina Natsukawa were watching Erika Sato's livestream. Neither of them expected I would refuse so decisively. A bad thought suddenly flashed through Yukina Natsukawa's mind. Could it be that he couldn't handle the online abuse and did something reckless, which is why his phone was always out of the service area? Thinking of this, she hurriedly pulled out her phone and called me. "It's me, classmate Hiroto. I am very sorry about our previous meetup. It was my fault that you got blamed and abused online." Hearing this, I asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? What do you mean I got abused online?" Yukina Natsukawa froze, asking subconsciously, "You don't know?" I responded with a smile. "I thought it was something major. Didn't I say it last time? The internet is mostly filled with resentful and jealous people. There's absolutely no need to care that much. You're not angry?" Yukina Natsukawa thought Hiroto Kazamatsuri would be furious, but to her surprise, not only was he not angry, he was actually comforting her instead. "What is there to be angry about? The hands belong to other people. They can comment however they want. There's no need to ruin your mood over something like this. However, regarding the food delivery part, I did indeed deliver food before. I also ran into Sora Hayashibara on the road last time. But my food delivery was purely just... I paused for a moment before continuing to explain. Just consider it a hobby. Actually, I haven't just delivered food. I've also moved bricks at construction sites, swept the streets, and worked as a security guard. Delivering food is just a hobby. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo exchanged a glance. Even though the phone wasn't on speakerphone, the office was extremely quiet, so Shindo could still hear my voice clearly. She lowered her voice, leaning close to Yukina Natsukawa's ear, and whispered, "Don't worry about that for now. Ask Hiroto Kazamatsuri if he has time to do another meetup livestream in a few days." Yukina Natsukawa hesitated. Previously, when Erika Sato called Hiroto Kazamatsuri asking for a livestream meetup, she had been rejected several times on the grounds of him having no time. But thinking of the mini version of Pop Queen Shiraishi, she still couldn't help but speak up to ask, "Classmate Hiroto, there's a favor I want to ask of you. Could you do another meetup live stream with me? Because your previous meetup had a great streaming effect, and many netizens want to see you again." Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. I think they just want to see me make a fool of myself. Yukina Natsukawa was left tongue-tied and immediately apologized. "Classmate Hiroto, I'm sorry." I said completely unbothered, "I already told you, I really don't care about those online comments. Then could you meet up with me one more time? Because lately, the popularity of my livestream room has been dropping, and I also really want to see your two children. You know that the national goddess is my idol, and I just really want to see the two children who look exactly like her." Yukina Natsukawa's voice grew quieter and quieter as she spoke, not knowing what else to say toward the end. "All right then, but it'll have to be in a few days." I pondered for a moment and agreed. Yukina Natsukawa was instantly thrilled. "No problem! A few days is perfectly fine." After hanging up the phone, Yukina Natsukawa looked at Shindo excitedly. Shindo found it both exasperating and amusing, feeling as though her good friend was setting up a meeting with some monumental figure. Though seemingly, Hiroto Kazamatsuri's current popularity was indeed not inferior to that of certain big stars. Yukina Natsukawa smiled sillily. She didn't know why either. Maybe it was because she had implicated Hiroto Kazamatsuri into getting flamed by netizens last time. Or perhaps there was another reason. "But does anyone really not care about cyberbullying?" she asked Shindo in confusion. Shindo mused. After all, Hiroto Kazamatsuri worked as a delivery rider, and the reality that delivery riders face is much harsher than anything on the internet. Yukina Natsukawa suddenly lowered her head and said, "I think he might not have a stable job right now, seeing how he has done so many different types of work." Meanwhile, after Erika Sato ended her livestream, she went to a hotel together with Sora Hayashibara. Sora Hayashibara held Erika Sato's slender waist tightly. Just then, a trending topic about herself popped up on Erika Sato's phone. She instantly became excited, but when she read the contents inside, she pushed Sora Hayashibara away in annoyance. It turned out Yukina Natsukawa had posted the news that I agreed to the meetup online, and it was spreading rapidly. But in Erika Sato's eyes, I only agreed to the meetup because I saw how beautiful and good-looking Yukina Natsukawa was. Therefore, he thought that my impression of her was still stuck in high school. In an instant, a thought flashed through Erika Sato's mind, and her red lips gradually curved into a smirk. Finally, the day of Yukina Natsukawa's scheduled meetup arrived. As soon as the live stream started, countless netizens flooded in. If heaven didn't bring forth classmate Hiroto, the art of flexing would remain an eternal night. I wonder if he'll rent a luxury car to pick up the streamer this time. The chat room was continuously being flooded with comments. Yukina Natsukawa noticed that some netizens were still claiming that I was pretending to be a big shot. But the netizens didn't believe her at all. Seeing that the misunderstanding couldn't be resolved for the moment, Yukina Natsukawa quickly changed the subject, saying that today was no ordinary meetup. The real protagonists today were actually classmate Hiroto's children. However, the newly arrived netizens didn't care much, believing that the children of the King of Flexing wouldn't be worth watching. At this moment, the sense of superiority from the diehard fans instantly showed, and they immediately said, "His children look exactly like the national goddess." After they posted the screenshots taken from before, the entire livestream chat room instantly erupted. "The King of Flexing is awesome! This is clearly trying to trick me into having kids." When Yukina Natsukawa arrived at the meeting place with me, a voice suddenly drifted over, feigning surprise. Subconsciously turning her head to look, Yukina Natsukawa saw that it was precisely Erika Sato. She gave a soft, glamorous smile. What a coincidence! I was originally thinking of coming to look at our old junior high school, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you live streaming? Yukina Natsukawa nodded, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Erika Sato familiarly waved at the livestream camera. Seeing this scene, the livestream audience mocked one after another. This is way too coincidental, isn't it? Although the county town isn't big, it shouldn't be easy for two people who don't even develop their careers in the county to cross paths like this, right? Could it be that this Erika Sato knew the streamer had set up a meeting with the King of Flexing? Don't say that, floor above me. The King of Flexing isn't a hot commodity. He's not worth having beautiful women rush toward him like ducks. But within a short while, many of Erika Sato's fans suddenly flooded into the livestream room. Hilarious. Can that Hiroto Kazamatsuri even be as famous as our Eri-chan? Our Eri-chan's popularity is already very high. Why would she need to ride Yukina Natsukawa's coattails? I think it's the other way around. For a moment, the livestream room was filled with a tense, aggressive atmosphere. Right at that moment, I appeared before them riding an electric scooter, and the chat room instantly boiled over. After all, my entrance this time could be described as completely unexpected to everyone. Erika Sato covered her mouth and snickered, her eyes full of utter disdain, ordinary-looking poor and pathetic. How can a guy like this even get married? I don't know which woman was so blind. Snapping back to her senses, Yukina Natsukawa immediately stepped forward, preparing to greet me. Seeing this, Erika Sato, who was standing to the side, spoke up first and asked, "Classmate Hiroto, I heard from Yukina that you drive a luxury car worth millions. Where is your luxury car?" Yukina Natsukawa's brows furrowed tightly. Setting aside whether it was appropriate for Erika Sato to ask this, who exactly was the actual streamer in this live stream room? Upon hearing Erika Sato's words, I looked at Yukina Natsukawa in confusion. "Class Monitor Shia, is this your friend?" Just as Yukina Natsukawa was about to introduce her, Erika Sato unexpectedly spoke up and interrupted. "Classmate Hiroto, you have such a terrible memory. We were junior high and high school classmates. I even called you a few days ago to invite you out for a meetup, but you rejected me back then." I pondered for a moment. "I remember now. You're the person who called me several times a few days ago. What was your name again?" Erika Sato's face stiffened, but she still maintained a soft, glamorous smile. "Erika Sato." Hiroto Kazamatsuri's expression remained calm as he nodded. I really couldn't recall it for a moment. "I happen to have our old graduation photo here." Yukina Natsukawa pulled a photograph out of her shoulder bag. I took the graduation photo and looked at it, then glanced at Erika Sato with a bit of astonishment. "This looks way too different." Following that, I shook my head and returned the graduation photo to Yukina Natsukawa. Instantly, many netizens began to roast her, clearly suspecting that Erika Sato's face had been surgically altered. Erika Sato also noticed the comments in the live stream room and immediately changed the subject. "Classmate Hiroto, putting that aside, where is your multi-million-dollar luxury car? Could it be that you plan to pick up Yukina on this little electric scooter?" After saying that, Erika Sato pursed her lips and giggled softly. She just wanted to see how this poor loser would respond, but I shook my head, completely unbothered, because class monitor Shia and I are going to the kindergarten, and driving isn't convenient. The road is only so wide, and driving a car like that draws too much attention. So it's better to ride a little electric scooter. Parking is convenient, and there's no need to worry about traffic jams. Many netizens in the live stream room burst out laughing at my explanation. As expected of the King of Flexing, this explanation is flawless. It's not that he doesn't want to drive, he just wants to keep a low profile, regardless of whether the King of Flexing actually has a luxury car worth millions. Driving a four-wheeled vehicle to pick up kids at school is the absolute worst. Every time, they completely block the intersection. Who doesn't own a car nowadays? Erika Sato didn't believe a single word. In her view, I was just putting on an act. If I truly had a luxury car worth millions, I would probably drive it to the school gates every single day to show off. But I didn't care about Erika Sato's sarcasm. Instead, I directed my gaze toward Yukina Natsukawa. Time is almost up. Class monitor Shia doesn't mind riding an electric scooter, right? I don't mind. Although Yukina Natsukawa was a bit surprised that Hiroto Kazamatsuri had come on an electric scooter, she really didn't mind. On the other side, Erika Sato felt extremely displeased inside, but she still squeezed a smile onto her face. Can I come along too? I'm also very curious to see what classmate Hiroto's children look like. I'm very sorry about that, but I only have 2 helmets, and electric scooter regulations only allow 1 adult to sit on the back seat. Following that, I gestured for Yukina Natsukawa to get on the scooter. As for Erika Sato, if she wanted to follow, she would have to figure out a way herself. Looking at the departing electric scooter, Erika Sato stopped pretending, her eyes filled with complete disdain. Along the way, I focused on riding the electric scooter, while Yukina Natsukawa sat in the back holding her phone. You're taking me to see your daughter? Won't your wife be angry if she finds out? Fearing that I wouldn't hear her, she shouted loudly from the back seat. No, she won't. She is very busy and has no time to come, I replied, keeping my eyes on the road ahead. Before long, we stopped in front of the gates of a kindergarten. A well-built, middle-aged man smiled and greeted me. Akira's dad, you're here too. Could this be Akira's mom? This is my high school classmate. We just happened to bump into each other today and came along together, I hastily explained. Yukina Natsukawa noticed that as soon as we arrived at the kindergarten, quite a few parents warmly greeted me and shared jokes. Classmate Hiroto, I just heard those parents call you Akira's dad. Could your son's name be Akira Kazamatsuri? Hearing this, I smiled and nodded. What's wrong? Yukina Natsukawa was a bit surprised. Don't you think the name is a bit too simple? How could it be? A name with fewer stroke counts is easy to write and easy to remember. It has its benefits for attending kindergarten and elementary school, I chuckled softly. Then what is your daughter's name? Yukina Natsukawa asked curiously. In her mind, the name of Hiroto Kazamatsuri's daughter should also be very simple, right? Could it be called Xiaohong? Derived from the phrase, riding a safe vessel to journey upon the deep, from the songs of Chu, crossing the river Hiroto Mitsuki, I replied without a second thought. Yukina Natsukawa's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected that I would give my daughter such a beautiful name. Who was it that just said a name needs to have a simple stroke count, to be easy to write and remember? This name is something I thought about for a long time before choosing. I'm quite satisfied with the name I gave my daughter. But Yukina Natsukawa looked at me with a peculiar expression, and at this moment, the netizens in the livestream room all burst out laughing. Just then, a voice drew everyone's attention. Erika Sato hadn't expected the traffic to the kindergarten to be this congested. After finally making it to the kindergarten with great difficulty, she was stopped by 2 security guards, so she immediately shouted my name loudly. I walked over and quietly explained a few words to the security guards, and only then were they willing to let Erika Sato inside. Meanwhile, I was surrounded by a number of parents who began questioning me, mainly because Erika Sato was dressed far too revealingly. From the bottom of her heart, Erika Sato looked down on me. Especially after hearing that I had been the one dropping off and picking up the children ever since they started kindergarten, she looked down on me even more. She suspected that my wife had most likely run off with someone else. She immediately ran to ask the kindergarten security guard if he had ever seen my wife. Upon learning that I had always been the one delivering the kids, the netizens also began to speculate one after another. The fact that she had never picked up or dropped off the children indicated that my wife was not around. Either something unfortunate had happened and she was no longer in this world, or they were divorced. Meanwhile, on a certain filming set, Kano Shirashi had finally finished her shooting for the day. While riding in her production van back to the hotel to rest, a notification suddenly popped up on her phone. Yukina, whom you follow, has started a live stream. Remembering what her husband had told her a few days ago, she opened her phone to watch the stream. The broadcast frame just happened to show Erika Sato's speculations and the comments from the chat section. Kano Shirashi's brows furrowed tightly. Over these years, although her husband had always been highly supportive of her career, she knew deep down in her heart that she owed too much to her family, especially to her husband and children. It seemed it was time to return to her family. Back at the kindergarten, seeing that my wife hadn't shown up, Erika Sato actually went straight up to ask what my wife did for a living, to be so busy that she wouldn't even come to take a single look at her children's stage performance. I glanced at Erika Sato and said she can be considered an actress. Naturally, Erika Sato didn't believe my words. Hearing that my wife was an actress, many netizens directly mocked and jeered. Erika Sato covered her small mouth, putting on an extremely surprised expression. But the look of disdain in her eyes flashed and vanished. This man truly knew how to put on a show. Previously renting a luxury car to pretend to be a big shot, and now directly claiming his wife is a celebrity actress. Why don't you just say your wife is the national goddess Kano Shiraishi? I didn't expect classmate Hiroto's wife to actually be an actress. I wonder what movies or TV dramas she has acted in? Erika Sato pressed further. Yukina Natsukawa actually wanted to stop Erika Sato, but she hadn't expected Erika Sato to ask so quickly. Just a minor actress, I said, shaking my head. That can't be true. Erika Sato sneered inwardly, not even daring to say the name. Even if Hiroto Kazamatsuri's wife really were an actress, she would just be an extra with barely any lines. Otherwise, if I said my wife is Kano Shiraishi, would you believe it? I smiled and countered with a question. Are you kidding me? Erika Sato suddenly burst into laughter because this was the funniest joke she had ever heard. If the national goddess Kano Shiraishi actually took a liking to this worthless fellow, she would directly run around the globe naked. Yukina Natsukawa sighed in her heart. She knew that my habit of flexing had flared up again. The crowd of netizens was also amused by my words. They knew the king of flexing could put on a show, but they didn't expect him to be this capable of doing so. Although the king of flexing's child looked somewhat similar to Kano Shiraishi, could he really believe his wife was the national goddess? At the same time, the kindergarten performances finally began. After a short while, when the children from the other classes finished performing, it was finally time for my two kids to take the stage. I'm sure the parents must be looking forward to the next performance. Let's welcome the children of Class C to bring us their martial arts program, Kung Fu Youth. Under the enthusiastic and resounding voice of the hosting teacher, over a dozen children ran onto the stage. These children were dressed in yellow outfits, with red sashes tied around their waists. They cupped their fists toward the audience of parents, performing the movements neatly and properly. At some unknown point, they split into a one-on-one stance, trading blows back and forth, especially their various fancy dodges, which made many parents cheer one after another. The netizens in the live stream room were even more dumbfounded. I bet the kindergarten teachers must have hired some martial arts grandmaster to teach them. This scene quickly pushed the popularity of Yukina Natsukawa's live stream room to its peak. Yukina Natsukawa turned her head to look. Behind her, there was a row of parents who were watching the stage with great relish. We still have to say, Akira's dad is amazing. Akira's dad. Yeah, these children's martial arts were all taught by Akira's dad. Suddenly, voices faintly drifted into Yukina Natsukawa's ears again. To confirm the speculation in her heart, she leaned close to my side and asked in a low voice, "Classmate Hiroto, I hear the people around saying that this program was designed by you? Just a little bit of fist and foot martial arts. It's nothing major." I shook my head and replied with a smile. "It really is you. You even know martial arts." Yukina Natsukawa was shocked, and the netizens in the live stream room were also startled. Soon, the martial arts performance concluded. The children's martial arts performance was too wonderful. Watching it made my blood boil. Next up is another performance brought to us by the children of Class C, the safety education fairy tale play, Be Good, Little Rabbits. Following the introduction by the hosting teacher, uneven rounds of applause rang out all around. Yukina Natsukawa looked at the stage, her eyes automatically lighting up. At this moment, 3 children dressed as cute little rabbits were singing a song in sweet, naive voices while nimbly hopping and skipping on the stage. The child leading them was precisely my daughter. Looking at that small face that was identical to the national goddess Kano Shiraishi, Yukina Natsukawa's heart felt as though it was about to melt. Listening to the singing on the stage, Yukina Natsukawa thought it sounded quite beautiful. However, what puzzled her was that she had actually never heard it before. In front of the kindergarten gates, a tall and powerfully built man scaled the wall and came inside. The man had a disheveled beard and messy clothes, and he charged directly toward the stage. A security guard caught sight of a kitchen knife in the man's hand. His expression changed instantly, and he let out a loud shout, charging straight over. Because music was still blasting on the stage, the parents simply didn't hear the security guard's shout, let alone react to it. However, standing on the side, I suddenly stood up. Only then did the parents around me react, and the scene instantly plunged into utter chaos. But Erika Sato's eyes lit up, and she aimed her phone directly at the tall, powerful man to live stream. The netizens finally knew what was happening in the suddenly chaotic kindergarten, which instantly caused the popularity of Erika Sato's own account to explode. Yukina Natsukawa only gave Erika Sato a cold glance, turning her eyes, which were filled with immense worry, toward me. But the physical disparity between the knife-wielding thug and me was far too vast. If I closed in, there was simply no way to subdue a knife-wielding thug within a short amount of time. Timid people had already covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear watching a bloody, cruel scene. But right at that moment, I moved swiftly, tossing something from my pocket. A flash of fluorescence disappeared in an instant. The knife-wielding thug, who was originally about to charge at the children, seemed to be tripped by something and fell flat on his face. At this time, he glared at me with a ferocious expression. Then, right at the instant he was about to slash me, I subtly tilted my body aside, dodging the thug's kitchen knife. Immediately following that, I abruptly raised my leg. Without giving the thug any opportunity to react, a sweeping kick directly sent the man flying several meters away. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. The security guard and several parents who were originally about to rush over also paused their movements noticeably. No one had expected that I could resolve the thug in a single move. Yukina Natsukawa was the first to run to my side to ask with concern. She still found it somewhat hard to believe that my so-called little bit of basic martial arts could be this formidable. But suddenly, Yukina Natsukawa noticed a comment and saw that a netizen in the chat room had followed up by posting an animated GIF. The character in this GIF was me, rushing with full force toward the knife-wielding thug at the same time. My right hand suddenly reached into my pocket, then whipped forward fiercely, and immediately after, the knife-wielding thug abruptly crashed down. The animated GIF was not smooth, looking as though it was switching frame by frame. Yukina Natsukawa froze, her eyes filled with a bit of daze and incomprehension. Could it be that the knife-wielding thug just now wasn't tripped by something, but was struck by something I threw out? When the frame froze on me using 2 fingers to pinch a coin out of my pocket, the entire livestream room was profoundly shocked. Holy crap, how is this pulled off? Meaning that knife-wielding thug just now fell because he was struck by a coin I threw. Regarding classmate Hiroto saying earlier that he only knew a little bit of martial arts, I am now highly skeptical. Could classmate Hiroto be some hidden martial arts expert living among the common folk? Instantly, Yukina Natsukawa was stunned. She was highly curious about how I had managed to do it, so she hastily asked, "Do you know how to use hidden projectiles, like those in TV dramas?" I flexed my hand. "What hidden projectiles? I'm just relatively accurate at throwing things." Just then, a soft, sweet voice suddenly drifted over. Subconsciously looking over, Yukina Natsukawa's eyes stared completely straight. She saw a little girl of about 3 years old running over. The little girl looked sweet and adorable, like a little fairy jumping out of a cartoon. It was precisely my daughter, Hiroto Mitsuki. Yukina Natsukawa swallowed her saliva, revealing what she considered a gentle smile, but it gave off the vibe of a strange auntie. "Who is this pretty big sister?" Mitsuki blinked her bright, large eyes, looked at Yukina Natsukawa, and asked. I explained with a smile, "She is Papa's classmate. You should call her Auntie Shia." But Mitsuki pursed her small lips, appearing a bit unconvinced. "Papa is talking nonsense. She is clearly a pretty and beautiful big sister." At this moment, Yukina Natsukawa's little heart was about to be completely melted by the cuteness. This was clearly a little angel, okay? Because a knife-wielding thug had suddenly disrupted the kindergarten, the program could not continue. Under the apologetic expressions of the kindergarten teachers, many parents left one after another. Until this point, Yukina Natsukawa knew in her heart that today's meetup livestream ought to end, and she looked at Mitsuki with some reluctance in her heart. But no matter how reluctant she was, there came a time to part. Yet, completely out of nowhere, Erika Sato said with a face full of smiles, "It wasn't easy to make a trip out here. Why don't we go sit at classmate Hiroto's house?" Yukina Natsukawa instantly understood Erika Sato's intention. If we really went to my house, the truth about me pretending to be a big shot would be exposed immediately, which was not what Yukina Natsukawa wanted to see. For a time, the netizens discussed spiritedly, waiting for the streamer to expose my true colors. But some netizens disagreed with going, saying they should preserve my final piece of dignity. Yukina Natsukawa also disagreed with Erika Sato's suggestion. Furthermore, she had already communicated well with me beforehand that we were just coming together to the kindergarten to watch the two children's performance. Moreover, she also wanted to save my final dignity. However, Erika Sato looked at me with a beaming smile. She guessed that I would probably refuse. But when she heard me say that the little electric scooter couldn't carry that many people, she almost held her stomach laughing out loud. Forcing down her laughter, she said she could take a taxi there. Afterward, I told them my home address, then picked up my children and rode off on the electric scooter. Seeing me ride far away, Yukina Natsukawa also hailed a car online. Taking a look at the address, the driver smiled and asked, "Are you guys heading to Kaoshin Village?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Yukina Natsukawa showed a look of confusion because the address I had given her was a security booth at an intersection. Sitting in the back seat, Erika Sato's brows furrowed slightly. This Kaoshin Village, she seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. "Master, is that Kaoshin Village really nestled against a mountain?" Yukina Natsukawa was also curious. The village's name used to be nestled against a mountain. That middle-aged driver bantered back. "What do you mean by that?" Yukina Natsukawa was puzzled. "What do you mean it used to be?" "Have you heard of the Wulong Scenic Area?" the middle-aged driver asked with a smile. Wulong Scenic Area. At this moment, a look of profound shock covered Erika Sato's face. No wonder she felt Kaoshin Village sounded so familiar earlier. The reason she had heard of Kaoshin Village was entirely due to the development of the Wulong Scenic Area, and most importantly, the real estate involved. Not only did they build a villa for every single household of Kaoshin Village residents, but they also handed out high compensation funds. The highest compensation reached several hundred million. Erika Sato suddenly thought of what I had said before. There couldn't possibly be such a coincidence. She had always thought classmate Hiroto was talking nonsense. "Erika Sato, what's wrong with you?" Yukina Natsukawa turned her head in confusion to look at Erika Sato. The middle-aged driver briefly explained the situation to Yukina Natsukawa, and only then did Yukina Natsukawa understand Erika Sato's astonished look from just now. Hearing the driver's words, the netizens instantly sent shocked emojis, and for a time, they discussed it frantically. Yukina Natsukawa and her companion spotted me, riding the little electric scooter not far ahead, and not far beyond, rows of villas sharply filled their field of vision. This was no mere village, it was completely a villa district. The netizens who had mocked me not long ago for having no money but acting like a big shot were now collectively slapped in the face. Instead, Yukina Natsukawa looked at Erika Sato with a beaming smile. Erika Sato snorted coldly in her heart. She still didn't believe it. In her view, I must have made preparations far in advance, renting a villa in Kaoshin Village beforehand. Since every resident of Kaoshin Village received massive compensation funds, they naturally ran off to the big cities. Who would still reside in this small place devoid of education and medical care? Therefore, there must be plenty of empty villas. And these empty villas were rented out to others for parties. But after entering the village, an old man with his hands behind his back walked over slowly, smiling and greeting me. Standing on the electric scooter, Mitsuki very politely greeted the old man. "Hello, fourth grandpa," the old man grinned, pulling a few pieces of candy out of his pocket. I encountered several more acquaintances who greeted me. Yukina Natsukawa also nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. The livestream room was instantly filled with remarks mocking the haters. The haters got slapped in the face, didn't they? Listening to the terms of address, they are clearly related by blood or marriage. I led them to a grand estate. Arriving before the courtyard gates, Yukina Natsukawa and Erika Sato couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Suddenly, the courtyard gates opened. Upon entering the courtyard, they saw a luxury car parked prominently inside. Yukina Natsukawa recognized it. This was the very luxury car I drove during our first meetup. At this moment, the live stream room exploded. "It turns out we were the clowns all along." If anyone dares say classmate Hiroto is just a food delivery guy, see if I don't give him 2 kicks. Here is the English translation, maintaining the paragraph structure of the original text. Can a food delivery rider afford a car like this? Classmate Hiroto delivers food simply to pass his otherwise boring life. After entering the courtyard, Yukina Natsukawa found that it was exceptionally spacious, but right at this moment, a very strange sound suddenly drifted over, sounding rather like a pig's oink. Right on its heels, a fat, massive pig with black stripes across its back charged straight toward them. Yukina Natsukawa and Erika Sato froze on the spot, but by the time they reacted, the black pig had already rushed right in front of them. Suddenly, Mitsuki's soft, cute, and sweet voice rang out, and a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The moment the black pig rushed up to Mitsuki, it came to a halt, looking as if it were welcoming Mitsuki home. I smiled and explained that this was Mitsuki's pet. Following that, Mitsuki climbed onto the black pig's back. Yukina Natsukawa was dumbstruck and couldn't help but look at me beside her. She wanted to see how I, as her father, would react, but I had long since grown used to it. Mitsuki frequently rode the pig all around the village. Right at this time, a beautiful and dignified woman walked out of the house. She was a bit surprised to see Yukina Natsukawa and Erika Sato. Upon learning that they were my high school classmates, she warmly invited them into the house. The interior wasn't as magnificent or opulent as the netizens had imagined, but the well-arranged, exquisite style gave off an indescribable sense of comfort. My phone rang. I apologized and let my mom accompany them to look around first. Yet, Erika Sato unexpectedly approached my mom, sweet-talking and praising her for maintaining herself so well and looking so young. Erika Sato's sudden change made Yukina Natsukawa suspicious. She never expected Erika Sato would be slyly trying to fish for information. My mom followed the conversation and went on to mention that they didn't used to live here. She talked about how I did farm work as a child, carried piglets, cut wild grass for the pigs, fed the pigs, and herded cows. Afterward, Erika Sato feigned surprise, mentioning that every household here had received a substantial amount of compensation money. My mom just smiled and said it was all down to good luck, but a flash of jealousy crossed Erika Sato's eyes. This was far more than just good luck. It was practically a wave of staggering wealth hitting them square on the head. They were originally a bunch of country bumpkins hiding in a mountain valley, yet they accidentally obtained wealth that others couldn't amass even across several lifetimes of struggle. Moreover, what she couldn't wrap her head around was what exactly that developer saw in Mount Wulong. At this moment, the netizens in the live stream dug up past news. I just checked, and the developer behind the Wulong Scenic Area turned out to be a company with a registered capital of only 10 million yuan. On top of that, they've only ever developed the Wulong Scenic Area. This forced the netizens to think deeper, feeling that the company was established purely for the sake of developing the Wulong Scenic Area. Watching the comments in the live stream, Yukina Natsukawa found it both funny and frustrating. However, what she hadn't expected was that what I said during our first meetup turned out to be entirely true. Remembering how she previously wanted to bring me into her studio to do live streams, she felt like a complete clown just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Erika Sato no longer possessed her previous snobbish attitude. Who knew if she was harboring some bad intentions? But the problem was that not only was I married, I also had children. It was only when they steered the topic toward my wife that Erika Sato suddenly found an opening and inquired out of curiosity. My mom let out a sigh and said she only came back once in a while. In a foreign country, this might be nothing. But in the Dragon Kingdom, an unhomely daughter-in-law who didn't care for the household was something any mother-in-law would find unacceptable. But the next second, my mom expressed that she fully supported my wife's work. This instantly drew the envy of everyone in the live stream. This is what a real mother is like. A mother-in-law who dotes on her daughter-in-law like her own daughter is far too rare. Seeing the comment section, Yukina Natsukawa also remembered that I had mentioned before that my wife was an obscure actress. But a minor actress wouldn't need to only come home once in a while, right? Because in her memory, only top-tier A-list celebrities would follow a production crew around everywhere for filming. Actively trying to take my mom's side against the perceived injustice, Erika Sato began to criticize my wife. But my mom paused for a moment and burst out laughing, likely amused that her own daughter-in-law was being considered a minor, obscure actress. Seeing my mom's reaction, Erika Sato muttered in her heart, "Could she not be a simple extra?" Erika Sato felt she could capitalize on this matter, so she outright asked for my wife's name and works, but my mom suddenly became hesitant. Fortunately, Yukina Natsukawa quickly stepped in to interrupt, but for the sake of viral traffic and topics, Erika Sato wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing that my mom seemed to have something hard to talk about, the netizens began to speculate frantically. They guessed his wife might be a 4th or 5th tier minor celebrity in the entertainment industry. After all, I was just a small-time figure who struck it rich through demolition. Thus, the comments in the livestream began to turn entirely one-sided. I just don't understand how classmate Hiroto could marry a 4th or 5th tier celebrity. As an insider, I know best how messy the entertainment circle is. There's no one clean in there. The netizens found it very hard to comprehend why I would marry a minor celebrity. But suddenly, a comment quickly caught everyone's eye. Doesn't classmate Hiroto's daughter look exactly like the national goddess Kano Shiraishi? Combining all the current information, do you guys think there's a possibility that classmate Hiroto's wife is actually Kano Shiraishi? Seeing this, countless netizens burst out laughing. They certainly didn't believe that the national goddess would ever marry a nouveau riche guy like me. At the same time, Kano Shiraishi, who had just returned to her hotel, saw the comments in the live stream. Her fair, pretty face instantly filled with displeasure, because that comment saying, classmate Hiroto's wife is Kano Shiraishi, was actually posted by her. She just hadn't expected the netizens to mock it so thoroughly. Watching it made her want to just officially announce it directly, but remembering that negative news and public pressure would bring unnecessary trouble to her husband, she could only stew in her anger privately. However, Kano Shiraishi's eyes were filled with happiness. The most correct choice she had made in her entire life was undoubtedly marrying him. The netizens in the livestream were still guessing which female star my wife could be, even dragging in Liyueru, a young starlet who had exploded in popularity over the past 2 years. When Yukina Natsukawa noticed the netizens' guesses, her brows furrowed tightly. If she was considered Kano Shiraishi's #1 fan, then she was undoubtedly also Liyueru's #1 hater. The reason was that ever since Liyueru debuted, she styled herself as a mini Kano Shiraishi no matter the occasion. Yet unexpectedly, after Liyueru hit the big time last year, she became highly displeased when others called her Mini Kano Shiraishi. In truth, that wouldn't have mattered much to Yukina Natsukawa, but what infuriated her most was that Liyueru actually dared to claim her acting skills were better than the goddess's, even belittling the goddess on numerous occasions. What angered Yukina Natsukawa even further was that Liyueru's private life was highly chaotic. Not only was she captured by paparazzi late at night, discussing scripts with a certain director, playing mahjong with several young male starlets, but she also went to hotels with various wealthy second-generation heirs, among other things. Yet every time she was caught on camera, Liyueru adamantly refused to admit it, even implying overtly and covertly that the person in the photos wasn't her, but the national goddess Kano Shiraishi. This was completely intolerable to Yukina Natsukawa. Before long, an official notice appeared on Liyueru's verified account, explicitly declaring that she was unmarried, did not know me, and had no children. It stated she would take legal means against rumor mongers to protect her rights. Regarding the words of the rising starlet Liyueru, many netizens still didn't believe them, as Liyueru's online reputation was extremely poor. Erika Sato also noticed the netizens' speculations. If Liyueru really were my wife, my head would certainly be sporting a vibrant shade of green, and it wouldn't be long before Liyueru brought up a divorce with me. After all, with Liyueru's current net worth and fame, she wasn't someone I could match. Right at this moment, I finished my phone call and walked back inside from the exterior. I looked toward Erika Sato with a smile. Classmate Leo, do you really want to know what kind of dramas my wife acts in? Squeezing out what she believed to be an innocent smile, Erika Sato spoke with a slightly pitiful voice. I'm merely just curious. My tone remained as calm as ever. Yet Yukina Natsukawa, standing aside, could still clearly catch a trace of coldness within it. However, Yukina Natsukawa wasn't surprised. Although the time she spent interacting with me wasn't long, she knew I was a mild-mannered speaker. But even the most mild-mannered person has a temper. Erika Sato was also a bit startled. After I finished the call, I informed the two of them. Something came up over at the scenic area that requires me to head over. But upon hearing that I was rushing off to the scenic area, my mom instantly grew a bit worried. I shook my head to comfort her, saying it wasn't a major issue, and subsequently told Yukina Natsukawa and her companion to sit and rest at my house first. Though Yukina Natsukawa was curious, there were obviously things that an outsider like her shouldn't probe into. But how could Erika Sato be willing to stay behind? This was the first time she had achieved such high traffic and popularity since she started streaming, so how could she easily give it up? Even though she clearly knew I said I had business, she still insisted on following. It was hard to tell whether she just had low emotional intelligence or if she was willing to throw away her self-respect entirely for the sake of traffic. Seeing my peculiar expression, Erika Sato actually dragged Yukina Natsukawa out to act as a shield, claiming that Yukina Natsukawa, just like her, would come along to the Wulong scenic area for the sake of my popularity. But what Erika Sato absolutely never expected was that Yukina Natsukawa refused without the slightest hesitation. Erika Sato's smile stiffened. She hadn't expected Yukina Natsukawa to slap her in the face on the spot, and she couldn't help but complain about Yukina Natsukawa in her heart. Following that, I paid no further heed to Erika Sato's opinion, turned around, hopped onto my little electric scooter, and left. After I departed, Yukina Natsukawa looked at the cute, well-behaved Mitsuki, wishing she could just scoop Mitsuki up into her arms. Seeing Mitsuki sitting on the sofa nearby reading a book, she smiled, finally finding a topic to start a conversation. However, what Mitsuki was reading was actually a book probing into human nature. Let alone Yukina Natsukawa, even the netizens wouldn't believe a 3-year-old child could understand an adult's book. But Yukina Natsukawa didn't call her out. After all, children have self-esteem too. Erika Sato, however, didn't show as much consideration. She squeezed out a gentle smile to coax my daughter, saying that if she just read a bit of this book out loud, she would give my daughter a reward. In her mind, the rewards a child could think of were nothing more than toys or snacks, which could be settled by spending a tiny bit of pocket change. However, what my daughter Mitsuki wanted turned out to be a pair of glasses that could traverse worlds. This instantly left her utterly bewildered, until she saw a netizen's comment saying that these glasses were this year's hottest VR headset. Only then did she catch on. Just by putting on these glasses, one could experience different scenes, giving a person the sensation of traveling through time and space. These things came in cheap and expensive versions. When the time came, she could just buy a cheap one to brush it off, and it would be perfectly fine. But the class beauty, Yukina Natsukawa, interrupted her at this moment, kindly reminding this classmate named Erika Sato to check the price first. She hadn't expected that it would completely shock Erika Sato out of her wits. These long-tan glasses that could make a person feel entirely immersed were a piece of black technology costing tens of thousands of yuan even for a second-hand pair. But entirely beyond expectation, my mom spoke up, saying there was no need for Erika Sato to break her bank because long before Mitsuki returned from school, I had already had my mom place one in my daughter's room. Mitsuki sat down onto the back of the nearby black pig and rushed toward her room. This scene instantly left the netizens dumbfounded. It turned out this pig actually served this kind of purpose. But when Mitsuki came back holding an exquisite box, sharp-eyed netizens immediately spotted the word Max engraved on the box. The entire live stream room felt like an exploding bomb. Many netizens rushed to the Longten Group's official account to drop comments. When will the Max version be released? Leaving the customer service ladies completely bewildered. To diffuse the anger, they patiently explained that it hadn't been released on the market at all, but the questioning netizens didn't believe them at all, even stating that the evidence was being streamed live online. Soon, news regarding the Longteng Max version glasses rapidly shot up the trending searches, even alerting the upper management of the Longteng Group. At this time, a panicked female secretary handed a tablet to a middle-aged man, explaining the situation in Yukina Natsukawa's livestream room. A strange look suddenly flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Ever since the preview for the Max version glasses was released at the beginning of the year, counterfeit VR glasses mimicking the exterior design had appeared on the market, but the one appearing this time was indeed an authentic product. When he saw that the Longkang Group's official account had actually already issued a response, his face changed instantly. Blindly jumping to conclusions before the matter was fully clarified was a massive taboo in business. As an upper-level executive of the Longteng Group, he naturally understood certain matters. Although this version of the glasses hadn't been released on the market, it had actually been in production long ago. It was only due to certain reasons that they halted external sales. Following that, he instructed his secretary to quickly have someone issue an official retraction and clarification announcement. Seeing the announcement issued by the Longteng Group, the netizens immediately forwarded it. When Erika Sato saw it, she held up her phone with a bit of schadenfreude, smiling as she told Mitsuki that what she held in her hand was a fake. But Mitsuki followed up by saying that the manufacturer naturally knows the authenticity of the product, but not everyone knows the truth from falsehood. These words, which were extremely inconsistent with her age, instantly astonished Yukina Natsukawa, Was this really a child just over 3 years old? But before long, the livestream chat room was flooded with comments about the Longtang Group's new official announcement. Yukina Natsukawa clicked over to take a look, and the very next second she was completely dazed. The account manager posted incorrect statements without authorization and has now been dismissed. Following this operation by the Longtang Group, it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Erika Sato froze. The announcement mentioned previously had already been deleted, and her face instantly turned quite unsightly. At the same time, because the Longtang Group's official account posts contradicted themselves, many tech enthusiasts flooded into the livestream room. This group of tech enthusiasts believed that the Longtang glasses were packed with black technology, and a single test would easily reveal the truth. But Yukina Natsukawa was a bit hesitant. If it were real, that would be fine, but if it were fake, she was highly afraid that Mitsuki would be disappointed in her father. Seeing such high popularity, Erika Sato naturally wouldn't let go of such great traffic. So she instantly enticed her. "Mitsuki, you say these 5th-generation Longtang glasses are real, then let Auntie test them out. I won't let you try them. I will only let the big sister try them." Mitsuki lifted her round chin, proudly urging Yukina Natsukawa to quickly give it a try. She wanted to make everyone completely convinced. Looking at Mitsuki's earnest little face, Yukina Natsukawa's heart was about to melt. As the saying goes, sharing joy is better than keeping it to oneself. Yukina Natsukawa immediately aimed the livestream camera at Mitsuki, whose serious look instantly charmed the crowd of viewer netizens. When Yukina Natsukawa put on the glasses, she fell into pitch darkness, but the next moment, Yukina Natsukawa was shocked. The originally spacious living room and the surrounding people vanished simultaneously. At this moment, she was standing within a dazzling virtual world, and a fluffy baby panda rolled right in front of her. Unable to resist, Yukina Natsukawa reached out a hand, and a soft, fluffy sensation instantly shocked her. It felt exactly like petting a cat. Yukina Natsukawa cried out in surprise, "This is way too realistic." Meanwhile, the netizens in reality watched Yukina Natsukawa talking to herself and reaching out randomly into thin air, and they immediately began to debate the authenticity of the glasses once more. By the time Yukina Natsukawa took off the glasses, her expression was extremely serious, and she firmly stated that the Longtang Max version glasses in her hand were real. Hearing the experience described by Yukina Natsukawa, the netizens instantly recalled that it was mentioned at the Longtang press conference that the AI assistant was a panda. But Erika Sato still didn't believe it. In her view, Yukina Natsukawa was just putting on an act just now. Before long, she put on an expression of feigned surprise and suggested letting her try it out. Many netizens also agreed. After all, they couldn't just take Yukina Natsukawa's word for it. Afterward, under everyone's gaze, Erika Sato put on the Longtang Max glasses. The netizens could all see that her movements were exactly the same as Yukina Natsukawa's. But Yukina Natsukawa felt a bit regretful at this moment for speaking the truth. Because these Longtang Max glasses hadn't hit the market yet, she suspected I had obtained them through improper means, which would undoubtedly land me a lawsuit. At this moment, she actually hoped Erika Sato would hide the truth. However, when Erika Sato took off the glasses, she indeed did not disappoint Yukina Natsukawa. Putting on a shocked look, she went against her conscience and said there was a tiny bit of tactile sensation, but compared to reality, there was a massive gap. But who would have thought that the moment Erika Sato glanced at the surging popularity of her live stream room, she turned around and admitted that this was indeed the newest model of Longtang glasses. For a time, this caused the netizens to bombard the Longtang official account, yet the Longtang Group still offered no reply whatsoever. The customer service would only state they weren't clear and didn't know, which instantly made everyone exceptionally curious about where I had procured it. Ill-intentioned individuals even darkly hinted at bribery. Only Mitsuki, being a child, was happy, because she believed she had stood up for her father. But Yukina Natsukawa let out a sigh in her heart. She didn't even know how to explain it anymore. If I had purchased it legally, it would certainly be fine, but the problem was that this was a product that hadn't even hit the market yet. However, for the sake of the live stream's popularity, Erika Sato actually began to slyly pry information out of my mom with an expectant look when everyone heard that I hadn't bought it, but that a friend had gifted it to me. It became even harder for people to believe. Saying this was nothing more than an excuse to cover up the truth, One had to know that this Longtang Max, which would be snatched up within seconds of hitting the shelves, was worth the down payment on a house, and if flipped by scalpers, the price could easily double. Yukina Natsukawa originally wanted to stop Erika Sato from pressing further, but my mom had already mentioned that the friend had sent more than just one pair. Just as they concluded that I was engaged in illicit collusion with an internal employee, Erika Sato pressed further. He believed that if he could dig out my friend's name, he could definitely latch onto a powerful connection at Longtang. But after a short while, proving that there is strength in numbers, the netizens managed to unearth my friend's true identity based strictly on a single name. They didn't know until they checked, and the check left them thoroughly startled. My friend was precisely the CEO of the Longtang Group. Yukina Natsukawa also came to her senses. If that were truly the case, then there seemed to be absolutely nothing wrong with the Longtang CEO gifting an unreleased product from his own company to a friend. Meanwhile, Erika Sato, who was originally feeling smug, was completely struck dumb. The Longtang CEO was worth tens of billions. Someone like me who struck it rich through demolition couldn't possibly have any ties to him. But seeing a flash of inspiration, she immediately searched for the CEO's photo on her phone to show my mom. Following that, she received an affirmative answer. However, faced with Erika Sato's repeated indirect skepticism, my mom also lost her patience. Pointing at a blonde youth in the photo, she said that this was the Longtang CEO. Erika Sato could no longer refute it, because the blonde youth in the photo indeed looked exactly like the current Longtang CEO. At the same time, the netizens also marveled that the low-profile, reserved CEO used to be a flashy, rebellious youth. Moreover, looking at the photo, classmate Hiroto had known the CEO before he even made his fortune. They unanimously agreed that I had stepped into incredible luck to hitch a ride on such a powerful connection, just like how if the person in front of the screen had been on brotherly terms with Jack Ma back when he was just a teacher. As the founder of Longtang, Zhang Zibing was undoubtedly a highly legendary existence, starting from scratch as a grassroots individual to becoming a globally renowned tech tycoon today. With the exposure of Longtang Group CEO Zhang Zibing, the popularity of Yukina Natsukawa's livestream room reached an unprecedented new peak. At this moment, inside the Longtang Group, General Manager Liu Huaxiang watched the entire process in the live stream, secretly rejoicing in his heart that he fortunately hadn't denied the authenticity of the Longtang glasses in Mitsuki's hands just now. Just then, a netizen thought of an incredible possibility. He felt that my acquaintance with Zhang Xuebing meant it was highly likely I had participated in investing in the Longtang Group back then. This comment flashed past Erika Sato's eyes, yet it thoroughly captured his attention. Immediately following that, he eagerly questioned my mom. But upon hearing my mom deny it, she put on a look of feigned regret to comfort her, though in her heart she was actually gloating. However, my mom mentioned that their current hundreds of millions in demolition funds were already something ordinary people could only dream of, which instantly left Erika Sato speechless. But what was astonishing was that a sharp gleam suddenly flashed through Erika Sato's eyes because she remembered a previous report stating that Zhang Zibing remained unmarried to this day. Following that, she sidled up to my mom, using the excuse of helping her fans inquire about the exact release date of the Max version glasses to actually ask for Zhang Zibing's contact information. Although the majority of netizens watched the livestream without much thought, smart netizens still exposed her in one word, mocking that a minor influencer like Erika Sato asking for a tech tycoon's phone number clearly showed her intentions were impure. But the large batch of tech enthusiasts who had flooded in earlier didn't care about these silly matters. They only wanted to know if they could purchase the glasses from my hands. Yet unexpectedly, while no conclusion could be reached on this end, the Longtang official account suddenly posted that the Longtang Max glasses were going on sale. At this moment, not just the livestream room, but the entire internet across all sectors instantly exploded. A large volume of netizens in the comments section claimed this was hunger marketing, treating them like suckers, and they all began calling for a collective boycott against purchasing. Yet these sneaky individuals leading the boycott turned around in the blink of an eye and snatched up every single pre-order slot across major platforms, even posting their payment records. As the pre-order popularity of the Longtang Group continued to climb, tech enthusiasts who were out of the loop flooded into Yukina Natsukawa's and Erika Sato's respective livestream rooms, causing the viewer counts to hit record highs repeatedly. But Yukina Natsukawa wasn't as thrilled as Erika Sato. After all, to her, the purpose of her visit from beginning to end was simply the mini version of the national goddess. Meanwhile, Kano Shiraishi, who was still filming, watched the live stream over here with great interest. Regarding my acquaintance with the Longteng group's Zhang Zubing, she knew that Zhang Zubing and I were sworn brothers. But Yukina Natsukawa didn't know any of this. Instead, she grew even more curious about me. Before long, she learned from my mom that my hobby truly was delivering food, usually doing absolutely nothing at home, living just like an unemployed vagrant. But hearing this from the side, Erika Sato felt I was completely uneducated and useless. Unexpectedly, the netizens actually brought their brains this time. Is Erika Sato out of her mind? Classmate Hiroto already has hundreds of millions, yet she's still obsessing over whether he has a job. Is she trying to find a sense of superiority over classmate Hiroto? However, my daughter lifted her chin, looking very proud. My papa is a manga artist! At this, Erika Sato froze for a moment and almost laughed out loud. But on second thought, given the experience of the previous few plot twists, she grew a bit skeptical that I truly might be a manga artist. Except the very next second, Mitsuki had already hopped onto the Black Pig's back, vanishing into her own room in a flash, and emerged finding several paper airplanes from inside. Looking at the paper airplanes handed over by Mitsuki, Yukina Natsukawa didn't know what to say. If these were manga manuscripts, there was absolutely no way they would be given to a child to fold into paper airplanes. But under Mitsuki's urging, Yukina Natsukawa opened the paper airplanes one by one, revealing black and white drawings with incredibly clean lines. Although she didn't particularly care for manga, the expressions, movements, and dialogue of the characters in the drawings were all vividly lifelike. The netizens were also incredibly impatient to have Yukina Natsukawa show them. Yet at the very first glance, the netizens felt that the outlines of the characters in the manuscript looked highly familiar. Although the manuscript was crumpled after being folded into paper airplanes, netizens who passionately loved manga could still see that the character in the drawing resembled Zhang Chulan. However, relying on just a single character wasn't enough to prove this was the manuscript of Under One Person. But it would have been better if Yukina Natsukawa hadn't flipped through them. With this flip, the entire livestream room exploded. Netizens began begging for my home's detailed address, all saying they wanted to mail me local specialties from all over. Yukina Natsukawa wasn't a manga fan, so she didn't understand the inner workings of the manga community. But according to the netizens' comments, these manuscripts belong to the most popular manga in the Dragon Kingdom, Under One Person, The Outcast. Inside a luxurious hotel room, Kano Shiraishi lay on the bed, watching the live stream room. To be honest, she deeply detested that Erika Sato, who kept questioning her daughter. Over these years, she had always been busy with filming, completely neglecting a good husband who silently supported her. It was also a blessing that her husband had always kept a low profile. Otherwise, with someone as excellent and brimming with talent as her husband, she would never have stood a chance. If it weren't for her husband, she would just be an ugly duckling. The livestream at the Hiroto household continued. Yukina Natsukawa's mind kept dwelling on whether my identity truly was the #1 manga artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Some netizens couldn't contain themselves and wanted them to go take a look at my study. Of course, without obtaining my permission, Yukina Natsukawa didn't dare go to the study. She could only look toward my mom and ask, Auntie Hiroto, how much longer until classmate Hiroto returns? My mom glanced at the wall clock and responded, it should be quite soon. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the courtyard. Papa is back! Sitting on the sofa, Mitsuki instantly jumped to the floor in excitement and ran outside the courtyard. Yukina Natsukawa responded with a smile, but deep down, she held an irrepressible excitement. He was finally back. Erika Sato, on the other side, wasn't nearly as thrilled as Yukina Natsukawa. At this moment, the entire live stream room boiled over. Excellent. The truth is about to come to light very soon. Do you guys think classmate Hiroto is actually that infamous, hiatus-prone author? I hope classmate Hiroto is, because that way we can mail him loving little gifts in the future. What loving little gifts? I think you mean a 40-meter-long blade. Holding Mitsuki in one arm, I walked inside. I smiled and nodded. Akira, Papa is back and you don't even come out to welcome me? Akira? Yukina Natsukawa paused for a moment. her gaze instantly scanning all around. Suddenly, she caught sight of a little boy quietly sitting to one side reading a book. How long had he been completely overlooked by her? Yukina Natsukawa couldn't figure out why. Clearly, she had reminded herself several times just now to pay more attention to this child, yet every time she turned her head, she forgot about him. Classmate Sia, classmate Liu. It's getting quite late. Why don't you stay over at my place for a simple, casual dinner before heading back? Papa, the big sister already promised Grandma to eat dinner at home, and we've already bought the groceries. Mitsuki wrapped her arms around my neck, replying in a crisp voice. Classmate Hiroto will be troubling you tonight then, Yukina Natsukawa said very politely. It's no trouble. You guys chat with my mom first, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare everything, I smiled. Streamer, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and ask classmate Hiroto if he is that hiatus-prone author. Seeing me, the crowd of netizens instantly grew anxious, repeatedly tagging Yukina Natsukawa to quickly ask about the manga. But before Yukina Natsukawa could even ask, Erika Sato beside her took the lead and spoke up. Classmate Hiroto, are you a plagiarist copycat? I froze for a moment, then countered with a question, appearing completely unfamiliar with the term plagiarist copycat that came out of Erika Sato's mouth. Looking at my completely confused and blank expression, many netizens revealed looks of disappointment one after another. A small portion of netizens also began making sarcastic, mocking remarks. If classmate Hiroto were that hiatus-prone author, it's impossible for him not to recognize his own pen name. What a shame, I really thought we found him. Got my hopes up for nothing. Tell me about it. Bought a bunch of razor blades for nothing. Looks like I'll have to return them. I knew it. How could someone who didn't even graduate from high school possibly be the #1 manga artist in the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing the disappointed expressions on Yukina Natsukawa and Erika Sato, I was a bit puzzled and asked, what is wrong with you guys? It's nothing. We just thought earlier that you were the copycat comic master, the most popular manga artist in the Dragon Kingdom in recent years. Shiamomo shook her head and explained softly. I looked at Mitsuki in my arms, feeling both amused and helpless. Mitsuki instantly flashed a playful and cute smile. I heard from the big sister that the manga you draw is read by many, many people. Seeing this, I could only reply helplessly. That is indeed drawn by me. In Erika Sato's eyes, I was just playing with words. Of course we know it was drawn by you. Too bad you only draw fan fiction. Don't tell me you could actually be the author of Under One Person? Erika Sato asked subconsciously. I cleared my throat and said with a straight, unblushing face, how should I put it? Theoretically speaking, in this Dragon Kingdom, I really am the author. Instantly, Erika Sato froze, and the crowd of netizens was also stunned. What did classmate Hiroto mean? What did he mean by, theoretically speaking, in this Dragon Kingdom, he is the author? The person upstairs still doesn't get it. This is him admitting that he is that infamous hiatus-prone author. Although Yukina Natsukawa didn't feel I was the type of person to brag just for the sake of pride, she still wanted to double-check. I nodded. I just drew it casually. Mitsuki was extremely happy and instantly looked at Erika Sato with a touch of smugness. Auntie, my papa has already admitted it. You're not going to make me hurry up and bring out evidence to prove it, are you? Erika Sato's face turned ugly all at once. After many manga fans realized that I was indeed that hiatus-prone author, they instantly grew ecstatic and transformed into expert chapter demanders. Brothers, no need to return those loving razor blades anymore. Send them straight to classmate Hiroto. Now I finally understand why that author always delays his updates. Turns out he has a massive fortune from demolition compensation. Yet some netizens still doubted my identity. I still don't believe classmate Hiroto is that author. Does admitting it with his own mouth make it true? If I say I'm the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, does that make me the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom? Those who still doubt classmate Hiroto's identity? Go look at the official account of Yinji Mankei right now. At the same time, inside the editorial department of Yinji Mankei, a gentlemanly-looking man spoke with a somewhat hesitant expression. Chief Editor, will it be bad for us to do this? After all, Hiroto Lian previously explicitly instructed us not to expose his identity. Was it us who exposed it? A portly, mild-mannered, middle-aged man asked with a smile. The gentlemanly man was stumped by the question. Come to think of it, it really seemed to be Hiroto Lian who admitted it himself. Over these years, we haven't helped him collect fewer razor blades sent by manga fans. Those who know us know we're a manga platform. Those who don't would think we sell knives. We've already filled up several warehouses with razor blades. I feel that even if our company stops making manga, we could make a living just selling scrap iron. In the future, we don't need to press him for updates, just let his fans do it. For a time, the entire manga community seemed to explode, and countless netizens flooded into Yukina Natsukawa's livestream room, causing her viewer count to skyrocket frantically. She found it hard to believe. She had never imagined that one day her livestream's popularity could reach such heights. Classmate Liu, you don't need to doubt it anymore. The official account of Yinjumankon has already confirmed classmate Hiroto's identity. Yukina Natsukawa looked at Erika Sato with a smile. Erika Sato glared at Yukina Natsukawa, acting as if she were blind. Classmate Hiroto, you are too amazing. To think you could actually draw such wonderful manga. Erika Sato instantly put on a face full of adoration, her voice becoming exceptionally flirtatious. The corners of Yukina Natsukawa's mouth twitched a few times. This attitude shift was simply too fast. Seeing this, the netizens in the live stream also began to criticize her. Why does this streamer look like she's interested in classmate Hiroto? The moment she found out classmate Hiroto is that author, she practically couldn't wait to throw herself at him. You objectifying men have such filthy minds. Our Eri-chan is just engaging in classmate conversation? What's so big about drawing manga anyway? It's far below those manga artists from the island country. For a moment, the crowd of netizens suddenly fell into a fierce debate. Some netizens felt that Dragon Kingdom manga had already risen, and although there was still a small gap compared to island country manga, it could still catch up given enough time. But they were immediately refuted by other netizens. Dragon Kingdom manga and island country manga are fundamentally incomparable. One is limited to a specific region, while the other is globally renowned. One Piece, Naruto, which of these isn't a global hit? The thing is, all these manga are the work of a single person. That mysterious tycoon is called Genie Taimei. He is a world-famous manga artist, while classmate Hiroto is merely famous within the Dragon Kingdom. That is the gap. Speaking of which, that author and that Jimei, author from the island country, share two common quirks. Both love to serialize multiple manga at once, and both love to delay updates. Yukina Natsukawa naturally also noticed that the livestream chat was discussing that island country manga artist named Genie Taimei. Because the name Genie Taimei was highly bizarre, she remembered it. This Genie Taimei was actually a manga artist from the island country, whose various manga swept across the globe. Although my manga was highly famous within the Dragon Kingdom, its reach wasn't nearly as high on a global scale. Seeing that Erika Sato was still pestering me, Yukina Natsukawa cut off her questioning with a light smile. Classmate Hiroto, they are all very curious about when those few manga under your pen will be updated. I cleared my throat. I've been a bit busy lately, in a few days. Regarding my words, many netizens didn't have a shred of trust. Your under one person hasn't updated for half a month, and my Fox Spirit matchmaker hasn't updated for almost a month. Updating in a few days? Which exact manga are you even updating? Of course it should be Rakshasa Street or Die Now. No arguments accepted, there must be a specific time. Many netizens didn't have a shred of trust at all. After all, this author was a notorious repeat offender. Papa, you can't let the older brothers and sisters down, okay? Mitsuki said, blinking her bright, large eyes. I was caught between tears and laughter. Updating all the manga? Incredible! Why do I feel like classmate Hiroto is only updating for Mitsuki's sake? I remember classmate Hiroto has as many as 10 manga. Can he even finish drawing them? Of course he couldn't finish them, but for the sake of his daughter, the author was giving it his all. Seeing my response, many netizens suspected there must be a stockpile of manuscripts. After all, how could one person simultaneously update more than 10 manga within a single week? Therefore, they suggested that Yukina Natsukawa go take a look at my study. After a moment of hesitation, Yukina Natsukawa brought up the netizens' request. I nodded with a smile and led them to the study. Right after entering, I received a phone call from my wife, so I let them look around on their own. Erika Sato didn't have many reservations. She reached out and took a manga book from the bookshelf. After a while, I returned after finishing the call. Erika Sato immediately placed the manga back into its original spot, squeezed out a flirtatious smile, and said, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Genie Taimei too. Classmate Hiroto. Classmate Hiroto. I see many people in the live stream comparing your manga to that great deity Ji-mei from the island country. How do you feel your manga compares to great deity Ji-mei's manga? Mitsuki beside me said with absolute confidence, I think my papa's manga is definitely better than that Jiji Taimei's. Erika Sato's eyes instantly lit up. Mitsuki, your papa is also his fan. Look, all these manga are collected by your papa. You're lying, Mitsuki said huffily. Those manga weren't collected by Papa, they were given to Papa by other people. Papa didn't even want them, but they still sent them over. Seeing that Erika Sato looked entirely unconvinced, Mitsuki tugged at my hand and pouted her small lips. I smiled and nodded. See? Even my papa says so. Erika Sato put on a look of feigned surprise. Then that's strange. Why would other people mail you Jini Taimei's manga? It should be said they were mailed to me for verification. Mailed to you for verification? Erika Sato asked subconsciously. What do you mean by mailed to you for verification? The crowd of netizens in the live stream was also completely bewildered. Erika Sato suddenly thought of something, and her hairs instantly stood on end. Classmate Hiroto, do you mean? The live stream chat exploded all at once, with many netizens expressing disbelief. Holy crap, no way! I don't believe Classmate Hiroto is that author Ji-mei. After all, manga isn't like a web novel. Classmate Hiroto must just be talking big. It's getting late. I should go cook dinner. Saying this, I turned around and left. Watching me leave, Erika Sato immediately pulled a manga book from the nearby shelf and flipped to the very last page. Holy crap, the cover was in the island country's language, but the content inside was in the Dragon Kingdom's language. This was a proof copy, a few books printed before formal publication for specialists to check and verify. Generally speaking, aside from the editor in charge of the book, only the original author would receive them. Holy crap, that author Ji-mei was also him. Soon, the exposure of my identity ignited the entire internet once again. After Yukina Natsukawa, Mitsuki, and I came out, we entered the kitchen to start preparing dinner. At this time, Erika Sato walked in from outside with a face full of smiles. Classmate Hiroto, can I ask how you managed to draw so many manga simultaneously by yourself? Classmate Hiroto, do you have a dedicated team responsible for drawing the manga? I stopped my movements and looked at Erika Sato with a flat, calm expression. My papa doesn't have a drawing team at all. I often watch my papa draw. He draws super fast and finishes a page in no time. Mitsuki lifted her chin, her cute little face filled with earnest confidence. Mitsuki, go to the study and bring Papa a piece of blank paper and a pencil. Without a second thought, Mitsuki ran toward the study. A moment later, Mitsuki handed the pencil and blank paper to me. Subsequently, I immediately leaned over the table and began to draw. My hand holding the pencil moved rapidly. The tip of the pen seemed to guide a continuous, unbroken fine line, weaving and winding across the paper. Very quickly, scenes, characters, and dialogue all appeared before their eyes. Yukina Natsukawa was stunned, Erika Sato was stunned, and the crowd of netizens in the live stream fell entirely silent. Ever since my identity was exposed, the entire internet became incredibly lively all at once. After all, the current me was no longer just the #1 manga artist of the Dragon Kingdom. At the beginning, there were still people who didn't believe I was that master manga artist Jini Taimei from the island country. But when Jini Taimei's publishing company, Shueisha, issued a statement confirming that I was indeed Jini Taimei, the global manga community was thoroughly shaken. Topics regarding me went viral across the entire internet. Meanwhile, the person Yukina Natsukawa's studio was scheduled to meet for the next livestream turned out to be Chihao. Soon, in the blink of an eye, the day of the next livestream meetup arrived. A man wearing a black suit, with a tall stature, handsome features, a prominent beer belly, and a pair of sunglasses walked up to Yukina Natsukawa. Are you Chihao? Looking at the appearance of the large-bellied man before her, Yukina Natsukawa was still a bit uncertain. It's me. Chihao grinned, sitting opposite Yukina Natsukawa without the slightest politeness. You guys aren't needed here. The two of you wait for me outside. The two men who looked like bodyguards gave an affirmative response and walked away slowly. The crowd of netizens in the livestream fell into a flurry of discussion. A big gold watch. Definitely a nouveau riche. By the way, School Beauty Natsukawa, how did you find my contact information? Chihao asked out of curiosity. Classmate Hiroto told me. Yukina Natsukawa explained. How could you know my private number? Turns out Hiroto-san told you. Chihao realized suddenly. Classmate Chi, are you very close with classmate Hiroto? If it weren't for Hiroto-san, there wouldn't be the me of today, Chihao said very proudly. Yukina Natsukawa didn't quite understand the meaning behind Chihao's words, but right at this moment, a phone ringtone abruptly rang out. Chihao pulled a phone from his leather bag. His expression looked highly impatient. After saying a few brief words, he hung up the call. Seriously, it's just building a few pig farms. They have to bother me even for such a minor matter. Chihao looked completely helpless. The livestream chat fell into a discussion. I thought this classmate Chi was a coal boss. Turns out he's a pig farmer. What's even funnier is that this guy brings 2 bodyguards just to meet a classmate. Is he afraid someone will steal his pigs? The netizens who previously couldn't stand Chihao instantly broke into cold sarcasm and mockery. Classmate Chi, I heard you say just now that you are building pig farms. Do you raise a lot of pigs? Not that many. Less than 10 million heads. Yukina Natsukawa had just picked up her coffee to take a light sip when she suddenly burst into a violent cough. The crowd of netizens was also thoroughly shocked by Chihao's words. Could this classmate Chi really be a massive pig farming tycoon? 10 million pigs. This can no longer be called just a massive pig farming tycoon. I will raise even more pigs in the future, Chihao suddenly lamented. Hiroto-san is still the one who truly knows how to raise pigs. That little spotted pig Mitsuki raises is so obedient. Shiamomo asked in bewilderment. Classmate Hiroto knows how to raise pigs? Chihao said with a serious and earnest expression. The feed for my pig farms is all personally formulated by Hiroto-san. The pigs raised from it are all stout, tender, and delicious. Classmate Chi, what is your pig farming base called? Shiamomo looked up and asked Chihao. It's called Penguin Pig Farming. Just as Yukina Natsukawa was about to say that this name was quite interesting, a bullet comment instantly stunned the crowd of netizens. I just searched Penguin Pig Farming online, and it turns out this Penguin Pig Farming was the one created by the old boss of Penguin Games a few years ago. The CEO of Penguin Games is also surnamed Chi. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between this Chihao and the CEO of Penguin Games, Chi Lei? They share the same surname, and he handed such a massive pig farm over to Chihao to manage. It must be a very close relationship. Maybe Chihao and Chi Lei are biological brothers. Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but ask again. I see netizens saying you look very similar to the CEO of Penguin Games, Chi Lei, and everyone is guessing what your relationship with Chi Lei is. Chi Lei is me. And I am Chi Lei. Yukina Natsukawa was stunned, and the crowd of netizens was also dumbfounded. Seeing that Shiamomo still wore a face full of disbelief, Chihao smiled and pulled a business card from his leather bag. Actually, raising pigs is just my hobby. Game development is my main business. This is my business card. Classmate Chi, when did you change your name? Back during a university gathering? It was all because Hiroto-san once said that if my name, Chihao, were placed in a fantasy cultivation novel, it would definitely be a main character's setup, but placed in reality, it's just an extra. Later on, I changed it to my current name. In the center of an ancient, simple, and elegant Taoist temple within the Wulong scenic area, I was sunbathing on a rocking chair. Mitsuki ran over with great excitement, holding up her phone to show me the live stream. At this moment in the live stream, Chihao was thoroughly enjoying talking about his past experience of getting to know me in an internet cafe. Don't look at how I was surrounded by several street punks back then. I wasn't scared at all. Joining forces with Hiroto-san, we knocked down over a dozen people. Watching Chihao's high-spirited, pride-filled look, I laughed and shook my head. Classmate Chi, do you think classmate Hiroto knows martial arts? Yukina Natsukawa asked. He definitely does, Chihao said with absolute certainty. Leaving aside the matter of Hiroto-san and me encountering street punks at the internet cafe back then, just take the bodyguards around me. Every single one of them retired as a top hand from the military, yet all of them charging together are no match for Hiroto-san. My bodyguards even sparred with classmate Hiroto. I'll show you guys the video. In the video, my movements were extremely swift. Surrounded by 5 people, while rapidly dodging, a single punch and kick actually forced all 5 people backward. The video was only a dozen or so seconds long, but one could still see that my skills were exceptionally formidable. Meanwhile, the crowd of netizens in the live stream was completely stunned. Holy crap, classmate Hiroto's skills are this good? The moment this video came out, it instantly got many netizens excited. Soon, heated discussions regarding Dragon Kingdom martial arts rapidly fermented across major platforms. Seeing many netizens in the live stream attacking the so-called Dragon Kingdom martial arts as flashover substance, useless showmanship, Yukina Natsukawa felt indignant in her heart. Seeing Yukina Natsukawa's sullen face, Chihao's broad face split into a grin. Wanting to know if Hiroto-san knows martial arts is very easy. Let's just go straight to his house to verify it. It just so happens we can go over to Hiroto-san's place to freeload a meal. The moment the two stepped out of the coffee shop, they saw a silver van parked outside. At this time, a man wearing a black suit with a tall stature immediately pulled open the door of the silver van. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. After an unknown amount of time, Yukina Natsukawa and the others arrived at the Wulong scenic area. Leaving one bodyguard behind, Chihao led Yukina Natsukawa into the scenic area. The group walked up the steps paved with stone slabs, heading upward continuously for an unknown amount of time. Yukina Natsukawa faintly spotted a Taoist temple on the mountain. After resting for a short while in the temple, Yukina Natsukawa and the others set off once more, arriving before a flight of steps. Beside the steps stood several wooden plaques, with the words, "No trespassing" written on them. Walking up the steps, Chihao explained with a smile, "It's fine even if you wander in by mistake, because you will eventually just walk back to the Taoist temple." On the other side, in the parking lot of the Wulong scenic area, several people stood in front of a business van, led by a burly, tall man. The tall man had a resolute face and wore a tight, short-sleeved shirt, outlining his 8-pack abs that looked as if carved by a knife, exposing 2 thick, muscular arms. This person was an online influencer streamer dedicated to exposing fake martial arts, a freestyle kickboxer who had won a championship in an international amateur kickboxing competition. And his purpose in coming to the Wulong scenic area today was to challenge classmate Hiroto, who currently held the highest popularity across the entire internet. Meanwhile, Xiaomomo and Chihao had also reached the mountaintop, and everyone was sitting together leisurely drinking tea. Concurrently, Erika Sato followed Lei Hao and his group as they climbed up to the Taoist temple. Learning from the live stream that Lei Hao and his group were already at the Taoist temple on the mountainside and preparing to head up, Yukina Natsukawa felt a bit anxious. Did the netizens in the live stream say something again? Chihao asked with great interest. Actually, they didn't say much, just that the fraud-busting team has already come up the mountain. No need to mind them. Even if they climb up the mountain, they won't necessarily reach here. Lei Hao and the others looked at the Taoist temple before them. They had clearly been walking continuously up the mountain, so how did they end up walking right back to the Taoist temple? At this moment, the fans in Lei Hu's live stream room were also completely bewildered. To think that what Chihao said was true, if you don't know the path to the mountaintop, you will only end up back at the Taoist temple. This was simply too magical. At this time, refusing to believe in ghosts, Lei Hu vowed solemnly in the live stream that he would definitely reach the mountaintop, directly leading his team up the mountain once more. After a while, Lei Hu and that group of people walked right back to the Taoist temple again. Holy crap, which number time up the mountain is this? However, currently, that Lei Hu was still unresigned and prepared to continue up the mountain. The several members of Lei Hu's team looked at one another, and soon Lei Hu and the others returned to the Taoist temple once again. At this moment, aside from Lei Hao, who was doing slightly better, the others in his team were already panting heavily, their faces covered in sweat. I just discovered another flaw. This time we can definitely reach the mountaintop. Lei Hao revealed a confident smile and said, "Let's continue up the mountain." "Brother Lei, I really can't walk anymore," a tall, thin man in Lei Hao's team said feebly. "Me too," another person chimed in. Lei Hao's brows knit tightly, and he said impatiently, Fine, you guys just rest here at the Taoist temple. I'll go up by myself." Saying this, Lei Hao strode toward the mountaintop, leaving behind a heroic silhouette. This time, Lei Hao didn't take the usual path, choosing instead to directly climb over the guardrail and head toward the mountaintop. Since he wasn't taking the stone steps, the mountain path was extremely difficult to navigate. Not only was it rugged and steep, but both the left and right sides were covered in brambles. Lei Hao's actions instantly sparked controversy. Some felt Lei Hao was looking for death, but Lei Hao's fans felt there couldn't possibly be any danger inside a scenic area's mountains. Holy crap, streamer, quickly look behind you. Suddenly, the livestream comment section was frantically flooded with messages. Lei Hao paused, but before he could even turn around, a strange sound abruptly came from behind. Lei Hao swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. At this moment, not far away, a massive wild boar with long, sharp tusks was staring at him with blood-red eyes. Lei Hao's heart leapt into his throat, and without a second word, he turned tail and ran. The crowd of netizens in the livestream also saw that massive wild boar, and all of them were left dumbfounded. Lei Hao ran all the way toward the mountaintop, running for an unknown amount of time before finally coming to a stop. Suddenly, a rustling sound drifted over. At this moment, a long and thick python slithered over slowly while flicking its tongue. This completely broke Lei Hao out into a cold sweat. Lei Hao slowly took a few steps back, then turned around and ran for his life. This instance caused the entire live stream room to boil over. On the other side, Lei Hao felt somewhat like crying without tears, because along the way, not only did he encounter a massive wild boar and a massive python, but he also ran into a pack of detestable monkeys. The crowd of netizens in the live stream was left thoroughly dumbfounded. Lei Hao also stood frozen on the spot. What was going on? He had clearly been climbing toward the mountaintop continuously, so how did he end up back at the Taoist temple again? At this time, Lei Hao began clamoring inside the Taoist temple for me to come down the mountain and accept his challenge, even saying that as long as I dared come down to challenge him, regardless of winning or losing, he would give me 1 million yuan. Because Mitsuki wanted to watch me spar, I readily accepted the challenge. Upon hearing that I agreed to spar, the livestream room erupted instantly. Some believed I possessed true ability, but even more netizens didn't feel I could be a match for Lei Hao. Hearing that I agreed to spar, Lei Hao was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, a chorus of pig oinks rang out, followed by a massive figure rushing down from the stone steps. Seeing Lei Hao's utterly astonished look, the crowd of netizens instantly fell into a flurry of discussion. "Brother Lei, look, is there a child sitting on top of the pig?" the scrawny man beside him asked out of curiosity. When that pig came rushing down wildly, Lei Hao and the others instinctively took a few steps back, and a petite, adorable figure instantly entered their sight. The little girl before them had a face that was pink and cute, with a pair of bright, soulful eyes that were perfectly round, looking like 2 curved crescent moons when she smiled. The little girl wore a lovely pink dress, white little shoes on her feet, a pink hair clip on her head, and her smile was filled with innocent, adorable, and beautiful charm. "Are you the person who wants to spar with my papa?" Mitsuki sat on Mantu's back, blinking a pair of lively, large eyes as she asked in a crisp voice. Lei Hao paused for a moment and immediately reacted. Turns out, this adorable little girl was that Hiroto Kasamatsuri's daughter. "That's right, it's me." Lei Hao gave a dry cough. He originally wanted to act deep and serious, but seeing such an adorable little girl, his voice couldn't help but soften by a few degrees. "Then follow me up the mountain." The group of people walked into the mountains. Suddenly, a roar that echoed through the skies rang out within the mountain forest. Everyone looked around alertly, deeply afraid that some wild beast would rush out from the bushes. Compared to Lei Hao and his group's highly alert expressions, Mitsuki's eyes flickered, her bright, large eyes revealing a trace of mischievous playfulness. Due to the sudden tiger roar, Lei Hao and the others couldn't help but quicken their pace by a few notches, wanting only to reach the mountaintop as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Yukina and Natsukawa on the mountaintop also similarly heard the tiger roar echoing from the mountain forest. "There are tigers in these mountains? Aren't you guys afraid living here?" Yukina Natsukawa swallowed hard and looked at me out of curiosity. "It's all right," I said casually. Yukina Natsukawa was speechless. "School beauty Natsukawa, rest assured, these mountains are perfectly safe. Back in the day, I didn't come here fewer times with that kid Zubing to have barbecues." Chihao on the side laughed heartily. "Is the Subing President Chi mentioned the Longteng Group CEO Zhang Zubing?" "It's definitely the Longteng Group's President Zhang. What right or capability does a mere comic artist like classmate Hiroto have?" What does the person upstairs mean? Do people like President Chi and President Zhang, who are worth tens of billions, need to look at money when making friends? Why are their comments hating on classmate Hiroto again? Actually, compared to ordinary people, classmate Hiroto is absolutely not bad. But compared to President Chi and President Zhang, it's simply a difference between heaven and earth. In my view, for classmate Hiroto to be acquainted with the CEO of Penguin Games and the CEO of Longtang Group is a kind of capability in itself. What kind of capability is that? Yukina Natsukawa also saw some comments mocking me in the live stream, and she instantly grew furious, the thoughts making her angrier the more she dwelt on them. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Classmate Chi, do you and the Longtang Group CEO Zhang Zubing frequently come here to classmate Hiroto's place for barbecues and picnics? Not exactly frequently, just once every few days, Chihao smiled modestly. Once every few days? Momo dazed for a moment. Wasn't that exactly what frequently meant? I didn't expect you to be so free, classmate Chi. I thought someone like you would be incredibly busy. The affairs in the company are handled by the people below. I'm just someone keeping an eye on the place. Chihao couldn't help but laugh it off, his peripheral vision subtly glancing at me on the side. At this moment, I was leisurely brewing tea. School Beauty Natsukawa, do you think I'm the only one who's free? The ones barbecuing on the mountaintop aren't limited to just me and that kid Zubing. Regarding the people who barbecued together with Chihao, the crowd of netizens was exceptionally curious, and because of this, it even shot up the short video trending searches. The popularity of Yukina Natsukawa's livestream room surged explosively. Then can classmate Chi share what kind of people they are? I'm sure the netizens in the livestream must be very curious. Yukina Natsukawa smiled. This needs to be asked of Hiroto-san. Chihao's gaze couldn't help but look toward me on the side. Suit yourself, it's not like it's a big deal anyway. I waved my hand. Here is the English translation, maintaining the paragraph structure of the original text. School Beauty Natsukawa, you'll know once you look at this, Chihao said, unable to contain his excitement as he handed his phone to Yukina Natsukawa. Yukina Natsukawa immediately took the phone, glanced at it, and suddenly froze completely. What on earth did the streamer see? Why did she stop talking? Streamer, let us see the photo. Seeing Yukina Natsukawa staring blankly at the phone, the curiosity of the netizens was instantly piqued. Coming back to her senses and seeing the live stream chat being frantically flooded with messages, Yukina Natsukawa took a deep breath. Let me see, I said with interest, taking the phone from Yukina Natsukawa's hand. Looking at the photo on the screen, I cast a half smile at Chihao. You actually took a photo? Hiroto-san, you can't blame me for this. The phone snapped it entirely by accident. The live stream chat continued to be flooded with messages as countless netizens desperately wanted to know the contents of the photo. Momo looked at me, and then at Chihao. School Beauty Natsukawa, didn't you just ask me if this photo could be shown to the netizens? Well, you shouldn't ask me about this. You have to ask Hiroto-san, Chihao said with a chuckle, shrugging his shoulders. Yukina Natsukawa was taken aback for a moment. Alright, actually, this photo is nothing special anyway. I chuckled and shook my head. Unable to wait any longer, Yukina Natsukawa quickly displayed the photo for the crowd of netizens in the live stream to see. When the photo appeared in the live stream, some netizens instantly began to complain. Why is the photo entirely filled with men? In the photo, there was Boss Ma of TaoTao.com, the president of Tuan Chuan Takeout, the CEO of Kwaidari, and even the president of Fengshan Express was present. Holy crap, so many bosses of listed companies having a barbecue on the mountaintop. The crowd of netizens in the livestream grew highly curious about the identities of the remaining few people in the photo. I know one of them. He's the boss of a listed company that manufactures automotive paint. The person upstairs probably doesn't know that they don't just make automotive paint. They are also a supplier of stealth materials for domestic fighter jets. As for another person in the photo, I just searched online, and his status is just as high. He's the boss of a fishing rod company. But the fishing rods this boss makes are no ordinary fishing rods. They actually developed the world's highest strength grade of carbon fiber. This completely shatters my reality. The crowd of netizens in the live stream grew more and more excited as they chatted, to the point where they had even forgotten about someone coming to challenge me. Inside a luxury hotel suite, Kano Shireishi stared blankly at the live stream. She recognized several of the people in the photo. Leaving aside Chihao and Zhang Zubing, Those two were my good brothers. As for the others, they were respectively the president of Taotao.com, the CEO of Koidadi, the president of Function Express, and a new energy president. However, she had only come to know these people either through business collaborations or through information on the internet. Yet she never would have imagined in her wildest dreams that these people had actually had a barbecue with me before. Kano Shireishi took a deep breath. She suddenly recalled that I had once invited her to a barbecue on the mountaintop, saying it was to let her meet a few friends, but she had politely declined at the time. A memory surfaced in her mind. On one occasion, during a collaboration with Taotao.com, Boss Ma of Taotao.com had personally received her and treated her with exceptional warmth and courtesy. At the time, she had simply thought that Boss Ma of Taotao.com was just a naturally approachable person. Now that she thought about it, could it have had something to do with me? Looking at the photo where I stood right in the center barbecuing with a warm and close smile, Kano Shiraishi let out a bitter laugh. Over these years, because of her career, she had neglected so many things, to the point where she didn't even know what kind of friends I hung out with. As the identities of the people in the photo were exposed one by one, a headline titled, "Have you ever seen a barbecue gathering worth trillions?" rapidly shot to the top of the short video trending searches, even spreading to various forums and online boards. The popularity of Yukina Natsukawa's livestream room exploded frantically all at once. Hiroto Asahi appeared by my side, whispering something into my ear. "I'll go take a phone call." I got up and left. "I'm here!" Right at this moment, Mitsuki rode Mantu and charged onto the mountaintop. At this time, seeing a courtyard house appear before his eyes, Leihao felt slightly shocked in his heart. But one thing left him incredibly bewildered. Aside from encountering a single fork in the road along the way, the entire journey had been a straight line, yet they had been completely unable to reach the mountaintop until Mitsuki led them right up. In fact, it wasn't just Lei Hu who had this doubt. Even many netizens in his livestream were thoroughly perplexed. One had to keep in mind that Lei Hu's several attempts up the mountain had been live-streamed the entire time. This is so strange. I just watched the path that little girl took. It clearly looked no different from the one great deity Lei took before. How come the little girl could reach it while great deity Lei couldn't? There's only one fork on the route to the mountaintop. Mitsuki took the left side. Great deity Lei had also taken the left path before. In fact, great deity Lei tried both paths but reached neither. That is simply too bizarre. Leihao adjusted his state of mind and looked around. He didn't see any sign of me, only a long-legged great beauty, the CEO of Penguin Games Chi Lei, and his several bodyguards. "Are you the influencer who came to challenge Hiroto-san?" Chihao lifted his eyes and glanced at Leihao. Facing the big CEO of Penguin Games, Leihao's confidence was clearly somewhat lacking. "Your courage is commendable." Chihao nodded. A myriad of question marks immediately popped up all over Leihao's forehead. Suddenly, holding my hands behind my back, I strolled leisurely out of the house. Mitsuki instantly hopped down happily from Mantu's back, jogged over, and threw herself into my arms. I affectionately rubbed Mitsuki's little head, then nodded in greeting toward Leihao. Leihao also hurriedly nodded back in response. "Classmate Hiroto, you certainly kept us in the dark completely." At this moment, Liu Chunan suddenly laughed. "What did I hide from you guys?" Carrying Mitsuki with one arm, I walked toward the stone table. "That you're a Taoist priest," Liu Chunan said. "If it weren't thanks to Yukina Natsukawa, we wouldn't even know your ancestors were originally Taoist priests." Classmate Hiroto. "It's not exactly any big deal," I replied casually. "Who says so? I've heard that Taoist priests are extremely formidable. They can help people catch ghosts, exorcise evil spirits, and even tell fortunes," Liu Chunan said with a highly exaggerated expression. Leihao didn't care at all about whether I could catch ghosts or tell fortunes. He interrupted directly, saying, "Classmate Hiroto, let's skip the nonsense. How about we start the match right away?" Liu Chunan cursed inwardly. This Leihao truly lacked any situational awareness. Couldn't he see she was digging a pit for me? "No rush. You guys have been climbing the mountain for so long and must be tired. Come over and have a cup of tea." Leihao swallowed his dry throat. "Then we won't stand on ceremony. Why hasn't the match started yet? I've been waiting until the flowers have withered." I bet he's definitely scared, which is why he's deliberately stalling for time. Is it possible that he wants to use the tea drinking time to build a connection? That way, during the match, Great Deity Lei might hold back a bit more. The livestream chat was filled with varied discussions. The tea has been drunk. I wonder when you will match with me, classmate Hiroto. Lei Hao set his teacup on the table, his gaze locking tightly onto me. Do we really have to match? I asked. This question left Lei Hao stumped. In the beginning, he had come purely for traffic and popularity. Afterward, getting lost on the mountain, encountering a massive wild boar and a giant python, and being bullied by a pack of wild monkeys made him angrier the more he thought about it, leaving him wishing he could give me a sound beating to vent the hatred in his heart. Later, upon meeting Mitsuki, he felt he could leave me with a bit of dignity. But up until the moment he faced me directly, his originally valiant and spirited aura suddenly vanished without a trace, replaced by a mind full of self-interrogation. Coming back to his senses, Lei Hao immediately nodded. He secretly decided in his heart that, for the sake of Mitsuki and those few cups of tea, he would hold back heavily during the match later on. All right then, I sighed. Afterward, the two of us stood up and walked toward the open clearing, stating beforehand, "We stop as soon as a point is scored," I said, looking at Lei Hao opposite me. Lei Hao instinctively glanced at Mitsuki behind me. Mitsuki was cutely cheering and shouting words of encouragement. At the same time, Lei Hao put on his boxing gloves, while I still made no movement, my expression entirely calm. "Give classmate Hiroto a pair of gloves," Lei Hao said softly to his team. "I have no need for those things." I shook my head. Lei Hao didn't think too much of it. "Make your move." Lei Hao looked at me and smiled. "You're letting me make the first move?" I said with a strange tone. Lei Hao nodded with absolute confidence. "Are you two ready?" Then I'll call out, "Ready, start!" At Chihao's command, Lei Hao's figure fiercely lunged toward me. Yet as he neared me, I still made no movement whatsoever. Lei Hao's expression turned slightly surprised. Suddenly seeing me lift a foot to step forward, a sharp light flashed in Lei Hao's eyes, and just as he was about to swing a punch, my silhouette suddenly vanished, strangely appearing behind Lei Hao, and I gently tapped his back with an extended finger. In this split second, Lei Hao only felt as if his entire body had been struck by lightning, instantly rendering him completely numb. Li Hu couldn't help but cry out in pain, groaning as he fell to the ground. What just happened? I just saw classmate Hiroto flash behind Great Deity Lei and tap him once with his finger, and Great Deity Lei fell to the ground. No way. Falling down from a single tap of a finger. Could they be acting? For a time, quite a few netizens felt that Lei Hao was acting. Looking at Lei Hao rolling back and forth on the ground, a scrawny man couldn't help but smile slightly and said in a lowered voice, but Lei Hao continued to cry out in pain on the ground. The scrawny man hastily pulled his hand back, becoming completely at a loss. Only then did everyone around react and realize that it wasn't acting. For a moment, the several members of Lei Hao's team grew somewhat helpless and bewildered. After a moment, Lei Hao felt the numbness across his body fade, and only then did he sit up from the ground, currently drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "Hiroto-san is still the formidable one. When he said stop when a point is scored, he stopped exactly when a point was scored." Chihao flattered. Yukina Natsukawa on the side was caught between tears and laughter, immediately reacting. Just now, it truly seemed as if I had tapped Great Deity Lei once, and Great Deity Lei had collapsed to the ground. Lei Hao's gaze locked dead onto me. "What did you just do to me? Why did I feel like my entire body was electrocuted?" "I just tapped one of your acupoints," I said softly. Regarding this match, the crowd of netizens fell into a fierce controversy. Lei Hao's expression was complex. Although he had just been rolling on the ground, he was highly unresigned deep down, saying through gritted teeth, "If you hadn't used underhanded tricks, how could I have lost? If you have the guts, test your skills against me in another match." Lei Hao felt a bit excited. He had lost a bit too embarrassingly just now, so he absolutely had to win back his dignity. Then this time, acupoint tapping can no longer be used. "Fine," I nodded. Chihao let out a sigh, looking at Lei Hao with a trace of pity. Lei Hao felt somewhat baffled by this pitiful gaze, but this time he wouldn't be as careless as he was just now. "Ready!" Chihao cleared his throat and shouted. Lei Hao clenched his fists, fiercely lunged before me, and threw a punch straight out. Just as the fist approached me, my expression remained relaxed, as my body slightly tilted to the side, slipping right past it. His punching speed was incredibly fast. An ordinary person fundamentally would have been unable to dodge it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lei Hao continued to swing his fists, but over the next few instances, the punches were still effortlessly evaded by me. The speed at which Lei Hao swung his fists grew faster and faster, forming afterimages of fists, yet the speed of my dodging remained effortless and natural. The crowd of netizens in the livestream was utterly dumbfounded. Too slow. I slowly shook my head. Suddenly, after sidestepping a punch swung by Lei Hao, I fiercely delivered a knife-hand strike to the back of Lei Hao's neck. Lei Hao fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. The entire venue fell into dead silence. No one had expected Lei Hao to be taken down so effortlessly by me. Holy crap, taking out great deity Lei in a single move! Who still dares to question classmate Hiroto now? Suddenly, the livestream room boiled over completely, especially those who supported me, who instantly grew wildly excited. For a time, the matter of my victory instantly shot to the top of the short video trending searches. Regarding the match between Lei Hao and me, a portion of netizens questioned that it was staged. Some even suspected that this was a deliberate hype campaign orchestrated by me to promote the Wulong scenic area, purely to attract people to visit. But regardless of what the netizens said, Lei Hao groggily regained consciousness and was helped to his feet by others. His gaze swept around, ultimately landing on me. "You're awake? Then head back," I said in a flat tone. Lei Hao lowered his head in silence, then suddenly cupped his fists and said, "I accept my loss. I said before that regardless of winning or losing, you would get 1 million yuan, classmate Hiroto. Take that 1 million yuan and find an orphanage to donate it to," I replied softly. "In addition, if I lost the match, classmate Hiroto could make me do anything. I wonder what classmate Hiroto needs me to do." "Then help me sweep the mountain gates for a month." Lei Hao agreed to it without a second thought. During dinner that evening, Mitsuki proposed that she also wanted to start a live stream, and I agreed to her request. "Which day can she start the live stream?" Yukina Natsukawa inquired. "You have to ask, Mitsuki." I looked toward the little figure drinking tea beside me. "If Big Sister wants to do it, then let's do it." Mitsuki nodded her little head cutely. Upon learning that Mitsuki was going to start a live stream, the netizens in Yukina Natsukawa's live stream room instantly caused the bullet comments to fly everywhere. True to his word, great deity Lei came to the scenic area to sweep the ground. But seeing the exploding popularity of the Wulong scenic area, he was directly left dumbfounded as well. Meanwhile, his arrival instantly caused some netizens who came to see if Lei Hao would keep his promise to exclaim, "Great deity Lei really came to sweep the floors." The following day, Shiamomo started her live stream right on time to connect with Mitsuki. Mitsuki's little face was entirely full of pleasant surprise. The moment Mitsuki's short video account was exposed, her follower count rapidly skyrocketed from a mere few people. "Are you at home?" Seeing that the background behind Mitsuki was the courtyard house on the mountaintop of the Wulong scenic area, Yukina Natsukawa asked with a smile. Mitsuki shook her little head. "Right now, no one has climbed to the mountaintop yet." "For real?" "I've frequently been swiping to videos of people challenging the path of the labyrinth recently. Whether they are going up or coming down the mountain, they all end up meeting before that fork on the path of the labyrinth." I saw some science popularization bloggers explain that these stone steps of the path of the labyrinth are actually a Penrose stairs. It looks like a person is constantly walking up the steps, but they are actually just spinning around on the exact same horizontal plane. For a time, regarding the mystery of the path of the labyrinth in the Wulong scenic area, netizens argued incessantly. During the livestream, everyone was curious about who was helping Mitsuki host the livestream. Yuan, is your mom helping you film the livestream?" Yukina Natsukawa took a deep breath. "Mama has to go to Shenzhou today," Mitsuki said, pouting her little lips. Yukina Natsukawa froze. "Mitsuki's mom went to Shenzhou? Kano Shiraishi also went to Shenzhou today to do an event. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence, right?" Previously, there were people saying Mitsuki's mom wasn't Kano Shiraishi. Do you believe it now? Heavens, the wife of that old rogue Hiroto is actually Kano Shiraishi, who is hated by the entire internet. For a time, the matter regarding my wife being Kano Shiraishi instantly shot onto the trending searches of major platforms. Kano Shiraishi had just finished attending her event and was swiping through her phone backstage when a news pop-up caught her attention. But when she saw this news headline, the expression on her face instantly turned spectacular. Could it really be such a coincidence? Kano Shiraishi's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly out of habit. By the way, did Kano Shiraishi come to Shangzhou today? I haven't heard anything about Goddess Shiraishi coming to Shangzhou, the female assistant said, scratching her head with a look of bewilderment. Kano Shiraishi clenched her hands and looked back at her phone. In the live stream room, everyone continued to press for answers on who was helping Mitsuki host the live stream. Pouting her little lips, Mitsuki said it was a live stream robot. Instantly, a dark silver drone appeared within the live stream frame. The propellers of this drone spun within the gentle breeze, looking like a delicate aircraft gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. This is the live stream robot? Yukina Natsukawa dazed for a moment, and the crowd of netizens was also dumbfounded. Isn't this just a drone? The crowd of netizens noticed something amiss, because the drone in the frame not only looked packed with a sense of high technology, but more importantly, there was a projection screen in front of the drone. The projection screen wasn't particularly large, but one could clearly see the handwriting and images displayed on it. This truly was a live stream drone. For a time, the live stream room exploded. Mitsuki, was this live stream robot really made by your papa? Mitsuki nodded her little head, her little face exceptionally proud. Wait, this live stream drone was manufactured by that old rogue Hiroto? Impossible. He's just a high school dropout. Can he actually make such high-tech stuff? This live stream drone is 90% likely something he bought from somewhere, and then casually modified it before claiming he made it himself. There are plenty of drones on the market, but find me a drone that can converse with humans and let me see it. Don't forget, old rogue Hiroto has two good brothers. One is Chi Hao of Penguin Games, and the other is Jiang Shubing of Longteng Group. I can confirm that Longteng Group does not have this model of drone. Is there a possibility that Longteng Group does have this model of live stream drone, but just hasn't released it yet? For a time, topics regarding the live stream drone instantly shot onto the trending searches of various platforms. The crowd of higher-ups at Longteng Group was completely bewildered. It seemed they needed to report this matter to the upper levels. I see someone in the comments saying this live stream drone was put together by that old rogue Hiroto. Could that old rogue Hiroto happen to be that good brother of our CEO? Suddenly, a square-faced, middle-aged man on the side said in surprise, "That's right, this old rogue Hiroto is indeed the good brother of the CEO. Then could it be that this live stream drone was actually put together by that good brother of the CEO?" The square-faced, middle-aged man fell into contemplation before saying, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still know a bit about this old rogue Hiroto. He frequently tops the trending searches recently as a manga artist. His education is just a high school dropout, so how could he possibly put together such an advanced drone?" Li Weidong chuckled and shook his head. "Is that so?" The square-faced middle-aged man looked back at the live stream drone in the video. "You should have also heard about the matter of a brilliant expert backing our boss, right? You don't actually think the expert behind the CEO is that old rogue Hiroto, do you?" Li Weidong suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. That's impossible. Leaving aside the fact that Jiang Zubing's scientific research data isn't something an individual could produce, that old rogue Hiroto is merely a comic artist. How could he possibly know scientific research? I was just speaking casually anyway. The square-faced middle-aged man let out a self-deprecating laugh. After finishing her activities for the day, Kano Shiraishi privately hailed a car online. At this moment, she wore simple yet figure-flattering attire, with black sunglasses covering most of her face, standing quietly by the roadside. Right at this time, an ordinary sedan pulled up by the curb. After Kano Shiraishi checked the license plate number, she stepped out with her slender, long legs, directly opened the rear door, and sat inside. After Kano Shiraishi buckled her seatbelt, the sedan slowly merged into the traffic. "Are you heading to the tomato orphanage to see the children?" the young male driver asked with a smile as he drove. Kano Shiraishi merely gave a faint, light response. "How about I drop you off at a nearby shopping center first to buy some gifts or something? I've already had someone send the gifts over ahead of time." Kano Shireishi's tone remained flat. Then I spoke out of turn. The young male driver let out a light chuckle. Kano Shireishi instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. No way! How could he be in Zhengzhou and even driving for Kwaidadi? I didn't expect to run into you here, classmate Hiroto. But how come you're driving for Kwaidadi? Just a hobby, I suppose? I smiled faintly. A hobby? Kano Shireishi didn't believe it in the slightest. She thought of a possibility. Is there a possibility that your wife is over here in Zhengzhou? You actually believe Kano Shireishi is my wife too? I laughed. I already explained last time that Kano Shireishi is not my wife. In that case, your wife is Kano Shireishi. The corners of Kano Shireishi's lips hooked up. How did you know? I laughed. Kano Shireishi froze. She hadn't expected me to admit it so openly and generously. Aren't you afraid I'll go around talking about it? Kano Shireishi asked in bewilderment. Someone would have to believe it first. I countered immediately. This time, Kano Shireishi was left speechless. Regarding the man behind Kano Shireishi, it had always been a subject of speculation by the outside world. Some said Kano Shireishi's man was one of the members of the world's top 10 financial cliques, while others speculated that Kano Shireishi's man belonged to a hidden, reclusive family of the Dragon Kingdom, unknown to outsiders. And the common trait among all these speculations was the possession of immense power and unimaginable wealth. Thinking up to this point, Kano Shireishi couldn't help but lift her eyes to look at the man driving before her. Kano Shireishi came to a realization. Who said Kano Shireishi's husband absolutely had to be someone of overwhelming power and unimaginable wealth? Couldn't he just be from an ordinary, humble household? Kano Shireishi's red lips curved into a bright smile. You wouldn't want your secret to be known by others either, right? Kano Shireishi returned to the hotel arranged by her company in a sullen mood. The moment she recalled what I said, she bit her silver teeth. Originally, she wanted to use exposing Kano Shireishi's identity to threaten me, but she hadn't expected that I wouldn't buy into it at all. I had even dropped a line saying, quote, "Go ahead and say whatever you like," which left Kano Shireishi feeling a bit suffocated with annoyance, even while marveling at it. Xiaolu, let me ask you something. If I said that old rogue Hiroto's wife is Kano Shireishi, would you believe it? Sisterly, old rogue Hiroto's wife couldn't possibly be Goddess Shireishi. Xiaolu hurriedly waved her hands to explain. Kano Shireishi fell silent. Even Xiaolu by her side would rather believe that my wife was her than believe it was Kano Shireishi, so let alone anyone else. Sister Lee, you wouldn't really happen to be classmate Hiroto's wife, would you? Snapping back from her thoughts, Kano Shireishi was suddenly left a bit bewildered by the question. What are you talking about? Kano Shireishi's brows furrowed. Look, the matter of you secretly meeting classmate Hiroto today has been exposed. Kano Shireishi opened her phone to take a look. Exposed, Kano Shireishi and the globally famous manga artist, me, trysting at an orphanage. Kano Shireishi dazed for a moment. The content inside consisted of just a single image, along with a few brief sentences of text, and the image was precisely a photo of her and me standing before the main gates of the Tomato Orphanage engaged in conversation. Sister Lee, does the company know about your secret marriage? Xiaolu said in a worried tone. I'm not married, this is just a coincidence, Kano Shireishi said. But how could there be such a perfect coincidence? In a flash, Kano Shireishi suddenly thought of a certain possibility, understanding everything at this very moment. No wonder a manga artist worth several hundred million like me would go drive for Kwaidadi. Turns out it was deliberately waiting for her to fall into the trap. Kano Shireishi gritted her teeth. She suddenly figured out why I would drive to carry passengers for no apparent reason. It was nothing more than waiting for her to take the bait. The reason was entirely for my wife, Kano Shireishi. What a brilliant move of entering the board in person, Kano Shireishi cold snorted. Being out-schemed by me like this left her feeling more or less displeased deep down. But this wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, the topics trending across the internet were all revolving around me. Sister Lee, Sister Sato is calling, Xiaolu suddenly said, looking thoroughly terrified. This Sister Sato was Kano Shireishi's manager. For her to call personally meant that this matter had blown up to a massive scale. Don't worry, it's fine. Kano Shireishi comforted her softly. Seeing how calm Kano Shireishi was, Xiaolu felt a little more at ease. But who could have predicted that Kano Shireishi's next words would leave her utterly dumbfounded Anyway, I've already been blacklisted and hated this much by the internet. Adding a secret marriage to the mix doesn't really matter, does it? Right after Shie Yukina logged off her livestream, Mitsuki also started her own livestream immediately. The way Mitsuki started her livestream was very simple. She just told Xiao Yuan to start it, and Xiao Yuan would immediately launch the livestream room. A virtual screen also appeared in front of the livestream drone. This virtual screen wasn't large, but it was enough for a person to clearly see the live comments on it. Yukina, Natsukawa, and Mitsuki greeted everyone in the livestream room as the virtual screen was frantically flooded with comments. This is what truly freeing your hands looks like. Shindo couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she looked at the livestream drone floating in midair and the virtual screen. Even Yukina Natsukawa on the side had a trace of envy in her eyes. After all, streaming this way meant she wouldn't always have to hold a phone, and it allowed for a full-range stream. "Big sister, let's go inside," Mitsuki said happily, pulling Yukina Natsukawa's hand as they walked into the house. Yukina Natsukawa smiled and looked at Shindo beside her. "Shuya, let's go in." Shindo nodded, and the two of them followed Mitsuki through the main entrance. Upon entering the front courtyard, they saw several osmanthus trees planted there, their green leaves thick and dense, and the flowers releasing a fragrant aroma that greeted the nose. Shindo had seen my courtyard house in the livestream room before, but seeing it on a screen was still vastly different from experiencing it in person. The buildings were tall and grand, the courtyards beautifully laid out, and the front verandas and rear corridors intertwined seamlessly. Walking into it felt like traveling through time. Is this Mitsuki's home? It's just too classical and magnificent. You guys have to realize that this is on the mountaintop. Building such a massive courtyard house on a mountaintop can only be described with one word: epic. The people upstairs just haven't seen the world. I'm different. I've seen it before. Many of the newly arrived netizens were completely shocked by the scene before them. "Mitsuki, where are you taking us?" Yukina Natsukawa asked curiously. "To my room," Mitsuki said with a giggle. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard on the western side of the complex. Inside this small courtyard, there was a swing, a slide, a sandbox, a small pool, and so on. "Big sister, come visit my room." Mitsuki grabbed the hands of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo and led them into a room. The entire room was pink, giving off a cozy and relaxing vibe. The room was also filled with many fluffy and cute plush toys. One look was enough to tell it was a girl's room. After touring Mitsuki's room, Mitsuki brought us to the toy room next door. Pushing open the door, the very first thing that caught their eyes was a black grand piano positioned right in the center of the room. The moment the lights were turned on, the luster of the piano's body gleamed under the illumination, adding a touch of elegance and taste to the entire room. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo looked around. The layout of this room was very simple: a bookshelf, a desk, and a piano. By this time, Mitsuki had already run over to the piano and sat down. "Big sister, I'll play Two Tigers for you guys." Mitsuki sang while playing the piano, bobbing her little head along. Haha, Mitsuki is too cute. Many netizens in the livestream room were completely brainwashed by Mitsuki's version of Two Tigers. Can the streamer get a close-up shot of this piano? Suddenly, a comment flashed across the livestream chat. Why is someone paying attention to the piano? Has this brother taken a liking to old rogue Hiroto's piano? Everyone, you flatter me. I'm just curious, because this piano looks very much like one of the top 1 or 2 piano brands in the world. To the person upstairs, old rogue Hiroto's family isn't short on money. Buying a slightly more expensive brand of piano is nothing special. What you all don't know is that this piano brand belongs to the International Piano Association. Therefore, this brand only crafts instruments for the world's top pianists. Ordinary people might not be able to buy it no matter how much money they have. Could the brand the person upstairs is talking about be the Warsaw piano? That's right, it's precisely the Warsaw piano. Holy crap, the person upstairs must have misread it. How could old rogue Hiroto's family possibly own a Warsaw piano? Yeah, currently, not a single pianist in our Dragon Kingdom has ever been awarded a Warsaw piano. I bet this is 99% a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano. You should know that the International Piano Association has a specific brand of piano that they don't just custom make for anyone. It is only gifted to the world's top master pianists. Leaving aside how expensive the materials used to craft this piano are, This specific line is gifted by the International Piano Association to master pianists who have made significant contributions to the art of piano. Therefore, every single person who can obtain this piano is a world-class master pianist, without exception, and the name of this piano is the Warsaw piano. It can be said that this piano is the dream of all pianists worldwide and the highest honor a pianist can achieve. Up until now, there are only around 30-odd Warsaw pianos in the entire world, and currently, no one in the Dragon Kingdom has ever received this honor. This is hilarious. Someone actually thinks the piano in old rogue Hiroto's house is a real Warsaw piano. I've heard that many pianists in our Dragon Kingdom buy high-end replicas of the Warsaw piano. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Since our Dragon Kingdom doesn't have a top-tier master pianist, they can only buy a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano to save face. Liu Wei was a teacher at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, he was a senior pianist who had won multiple prestigious piano awards domestically. He was precisely the person who had posted the comment in the live stream room wanting to see the piano up close. In fact, he had always been paying attention to me, ever since the last time he heard the 2 piano pieces I played at the restaurant. Although those 2 piano pieces closely emulated the world's top master pianists like Mozart and Beethoven, he still felt that my piano proficiency was excellent. It was just that later on, when he wanted to recommend me to join the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, he was rejected by the dean of the conservatory. The dean's reason was that I was merely a good copycat. Coupled with my poor educational background, I couldn't even pass the professional evaluations for piano, let alone enter the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association. Liu Wei felt it was a pity, but he still kept following me. Yukina Natsukawa looked at Mitsuki and said, "Mitsuki, your piano looks really beautiful. Can Auntie try playing it for a moment?" Mitsuki nodded her little head. Yukina Natsukawa walked up slowly and sat down. Placing her fair, slender fingers onto the keys, a beautiful musical note drifted out softly. Shindo and Mitsuki listened from the side, but what they didn't know was that Yukina Natsukawa was currently feeling quite shocked in her heart. This was because she felt the tactile response of the keys was exceptionally comfortable. If she absolutely had to compare this piano with the one she had used in the past, she could only say the difference was like night and day. "You play so beautifully." When the music faded slowly, Mitsuki immediately clapped her little hands, her face full of joy. "It's all right, but I think the credit goes more to this piano." Yukina Natsukawa said this with absolute sincerity, because the feeling of the piano she played today was completely different from any she had played before. "Do you know where this piano was bought?" Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but reach out to stroke the piano, unable to take her hands off it. It was the first time she had ever seen such an excellent piano. "It wasn't bought. Someone gave it to Papa," Mitsuki said, bobbing her little head. Yukina Natsukawa was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected someone would give me such an excellent piano. Mitsuki nodded her little head very earnestly. Shindo laughed and teased. "What's wrong? Do you want to buy one?" Yukina Natsukawa nodded. "I do have that thought." She reached out to stroke the piano again. Mitsuki covered her little mouth and said, "You can't buy it, you can't buy it." Shindo asked curiously, "Why can't she buy it?" Mitsuki's face turned very serious as she said, "Because Papa said this piano isn't sold outside." Shindo thought for a moment and said, "In other words, this piano was custom made specifically, right?" Yukina Natsukawa thought so too. This piano looked very similar to the Warsaw pianos gifted by the International Piano Association. It was likely crafted as an imitation of a Warsaw piano. However, who exactly went through the trouble of custom making a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano to give to me? Could it be Zhang Zhubing, the boss of Longteng Group, or Chi Hao, the boss of Penguin Games? You guys might be underestimating some people's vanity. It's just like how some people can't afford brand name items, so they buy high-end replicas to show off. In the end, it's just vanity playing tricks. The live stream room was filled with discussions. Liu Wei stared straight at the piano on the screen. The more he looked at it, the more he felt this was a genuine Warsaw piano. You should know that he had once specifically traveled to a museum abroad just to see a Warsaw piano. Even though he only glimpsed it from afar, he was thoroughly satisfied. There were only 30-odd Warsaw pianos in the entire world. These pianos were either collected in museums or held by certain financial conglomerates. A small fraction remained in the hands of the world's top pianists, but those were few and far between. In his memory, there were only 6 living master pianists who owned a Warsaw piano. Setting aside those 2 extremely mysterious individuals, Mozart and Beethoven, the other 4 were national treasure-level figures in their respective countries. Even though he was a senior pianist, trying to meet these national treasure-level pianists was as difficult as ascending to heaven, let alone seeing their Warsaw pianos. Seeing the comments in the live stream room, Mitsuki couldn't help but pout her little lips and suddenly asked, "Why does everyone say my piano is fake?" This, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo didn't know how to explain it. Mitsuki furrowed her little brow and said, "But my piano is a Warsaw piano. It was Papa who told Mitsuki." Mitsuki's piano is a real Warsaw piano, it's not fake. Mitsuki's little face looked extremely earnest. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo exchanged a glance. They really wanted to believe Mitsuki, but the problem was that there were only so many Warsaw pianos out there, and exactly who owned one was a matter of public record. Could it be that the International Piano Association gifted it to classmate Hiroto? If the person upstairs hadn't included a doge emoji, I almost would have believed it. I guess classmate Hiroto was just bragging in front of his kids. Regarding Mitsuki's words, many people simply took it as me bragging to Mitsuki. "It's real! Why doesn't everyone believe it?" Mitsuki said, puffing up with anger. "Mitsuki, it's not that everyone doesn't believe it, it's just..." Shindo suddenly didn't know how to explain it. Was she supposed to say, "Your papa lied to you just to make you happy"? That would be a bit too cruel. "Mitsuki, do you know who gave this piano to your papa?" Yukina Natsukawa's willow-like brows furrowed slightly as she couldn't help but ask. Mitsuki shook her little head. Shindo leaned into Yukina Natsukawa's ear and whispered, "Yukina, you don't actually believe this piano is real, do you?" Yukina Natsukawa recalled, "I don't believe it either, but I remember some things from before." Shindo asked in bewilderment, "What things?" "Hiroto Kazamatsuri has never told a lie in front of us from beginning to end," Yukina Natsukawa said with a serious expression. Shindo suddenly remembered the first time Yukina Natsukawa met me. I had said that I made several $100 million from a lottery ticket and wasn't short on money, but not a single person believed it at the time. As it turned out, what I said was true. The streamer can open the top lid. There should be a piano serial number on the top lid. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the live stream chat. This comment was posted by Liu Wei. Although Liu Wei also knew that it was impossible for a Warsaw piano to appear inside the Dragon Kingdom, he still held a tiny glimmer of hope in his heart. He remembered that when he visited the museum to see the Warsaw piano last time, he heard a foreign pianist colleague mention that the Warsaw pianos gifted by the International Piano Association did not have serial numbers engraved like other pianos. Instead, they would be inscribed with the name of the pianist who received the instrument. If this piano really was a Warsaw piano, it would definitely have some pianist's name on it. Yukina Natsukawa carefully opened the top lid of the piano. Shindo immediately leaned over and began searching beneath the lid. Shindo noticed some writing in the corner of the top lid. "What is written on it?" Mitsuki poked her little head forward, pouting her little lips. "Why can't I understand those letters?" Yukina Natsukawa was just about to tell Mitsuki what was written on it. But the moment she saw the words clearly, her entire expression changed completely. Not only did Yukina Natsukawa's expression change, but even Shindo's face looked somewhat off. Shindo suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Could this be real?" Yukina Natsukawa shook her head. How would I know? She didn't dare to be certain if what was written on the piano was real either. After all, if this was real, it would be enough to shock absolutely everyone. What on earth did the two streamers see? Could there be some top-secret message written on the piano that can't be leaked? Is it possible that this piano was a gift from classmate Hiroto's mistress, and the words on it are expressions of her love for him? There's also another possibility. This piano was gifted to Kano Shiraishi by some wealthy young master. What does this have to do with Kano Shiraishi? I think the person upstairs means that classmate Hiroto's wife is Kano Shiraishi, and Kano Shiraishi doesn't have a very good reputation in the entertainment industry, often being linked with various men. Therefore, there's a possibility that this piano was a gift from some wealthy young master to Kano Shiraishi. Explaining it that way, it actually seems quite possible. Why do you all assume classmate Hiroto's wife is Kano Shiraishi? Anyway, I don't believe classmate Hiroto would marry someone hated by the entire internet. So the person upstairs, old rogue Hiroto and Kano Shiraishi's secret tryst was caught on camera by the paparazzi. If the two of them had nothing to do with each other, how could they have a secret tryst? Yukina Natsukawa suddenly noticed a comment and couldn't help but daze for a moment. Secret tryst? With Kano Shiraishi? But before she could understand the full picture, Mitsuki on the side pulled at the corner of her shirt, looking up at her with large, curious eyes. Big sister. What's written on it? Shindo took a deep breath and read out softly. There is a line written on it. Gifted to Beethoven, International Piano Association. What does gifted to Beethoven mean? Don't you get it yet? This piano was gifted to Beethoven by the International Piano Association. Watching the live stream, Liu Wei trembled all over upon hearing Shindo read out the words inscribed on the piano. Not only did the piano bear a pianist's name, but it was actually that master pianist, Beethoven. Can the streamer check if there is this kind of emblem on the piano? Liu Wei uploaded an image. This image showed a bird emblem that looked like a dove in mid-flight. What kind of emblem is this? A netizen in the live stream room immediately inquired out of curiosity. I know this one. This is the exclusive emblem of the Warsaw piano. It really is. I just searched it up online. As long as it's a Warsaw piano, it will have this exclusive emblem. The exclusive emblem of the Warsaw piano. Both Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo noticed the comments in the live stream room. Shindo immediately searched it up with her phone, her expression freezing for a moment before she handed it over for Yukina Natsukawa to see. Yukina Natsukawa took the phone and glanced at it, instinctively exchanging a look with Shindo. Both could see the utter shock in each other's eyes. This was because Mitsuki's piano happened to have this exact same dove-like emblem. In other words, this piano was indeed a Warsaw piano. What's with Yukina's expression? Could it be that the piano also has the exclusive emblem of the Warsaw piano? I don't believe it. Streamer, film the contents on the piano for us to see. I want to see if it really says, gifted to Beethoven. Yeah, streamer, let us see what exactly is written on the piano. Many people commented, one after another, wanting to see the inscriptions on the piano. Yukina Natsukawa hesitated slightly, her gaze instinctively darting toward the live stream drone floating in midair. Mitsuki, the people in the live stream room all want to see the words on the piano. Mitsuki nodded her little head, pointing her little finger at the inscription on the piano as she said, Xiaoyuan, everyone wants to see the words on the piano. Can you film it for everyone to see? Xiaoyuan's gender-neutral voice rang out, Understood, little master. The camera of the live stream drone panned, and the live stream feed instantly shifted to focus on the inscriptions and the emblem on the piano. Upon seeing the words and emblem on the piano clearly, the crowd of netizens was instantly stunned. Liu Wei was also dumbfounded. The specifications of the text and the emblem were identical to the Warsaw piano he had seen before. Could this truly be a genuine Warsaw piano? In fact, it wasn't just the netizens who were shocked. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo had also felt incredibly shocked in their hearts when they first saw the exclusive Warsaw emblem on the piano. Moreover, this piano was actually gifted to Beethoven by the International Piano Association. It has the exclusive Warsaw piano emblem, and it even says it was gifted to Beethoven by the International Piano Association. Could this truly be a genuine Warsaw piano? The live stream room boiled over completely. The majority of people simply could not believe that the piano in my home was the Warsaw piano that symbolized the ultimate glory of the piano world. Mitsuki's eyes were clear and firm as she asked, Well, is my piano a Warsaw piano? Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo didn't know how to answer. They had never seen a real Warsaw piano before. But this piano possessed the Warsaw piano emblem, and the inscription explicitly stated it was a gift from the International Piano Association to Beethoven. No matter how they looked at it, it looked real. But the question was, why would Beethoven's Warsaw piano be here? Why does everyone suspect this piano is fake? Couldn't it be real? If someone in our Dragon Kingdom really obtained a Warsaw piano, given our country's nature, it would be weird if we didn't boast about it to high heaven. Yeah, unless classmate Hiroto is Beethoven himself. But is that even possible? Everyone knows Beethoven is a foreigner. It seems Beethoven's true identity has always been unknown. So maybe he is from our Dragon Kingdom. The person upstairs really dares to dream. With our Dragon Kingdom's piano level, how could we possibly produce a great master pianist? For a time, the controversy in the live stream room continued unabated. Some felt this piano was a high-end replica, while others believed I had bought it at an astronomical price. But this latter speculation was quickly debunked, because in the eyes of many, the value of a Warsaw piano was simply too astronomical. It was fundamentally impossible to casually let a child at home play with it. There was also a small minority of people who believed that I was Beethoven. Liu Wei also couldn't help but question the authenticity of the piano. After some thought, he posted a comment in the livestream room. I am a teacher at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music in the Dragon Kingdom and also a senior pianist. I wonder if I could be allowed to come and examine this piano. The moment this comment appeared, it instantly drew the attention of many netizens. You should know that a senior professional pianist in the Dragon Kingdom was in existence second only to a master. No one expected a senior pianist to be watching the live stream too. The focus should be on him being a teacher at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. This senior pianist doesn't actually think the piano in Mitsuki's house is a real Warsaw piano, does he? Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo also hadn't expected a senior pianist to be in the live stream room. However, regarding this senior pianist's request to examine the piano, the two of them couldn't easily make a decision. This is my certification. Thinking that Yukina Natsukawa and the other girl didn't believe his words, Liu Wei immediately posted a photo of his certificate in the live stream room. Upon seeing that certificate photo, Yukina Natsukawa found it familiar, but then she exclaimed in surprise. This teacher Liu had previously done her and Hiroto Kazumatsuri a favor. Back when she first met me, I played pieces by Mozart and Beethoven, and at that time, many people in the live stream room said my piano skills were mediocre. In the end, it was this teacher Liu Wei who stepped forward to validate my piano skills, even saying my piano proficiency was higher than his. Therefore, she had a particularly deep impression of him. Teacher Liu, are you free to come over right now? Yukina Natsukawa still held some goodwill toward this teacher who had once spoken up out of justice. Yes, I can. I'm nearby. I'll head over right now. In a luxury hotel, Kano Shiraishi lay half propped up on the bed, her body aching all over, intending to check if Mitsuki had started her live stream. However, before she could check Mitsuki's live stream, she was caught by today's trending topics. Shocking secret. The Warsaw piano gifted to Beethoven by the International Piano Association appears in the Dragon Kingdom. Famous manga artist's high-end replica Warsaw piano exposed. Old rogue Hiroto's secret tryst with his superstar wife. Kano Shiraishi dazed for a moment. Compared to Beethoven's Warsaw piano, she was more curious about the final headline. Could it be that the media had caught photos of her husband coming over today? But when she clicked open the news, she instantly found it both hilarious and annoying. It was actually Kano Shiraishi. But why would my husband be with Kano Shiraishi and even have photos taken? Kano Shiraishi's eyes flashed with curiosity. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open, and a man walked out from inside. The man was wearing a bathrobe, currently drying his hair with a towel. I heard you had a secret tryst with another woman today. Following the spread of the news across the internet that Beethoven's Warsaw piano had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, a massive influx of people instantly flooded into Mitsuki's live stream room. I heard the Warsaw piano is in this live stream room. I heard a senior pianist is coming over in a bit to verify its authenticity. Does this even need verification? If someone in our Dragon Kingdom had truly purchased a Warsaw piano, they would have flaunted it all over the place long ago. But this piano has the Warsaw piano emblem. Why can't it be a real Warsaw piano? To the person upstairs, do you know how many Warsaw pianos there are in total globally? Leaving aside how many Warsaw pianos there are, just the fact that it says, gifted to Beethoven on it is problematic. If this really were a Warsaw piano, it would belong to Beethoven. How could it be at Mitsuki's house? Then is there a possibility that classmate Hiroto knows Beethoven? Why don't you just say classmate Hiroto is Beethoven himself? For a time, the live stream room fell into a heated debate. Yukina Natsukawa looked toward Mitsuki and inquired, Mitsuki, a piano teacher wants to come over and take a look at this piano. I wonder if that's all right. Mitsuki pouted her little lips, thought for a moment, and then nodded her head. Teacher Leo, Mitsuki has agreed to let you come over. However, we don't know how long it will take for you to arrive. Hearing that Mitsuki had agreed, he immediately left the hotel, hailed a cab, and headed straight toward the Wulong Scenic Area. After finally arriving at the Wulong Scenic Area, Liu Wei pushed open the car door and sprinted directly toward the mountaintop. Liu Wei did not dare to rest for a single moment, rushing straight for the mountaintop. The moment he entered the room, it was as if Liu Wei had laid eyes on an incomparably beautiful woman. He couldn't help but step forward quickly, scrutinizing the piano with meticulous care. From time to time, he would use his finger to push up his gold-rimmed glasses. "It looks like it. It looks just like it." Liu Wei carefully caressed the exterior of the piano. The silky, delicate, and smooth texture felt just like a woman's flawless white skin, making one unable to resist stroking it a few more times. Holy crap, is this really a senior pianist? Why does he look like a... Seeing this scene, many netizens in the livestream room started roasting him one after another. "Teacher Liu, is this piano a Warsaw piano?" After lightly caressing the piano, Liu Wei retracted his hand, shook his head, and said, "I don't know." Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo froze. And here I thought this teacher Liu knew about the Warsaw piano. Got my hopes up for nothing. A crowd of netizens complained one after another. Mitsuki tilted her little head in confusion and asked, "You don't know about the Warsaw piano either?" Liu Wei gave a light cough and softly explained, "Even though I have seen a Warsaw piano before, I only observed it from afar. After all, every single Warsaw piano holds extraordinary significance." Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo were deeply disappointed. They had originally thought Liu Wei would recognize a Warsaw piano, but they hadn't expected that even he wouldn't know. Liu Wei took a deep breath, looking at Mitsuri with a gaze full of anticipation, and asked, I wonder if you could let me play a piece." Mitsuki nodded her little head in agreement. A look of joy instantly appeared on Liu Wei's face as he sat in front of the piano and slowly placed both hands on the keys. As one pleasant and beautiful note after another drifted out, Liu Wei gradually closed his eyes, his expression completely captivated. Just a moment ago, when Liu Wei said he didn't recognize the Warsaw piano, many people couldn't help but doubt his identity. But once Liu Wei started playing the piano, those doubts vanished instantly. That was so beautiful. The moment the music faded, Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo immediately began to clap. Meanwhile, Mitsuki, who was standing to the side, made no move at all. She whispered quietly into Asahi's ear, "Brother, does it sound good?" Asahi replied expressionlessly, "No, I think so too," Mitsuki said, nodding her little head in agreement. On the other side, Liu Wei slowly opened his eyes. Hearing the praises from Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo, he smiled and nodded. "Actually, it's not that I played well, but rather that this piano is simply too spectacular." Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Liu Wei to praise a piano to such an extent. You had to realize that given Liu Wei's status in the Dragon Kingdom's piano community, he must have played on countless expensive pianos before. Liu Wei said with a serious expression, "Don't disbelieve me. This piano is countless times better than any of the ones I've played in the past." A crowd of netizens was astonished. Could it be that this teacher Liu has never touched a truly high-quality piano before? To the person upstairs, do you even know what you're saying? This teacher Liu is a senior pianist who has won so many awards his hands are practically going soft. And you're actually saying he hasn't touched a good piano? Let me add to that. This teacher Liu has performed at the Central Concert Hall. For a senior pianist to praise it this much, could Mitsuki's piano really be a Warsaw piano? For a moment, many people couldn't help but start questioning their doubts about the Warsaw piano. Regrettably, I have never played a Warsaw piano myself, so I have no way to make an accurate judgment on whether this is one or not. Liu Wei didn't dare to make any reckless claims. Although he had a faint gut feeling that this piano was indeed a Warsaw piano, he couldn't declare it as fact based on feeling alone. Because nobody could be absolutely certain whether this piano wasn't just a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano crafted at an astronomical cost. Liu Wei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If this piano is a genuine Warsaw piano, then the entire piano world will be shaken. No, scratch that. The entire world will be shaken. Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo instantly understood the meaning behind Liu Wei's words. It's just a piano, isn't it? Is it really worth saying the entire world will be shaken? To the person upstairs, this isn't merely a question about a piano. The point is that this piano was gifted to the piano master Beethoven by the International Piano Association. If this piano is real, Doesn't that mean Mitsuki's family knows the world-famous piano master Beethoven? Do you still think that's just a minor detail? You have to know that Beethoven is a legendary figure. He appeared out of nowhere a few years ago, creating one musical masterpiece after another that shocked the whole world. By now, even people who don't understand the piano know Beethoven's name. And yet, such a legendary figure has remained completely anonymous until now. Was this piano given to your papa by someone else? Liu Wei's heart trembled slightly. At this moment, he desperately hoped that the piano in Mitsuki's home was the real deal. Mitsuki gave an acknowledging nod. Liu Wei asked again, "Then do you know who sent it?" Mitsuki pouted her little lips and shook her little head. Refusing to give up, Liu Wei hurriedly asked, "When this piano was delivered, was there anything else with it?" Mitsuki scratched her little head. "Teacher Liu, do you mean—" Yukina Natsukawa thought of a certain possibility. Liu Wei let out a long breath and said, "I'm merely speculating. If this piano truly is a Warsaw piano, then who exactly was the person who gave it to Mitsuki's family?" The exact same person flashed simultaneously into the minds of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo. "I know!" A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Liu Wei blanked for a moment, then immediately looked toward the direction of the voice, only to find a little boy had appeared beside him at some point. His heart gave a sudden jolt. "Child, what did you just say you know?" "When this piano was delivered, there was also a letter," Asahi said expressionlessly. Liu Wei instantly grew excited. "Are you telling the truth?" Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo also felt their hearts leap with excitement. Liu Wei quickly urged, "Where is that letter?" Asahi replied, "My little sister took it." The trio of Liu Wei, Yukina Natsukawa, and Shindo immediately directed their gazes in unison toward Mitsuki. Mitsuki blinked her large, innocent eyes, looking completely clueless. Asahi explained with a straight face, "I remember it was 3 months ago. You asked Papa for a piece of useless paper, so Papa went and grabbed a letter for you. I asked Papa about it, and Papa said that the letter was sent by the person who delivered the piano a long time ago, and that it wasn't of any use." Mitsuki, looking quite uncertain herself, said, "It feels like something like that happened." Liu Wei asked anxiously, "Mitsuki, where is that letter now?" Mitsuki thought for a moment and said, "I think I took it to fold paper airplanes." Liu Wei froze. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were completely dumbfounded. Feeling rather tense inside, Liu Wei asked very cautiously, "Mitsuki, are those paper airplanes still around?" "Let me think," Mitsuki said, puckering her little mouth, looking as though she was thinking very deeply. "I remember now. I'll go get them for you." A sudden spark of memory hit Mitsuki, and as she spoke, she ran outside. Soon, Mitsuki ran back, carrying a small cardboard box. "They're right here!" Mitsuki placed the small cardboard box on the ground and opened it. Inside, there was a neat collection of paper airplanes. These paper airplanes came in all kinds of styles, including fighter jets, bombers, and so on, looking incredibly cool. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were both completely stunned. "Holy crap, these paper airplanes are way too cool. Is this really something a kid can fold?" "I folded paper airplanes when I was a kid too, but they never looked this good. Are kids nowadays even turning paper airplanes into a competition?" The crowd of netizens was also left open-mouthed in shock. "Mitsuki, did you fold all of these paper airplanes yourself?" Yukina Natsukawa asked, swallowing hard. Mitsuki nodded. She then added, "Actually, Papa taught Mitsuki how to fold them." Mitsuki's smile was incredibly innocent and cute. Yukina Natsukawa hadn't expected that I would even know how to fold paper airplanes. Can these paper airplanes be unfolded? Compared to how cool the paper airplanes looked, Liu Wei cared far more about that letter in his heart. Mitsuki gave a sweet smile. Actually, Mitsuki wants to know what's written in that letter too. The hearts of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo practically melted. Liu Wei nodded heavily and immediately began to unfold one of the cool paper airplanes. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo also stepped in to help. However, some netizens in the live stream room felt deeply pained watching this. They felt so sorry for Mitsuki. Anyone can tell at a glance that Mitsuki poured a lot of heart into folding these paper airplanes. I just don't get it. How could Hiroto Kazamatsuri give someone else's letter to his kid just to fold paper airplanes? Exactly, this is way too disrespectful to people. If you knew that old rogue Hiroto also gave some of his original manga manuscript pages to Mitsuki to fold paper airplanes, You wouldn't find this surprising at all. Regarding the way the letter paper was handled, the live stream room instantly erupted into a heated debate. Suddenly, Liu Wei picked up a piece of paper, his face filled with pleasant surprise as he shouted, "Found it! It's this one! We finally found it! The truth is right before our eyes." I still think it's mostly likely a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano. If it really was a gift from Beethoven to Hiroto Kazamatsuri, that would be way too shocking. The popularity of the live stream room spiked instantly. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo immediately crowded over. Liu Wei pushed up his glasses, carefully scanning the letter paper in his hands. He couldn't help but daze. How is this possible? Could it be that classmate Hiroto is actually... Liu Wei lost his voice in shock. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo exchanged a glance, having no idea what Liu Wei meant. What did he mean by classmate Hiroto is actually? Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo asked in unison. Teacher Liu, what's written on it? Liu Wei snapped out of it and took a deep breath. You can see for yourselves. He handed the letter paper to Yukina Natsukawa. Yukina Natsukawa took the letter paper and read it together with Shindo. The expressions of both women changed completely. What on earth is written in that letter? This is killing me with suspense. Why did both Teacher Liu and the streamers' faces completely change when they saw the letter? Could Mitsuki's piano really have been sent by Beethoven? The entire live stream room was instantly overcome with curiosity, and comments flooded in asking Yukina Natsukawa to expose the contents of the letter. Yukina Natsukawa immediately looked toward Liu Wei beside her and asked, Teacher Liu, is this letter real? Liu Wei said with a serious expression, It's real. I can say that with absolute certainty. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo couldn't help but look at each other. Yukina Natsukawa let out a bitter smile. Teacher Liu, can this letter really be exposed? I don't know either. Liu Wei replied with a helpless smile, shaking his head. The three of them fell into a collective silence. The situation they were facing right now was incredibly complex. No, it shouldn't just be called complex. It was simply too shocking. Because if this letter were made public, it would likely send shockwaves through the entire Dragon Kingdom. The crowd of netizens was driven absolutely crazy by the expressions and dialogue of Yukina Natsukawa and the other two. What do you mean by asking if the letter is real? I bet this letter was 99% written by Beethoven to old rogue Hiroto. Otherwise, why would the streamer ask Teacher Liu about its authenticity? I agree with the guess upstairs. But even if it was written by Beethoven to old rogue Hiroto, why would they still ask whether it can be exposed? Isn't the person upstairs just talking nonsense? Even though this letter paper was treated like trash by old rogue Hiroto and given to his daughter to fold paper airplanes, it's still personal privacy no matter what. How can they just expose it randomly without the person's consent? Puffed. What's there to hide? We've already guessed the contents of the letter. To think old rogue Hiroto actually knows Beethoven, this is just too mind-blowing. A few netizens who fancied themselves clever were entirely convinced that this was a letter written to me by the world-famous pianist Beethoven. Big sister, what's written in that letter? Yukina Natsukawa looked at the letter in her hand, then looked at the curious Mitsuki beside her. Her heart felt rather conflicted. If she read it out directly, it would undoubtedly mean publishing the contents of the letter to the world. She had no idea what would happen then, but it would certainly bring unnecessary trouble to me. Yukina Natsukawa hesitated for a moment and said softly, Mitsuki, it's not that I don't want to read it out, but I can't read it because this letter belongs to your papa's personal privacy. Mitsuki blinked her innocent bright eyes and said, Big sister is so silly. Just call my papa and ask him if it's okay to read it. Yukina Natsukawa froze. Shindo and Liu Wei were also taken aback. That's right. Why not just ask Hiroto Kazamatsuri directly? A look of genuine earnestness and anticipation appeared in Liu Wei's eyes. Miss Sha, I'll have to trouble you. Yukina Natsukawa said, I can't be certain if classmate Hiroto will pick up my call either. Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but feel nervous inside. She took a deep, deep breath, picked up her phone, and dialed my number. The phone instantly began to ring. Shindo and Liu Wei couldn't help but hold their breath. The ringing of the phone suddenly echoed through the quiet room, sounding exceptionally abrupt. Yukina Natsukawa felt as though time had slowed down to a crawl. Each ring of the phone felt like an endless wait, leaving her heart both anxious and fearful. In fact, It wasn't just Yukina Natsukawa. Even Shindo and Liu Wei could feel this tense atmosphere. Especially Liu Wei. His entire body was wound up as tight as a guitar string. Is no one going to answer? Hearing the rings continue, a trace of disappointment gradually surfaced in Yukina Natsukawa's heart. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Yukina Natsukawa blanked out. The call actually went through. Shindo and Liu Wei also heard the voice coming from the phone, and looks of joy couldn't help but break out on their faces. Is this the great school beauty Natsukawa? My lazy voice came through the phone once again. Classmate Hiroto, is it convenient for you to talk right now? Yukina Natsukawa snapped out of her daze and hurriedly asked. I replied, yes. What's up? Yukina Natsukawa remained silent for a brief moment before saying, it's like this. We found a letter at your house. It's the one that came along with the Warsaw piano. I was wondering if I could read it out in the livestream room. As she reached this point, a hint of nervousness and anticipation crept into Yukina Natsukawa's voice. Oh, so that's what it is. My tone sounded a bit surprised, followed by a light chuckle. Since it's already been discovered by you guys, then feel free to read it if you want to. Won't this have any negative impact on you? Yukina Natsukawa knew very well in her heart that once this letter was exposed, it would be even more shocking than the revelation of me being a famous manga artist. How should I put it? There might be a little impact, but after all, so many years have already passed. Nobody should remember me anymore, right? Listening to my self-deprecating tone, Yukina Natsukawa was completely stunned. A little impact? Even though Beethoven had suddenly vanished a few years ago without releasing a single new piano piece, his fame hadn't diminished at all. Instead, it showed a trend of growing higher and higher. Alright, let's leave it at that. I still have things to do. I'll leave Mitsuki and Asahi in your care. With that, without waiting for Yukina Natsukawa to respond, I hung up, sounding as if I had some very important matters to attend to. Seeing Yukina Natsukawa lower her phone, Liu Wei immediately asked impatiently, what did that Mr. Hiroto say? Mitsuki on the side was also incredibly curious and asked, Big sister, what did my papa say? Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but smile. Your papa agreed to let me read this letter out loud. The expressions of Shindo and Liu Wei also became intensely excited. They could already visualize what kind of massive stir and heated discussion would be triggered once the truth was exposed. At this moment, the crowd of netizens focused all their attention onto Yukina Natsukawa. Ever since the letter appeared, the popularity of the livestream room had been skyrocketing insanely. The reason was none other than the belief that this letter belonged to Beethoven. However, the moment Yukina Natsukawa read out the very first line of the letter, everyone was completely stunned. Dear Mr. Beethoven, the livestream room erupted. Why is this letter addressed to Mr. Beethoven? Yeah, shouldn't it be Beethoven writing to old rogue Hiroto? What are you all whispering and arguing about? Can't you see the streamer hasn't even finished reading yet? Yukina Natsukawa didn't notice the comments in the livestream room. All of her attention was currently concentrated on this letter as she continued reading down. You are, by far, the greatest musical master in human history. Your contributions to music will be engraved in history forever. Your achievements are not only your personal honor, but also the pride of all mankind. We will forever be grateful for the magnificent contributions you have made to music. Your name will endure forever, becoming an eternal radiance in human history. Yukina Natsukawa took a deep breath. The entire live stream room fell dead silent at this moment. This was written to Beethoven by the International Piano Association. When Yukina Natsukawa finished reading the letter, the entire live stream room boiled over like an erupted volcano. This letter was written to Beethoven by the International Piano Association. How could it be at old rogue Hiroto's house? It couldn't be fake, right? Streamer, are you certain this letter is real? This isn't just hype, is it? Facing the doubts from some netizens in the live stream room regarding the authenticity of the letter, Liu Wei stood forward and said, the letter bears the official seal of the International Piano Association. I have personally verified that the seal is real. The live stream room erupted once again. As an authoritative figure in the domestic piano community, Liu Wei's credibility and personal guarantee undoubtedly carried massive weight. Now, everyone had only one thought left. How could a letter addressed to Beethoven be at his house, and even be folded into a paper airplane by Mitsuki? Liu Wei suddenly sighed with emotion. I always thought this piano might have been a gift from Beethoven to Mitsuki's family. However, the truth is something I never could have expected. What do you mean, Teacher Liu? What is the truth? To the person upstairs, do you still not get it? Both the letter and the piano sent to Beethoven by the International Piano Association are at Hiroto Kazamatsuri's house. Old rogue Hiroto is Beethoven. Old rogue Hiroto is Beethoven? This plot twist is way too massive. Even though this truth is incredibly shocking, it's the only logical explanation left. Regarding the idea that I was Beethoven, many netizens simply couldn't bring themselves to believe it. You had to realize that Beethoven was a piano master who had emerged and risen to fame just a few years ago. His musical works were widely circulated and deeply loved by people all over the world, and he was revered as a godlike figure by countless musicians. Yet very little was known about Beethoven's true name, background, and life experiences, which made him appear exceptionally mysterious and legendary within the music world. Because of this, global speculation regarding Beethoven's identity had almost never stopped. But right now, someone was actually telling them that Beethoven was right in front of their eyes. Anyone would immediately find it hard to believe. Beethoven's identity was far too mysterious, and as a young man, how could I possibly be that legendary piano master? I know everyone is incredibly shocked that classmate Hiroto is the world-famous piano master Beethoven, but I want to tell everyone that classmate Hiroto is Beethoven, because classmate Hiroto just confirmed it to me over the phone. Yukina Natsukawa said with a serious expression, "It's actually true. Can someone tell me if I'm dreaming? Beethoven is actually from our Dragon Kingdom. Haha, Beethoven is a Dragon Kingdom citizen." To all those haters who kept saying our Dragon Kingdom could never produce a piano master, the person you've always worshipped like a god is from our Dragon Kingdom. Old rogue Hiroto, you hid this from us so brutally. It's one thing to be a perfectly good manga artist and suddenly run off to be a pianist, but you actually became a globally renowned piano master? The entire live stream room was instantly revitalized. There was disbelief, shock, and joy, but most of all, a profound sense of pride. Kano Shirishi sat with her eyes closed and her legs crossed, her posture elegant yet casual, as she rode in the company's nanny van toward the airport. Beside her, the young assistant Xiaolu kept her head lowered, pretending to look at her phone. She had originally thought Sister Lee would explain her relationship with me to Sister Sato, but she never expected Sister Lee to be so bold, actually stating outright that her husband was me, leaving Sister Sato completely speechless. However, deep down, she secretly admired Sister Lee's bluntness. Who said female celebrities couldn't have husbands? But while she supported her, Xiaolu didn't dare to ask a single extra question in front of Kano Shiraishi. After all, she knew far too many secrets by now. A news notification suddenly caught her eye. Upon seeing the content of the news clearly, Xiaolu lost her voice in shock. "What's wrong?" Kano Shiraishi asked, slowly opening her eyes. Xiaolu looked at Kano Shiraishi in utter shock. "Sister Lee, your husband is actually Beethoven?" Kano Shiraishi's willow-like brows furrowed tightly as she asked. "Make yourself clear. What do you mean my husband is Beethoven?" Thinking that Kano Shiraishi was just pretending to be clueless, Xiaolu immediately held out her phone. "Sister Lee, stop pretending. Look, your husband's other identity has been exposed." Kano Shiraishi took the phone and glanced at it, and her entire being froze in place. "My husband is actually the world-famous piano master Beethoven?" As the revelation of my identity as Beethoven spread wildly across the internet, various media platforms reported this shocking news one after another, and even the Central State media joined in. Once again, I became the top headline across all major news outlets. In an office at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music, Dean's son sat with a dark expression, feeling extremely displeased. He never expected Liu Wei to leave the conservatory so recklessly after just taking a leave of absence. To call it taking a leave was an understatement. He had basically just made a phone call saying he had personal business and needed a few days off. Just because I didn't agree to let an amateur pianist join the piano association? This little Liu is being far too reckless. It seems I'll need to suppress little Liu's arrogance a bit next time, lest he offends someone down the line without even realizing it. Dean's son had a fiery temper, but nowhere to vent it. If it weren't for the fact that Liu Wei was an outstanding domestic pianist who had also achieved some recognition internationally, An administrative sanction would have been considered a light punishment for this kind of work attitude. Furthermore, he simply couldn't comprehend why Liu Wei thought so highly of an amateur pianist. Just because his piano playing sounded a lot like Beethoven and Mozart? There were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of such people in the Dragon Kingdom. If every single one of them were allowed to join the piano association, wouldn't their association just become a place where any random nobody could enter? Ring, 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 ring. Right at that moment, the telephone on the desk rang. Dean's son glanced at the number and saw it was actually the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association calling. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Dean's son picked up the phone to answer. "Beethoven's identity has been exposed? What kind of fake news is this? It's far too unreliable. Liu Wei is there too?" "Of course I understand the importance of this matter. It's just that I find it highly unlikely for Beethoven to be from our Dragon Kingdom." Could Liu Wei have made a mistake? Right, I understand. Let me check the news first." Dean's son's expression grew incredibly solemn as he immediately pulled out his mobile phone. When he saw the reports in the news, his eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. The Warsaw piano, the letter, it was actually real? Beethoven really is from our Dragon Kingdom? Dean's son was utterly dumbfounded. He never could have imagined that the world-famous piano master would be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Wait a minute. Why does the name Hiroto Kazamatsuri sound so familiar? Dean's son recalled something. A few days ago, Liu Wei had mentioned wanting an amateur pianist to join the piano association, and that person's name also seemed to be Hiroto Kazamatsuri. Old son? Well, isn't it shocking? President Lear's voice on the other end of the phone sounded thrilled and filled with a touch of joy. "Beethoven is from our Dragon Kingdom. Do you know what this represents?" "It represents that our Dragon Kingdom now possesses a world-famous piano master. Tell me, if we can get this famous piano master to join our piano association, wouldn't it significantly elevate our association's international influence and reputation?" Listening to President Lee's voice full of grand visions, Dean's son fell silent. He naturally understood all too well what kind of influence Beethoven held across the globe. "Do you remember that pianist Liu Wei recommended to the association previously?" President Lee replied in a dismissive tone. "Why are you suddenly asking about that? What Liu Wei did back then was indeed inappropriate, actually wanting an uneducated amateur piano hobbyist to join the association. If we had actually agreed, wouldn't that imply our association has a low threshold and no standards for its members? But considering he has some connection to Beethoven, I won't pursue the matter further this time." Dean's son added, "Old Lee, the person Liu Wei recommended back then was Hiroto Kazamatsuri." President Lee blanked for a moment, and when he finally reacted, his voice sounded utterly shocked. "What? Hiroto Kazamatsuri? Are you saying the amateur pianist Liu Wei recommended before is that same Mr. Hiroto?" "Precisely," Dean's son replied, a complex mixture of emotions swirling in his heart. Although he wished he could deny it, the facts were right there. The other end of the line instantly fell silent. "Old son, we must find a way to get in touch with this Mr. Hiroto as quickly as possible. Do you have Liu Wei's phone number? Let's see if we can pay a visit to Mr. Hiroto." On the other side, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo heard Liu Wei's phone ring. Even though Liu Wei had a certain suspicion in his mind, he still picked up the phone and asked, "Dean, is there something wrong?" Dean's son's laughter came through the line. "Little Liu, I saw the news. I truly never expected that Mr. Hiroto would actually be that world-famous piano master, Beethoven. You truly have a discerning eye." Liu Wei said modestly, "The Dean flatters me. I also just found out myself that Mr. Hiroto is Beethoven." Dean's son chuckled, "Haha, little Liu, I won't beat around the bush. You know what Beethoven means to the piano community of our Dragon Kingdom. President Lee and I have decided to pay a visit to Mr. Hiroto today. I wonder if you could help ask around for us." Liu Wei hesitated for a moment and said, "Dean, Mr. Hiroto is not at home right now." Dean's son immediately pressed further. "Then could you ask Mr. Hiroto's children to see if we can head over? We can wait." Liu Wei sighed inwardly, then looked toward Mitsuki. "Let me ask for you. Holy crap, I didn't expect Hiroto Kazamatsuri's identity to actually alarm the president of the Piano Association. If I remember correctly, the president of the Piano Association is Li Yitian, who is a piano master of our Dragon Kingdom. President Li has a bit of fame within our Dragon Kingdom, but abroad, Beethoven's fame is countless times greater than his. The two of them aren't even on the same tier, okay? A crowd of netizens began guessing the purpose behind the visits from the dean of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music and the president of the Piano Association to my home. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were also somewhat shocked inside. They hadn't expected the dean of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music and the president of the Piano Association to come over. You had to realize that these two were among the top piano masters in the Dragon Kingdom. However, remembering that my identity was a world-famous piano master, they immediately understood. Compared to my status, the president of an association was completely nothing. Mitsuki shook her little head and said in a childish yet serious tone, "Papa said we can't let strangers into the house." Yukina Natsukawa, Shindo, and Liu Wei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A crowd of netizens, however, burst out laughing. "Well said, Mitsuki. You can't let strangers into the house." "Dean, you heard her. Mitsuki doesn't agree to letting strangers into the house. I think you guys should come back another day." Saying this, without waiting for Dean's son to say anything, Li Wei hung up the phone directly. In the livestream room, many netizens also complained that I hid things way too deeply. I was clearly the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, yet I constantly stayed completely silent, leaving us to be mocked by foreign countries for so many years. With a grateful expression, Liu Wei looked toward Mitsuki, who was standing aside. "Mitsuki, thank you for letting me play on the Warsaw piano." In the past, he could only observe it from afar. As a Warsaw piano symbolizes a pianist's ultimate glory, he had never imagined he would actually get to play on one. "You're welcome," Mitsuki said shyly, rubbing her little head with her small hand, smiling incredibly cutely. Yukina Natsukawa felt very grateful in her heart. With a puzzled look on her little face, Mitsuki asked, "Big sister, why are you thanking me too?" Yukina Natsukawa said with sincere emotion, "Because Mitsuki let me play such a spectacular piano." Mitsuki tilted her head. "Is this piano really that good?" With a serious smile, Yukina Natsukawa said, "For pianos like this one, there are only about 30-something in the entire world. In the past, our Dragon Kingdom didn't have a single one. But now we do, because Mitsuki's family has one. Big sister, it's not one, it's two." Mitsuki held up two little fingers, pouting her little mouth as she spoke. "Two?" Yukina Natsukawa froze for a moment. Beside her, Shindo and Liu Wei were also momentarily dazed. Mitsuki said cutely, "Yeah, because brother has one in his room too." Yukina Natsukawa, Shindo, and Liu Wei blurted out in unison. "What did Mitsuki just say? Her family has two Warsaw pianos? That's impossible, right?" Although my musical contributions have been widely recognized and praised by the global piano community, it's still impossible for the International Piano Association to gift two Warsaw pianos, right? I think there's another possibility. Mitsuki mistakes all the pianos in her house for Warsaw pianos. In reality, her family only has one Warsaw piano. The other one isn't, but she just assumes they both are. I agree with the person upstairs. A crowd of netizens immediately broke into a heated discussion. "Big sister, it's true, that other one is in brother's room." Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo exchanged a glance. "Can you let us see your brother's piano?" Liu Wei wasn't sure if what Mitsuki said was true or false, but he could go confirm it for himself. "Sure, follow me." As she spoke, Mitsuki turned around and walked outside. Yukina Natsukawa and the other two hurriedly followed her. Asahi's yard was right next door to Mitsuki's. Compared to Mitsuki's yard, which looked like an amusement park, Asahi's yard was planted with many different kinds of flowers and plants. The moment they entered the yard, it felt as though they had stepped into a lush, green, and vibrant little botanical garden. Who knew Asahi actually had such refined and leisurely tastes? Shindo whispered quietly into Yukina Natsukawa's ear. Yukina Natsukawa looked around. She hadn't expected a child to actually plant so many flowers and plants in a yard either. Push. Very soon, Mitsuki pushed open a room door. Inside, there was strikingly another piano identical to Mitsuki's. Liu Wei was stunned. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were also completely stunned. There really is another Warsaw piano. What is going on? Why does Hiroto Kazumatsuri have two Warsaw pianos? Could it be that to reduce conflict between the kids, Hiroto Kazumatsuri intentionally had someone make a high-end replica of a Warsaw piano for the child? Liu Wei rushed forward and touched it. From the surface, this indeed appeared to be a genuine Warsaw piano as well. "Can I play it?" Liu Wei turned back and looked toward Asahi. "Sure," Asahi said expressionlessly. Li Wei took a deep breath and played another piece on the piano. This piano was also a genuine Warsaw piano. The livestream room instantly boiled over. It's also a Warsaw piano. Could there be a mistake? How could old rogue Hiroto's house have two Warsaw pianos? Not only were the netizens confused, but even Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were somewhat perplexed. Yukina Natsukawa asked in bewilderment, "Was this piano also gifted by someone else?" Mitsuki nodded. Now, the only way to find out is to open the top lid. If it also has "Gifted to Beethoven" written inside, then perhaps Mr. Hiroto managed to obtain two Warsaw pianos. Liu Wei could only resort to this kind of explanation. They immediately flipped open the top lid of the piano, and upon seeing the marked location, they couldn't help but daze. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo leaned closer to take a look. A crowd of netizens instantly grew intensely curious, but before they could even ask, Liu Wei's next words completely shocked everyone. How could Mozart's Warsaw piano be here? When Liu Wei's horrified voice traveled out, the crowd of netizens was also left utterly dumbfounded. What did teacher Liu just say? He seemed to say Mozart? Could it be that this Warsaw piano belongs to Mozart? Holy crap, what is going on this year? Not long after Beethoven's identity was just exposed, now another world-famous piano master, Mozart, pops up. Teacher Liu, don't leave your sentences half-finished. Aren't you just dying to kill us with suspense? We want to see if this piano really belongs to Mozart. You have to realize that Mozart is a world-famous piano master who is equally famous as Beethoven. Even though both of them have vanished for years now, their piano pieces and legends are still being circulated. Noticing the curiosity of the netizens in the livestream room, Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but lift her hand and point toward a spot with inscribed handwriting on the piano's top lid. Looking toward the livestream drone in midair, she asked, "Can you let the netizens get a look at this spot?" "Sure, monsieur," Xiao Yuan's slightly androgynous voice replied. "Our Yukina is still the most considerate one." A crowd of netizens instantly grew excited. But when they saw the handwriting on the piano's top lid, everyone couldn't help but inhale a sharp breath of cold air. Holy crap! It really is a piano gifted to Mozart by the International Piano Association. But how could Mozart's Warsaw piano be at old rogue Hiroto's house? Aren't those two bitter rivals? To the person upstairs, who on earth told you that Mozart and Beethoven were rivals? Does that even need to be said? Back then, whenever Mozart released a piano piece, Beethoven would also release a piano piece just a few days later. If that's not being rivals, then what is? Even up until now, Mozart's fans and Beethoven's fans are still arguing over whose piano pieces are better. Many people were perplexed. Back then, Mozart became known to the whole world through a single piece, Piano Sonata No. 1. After that, he would release a new piano piece every once in a while. Yet, right when musicians all over the world were revering Mozart as a piano genius, Beethoven appeared out of nowhere. With a single piece, Moonlight Sonata, he was sought after by countless people. Following that, Beethoven released one piano piece after another, leaving many people wide-eyed and tongue-tied while deeply shaking them at the same time. Over the next 2 years, whenever Mozart released a piano piece, Beethoven would also release one after a short while. It gave off a strong feeling of, after you finish performing, it's my turn on stage. And every single time either of them released a piano piece, it would leave the entire world marveling in admiration. Their musical talents were evenly matched. After that, the speed at which the two released piano pieces grew faster and faster. From releasing one every 2 or 3 months, it later became one a month. This made people all over the world feel that the two were in a showdown and competing. Consequently, Mozart's fans and Beethoven's fans also began to clash, all arguing that their own idol was the true #1 pianist in the world. By the year 2025, the timing of Mozart and Beethoven's song releases became more and more frequent, giving off the vibe of an increasingly fierce showdown. Their piano piece releases went from the previous one a month to releasing a piano piece every few days. That year was dubbed by many as the War of the Gods. That year was the happiest year for all musicians in the world. That year was also the most unacceptable year, because after that year, neither Mozart nor Beethoven ever released another piano piece, as if they had both completely vanished. Yet even to this day, the two massive fan bases are still arguing over who is the #1 pianist in the world. In many people's impressions, Mozart and Beethoven had always been at odds, otherwise the War of the Gods wouldn't have occurred. Yet for two people who were supposedly so at odds, their pianos were actually located in the exact same place. With a curious look on her small face, Mitsuki asked from the side, "Big sister, who is Mozart?" Yukina Natsukawa took a deep breath and explained softly, "Mozart, just like your papa, is also a world-famous piano master. He is also a great piano master. As a pianist, Liu Wei revered both piano masters from the bottom of his heart. It's just, why is Mozart's Warsaw piano here as well?" Liu Wei suddenly felt somewhat bewildered. Looking at the War of the Gods back then, the two were clearly having a musical showdown. This was an accepted fact within the music industry as well. It was perfectly normal for two highly high-profile piano masters to have a competitive relationship. But for two people in a competitive relationship, their pianos were actually in the exact same location. This was just like a general who was brave and skilled in battle leaving his own weapon at the rival general's house. Smiling incredibly innocently and cutely, Mitsuki said, "Could it be that Mozart is just my papa?" Liu Wei froze. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were dumbfounded. A crowd of netizens was also left open-mouthed in shock. Holy crap, this idea is way too wildly imaginative, isn't it? This really might be a possibility. Think about it. Old rogue Hiroto even used 2 separate aliases just to draw manga. When it comes to playing the piano, would old rogue Hiroto also set up 2 aliases? Regarding the matter of me having 2 manga aliases, Liu Wei knew about it as well, but he shook his head and directly rejected Mitsuki's theory. The piano styles of Mozart and your papa are not alike at all. If we say your papa's style is Romanticism, then Mozart's is undoubtedly Classicism. Liu Wei pushed up his glasses and explained softly. I think Teacher Liu's point makes sense. The styles of Mozart and Beethoven are completely different. How could they possibly be the same person? Just now, I was also thoroughly frightened by Mitsuki's words. But on second thought, the piano styles of Mozart and Beethoven are fundamentally different. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for them to be the same person. Do you guys even know about the manga drawn by old rogue Hiroto? He draws manga of every single style. There is only what you can't think of, nothing old rogue Hiroto doesn't dare to draw. How can drawing manga be compared to playing the piano? Then how do you explain how Mozart's Warsaw piano could possibly be at old rogue Hiroto's house? For a time, the entire livestream room fell into a dispute. Standing aside, Shindo spoke up and asked, quote, "Then why is that Mozart person's piano at Hiroto Kazamatsuri's house?" Thinking of a certain possibility, Liu Wei's eyes filled with deep respect for those 2 music masters. I think Mozart and Mr. Hiroto might perhaps be friends. Thinking back to the War of the Gods between Beethoven and Mozart, it made the outside world assume they were on bad terms. But how could the world of geniuses be something that ordinary people like us can understand? Back then, they might have had a competitive relationship, but wasn't that also a form of mutual inspiration and growth? It was precisely because of this that their musical works were able to constantly weed through the old to bring forth the new, leaving behind countless classic masterpieces for the world. And this is highly likely a testament to the friendship between Mr. Mozart and Mr. Hiroto. Liu Wei pushed up his glasses once more, turning his gaze toward the piano beside him. I think Teacher Liu's guess is highly probable. I feel the same way. Although Beethoven and Mozart may have seemingly had a competitive relationship on the surface back then, at a deeper level, they shared a very strong resonance and unspoken understanding with each other. Regarding Liu Wei's guess, many netizens expressed their agreement. An unspoken understanding and mutual comprehension that transcends competition can indeed exist among geniuses. However, a small portion of netizens still didn't believe it. Not long after Liu Wei made his guess, one eye-catching topic after another instantly surfaced across major media platforms. Countless netizens, drawn by the fame, flooded into Mitsuki's live stream room one after another, causing the live stream room's popularity to continuously skyrocket insanely. Regarding the exposure of Beethoven and Mozart's identities, many people felt extremely pleasantly surprised inside. Especially the matter of Beethoven being me made the people of the Dragon Kingdom filled with pride. For a time, netizens across the entire internet were urging Yukina Natsukawa to place a call to me to seek verification. Yukina Natsukawa also noticed the comments in the livestream room. Hiroto Kazamatsuri was having a private meeting with Kano Shiraishi. At the airport, Kano Shiraishi wore sunglasses and a mask, waiting inside the spacious departure hall. Her slender legs, outlined by her tight pants, appeared exceptionally eye-catching. Even in this kind of environment, it was hard to conceal the unique charm radiating from her body. The young assistant, Xiao Lu, was scrolling through the official microblog from the side. She instantly said with deep indignation, "You should know that ever since your identity as a world-famous piano master was exposed, Sister Lee's official microblog comment section completely blew up in an instant. But the vast majority of the comments are extremely unsightly. How did a green tea bitch like you hook up with Beethoven? A green tea bitch is a green tea bitch. Your ability to deceive men truly is something else, Tilda. This is way too unfair. A woman like you deserves to die a horrible death." The more Xiaolu read, the angrier she became. Xiaolu's phone suddenly rang with a notification sound for a new message. She immediately checked it, and sure enough, it was an official microblog posted by Sister Lai. Clicking in to look, Kano Shiraishi. To everyone in the comment section, if you feel my life leaves you dissatisfied, then please go live your own life well and stop looking for a sense of existence over here with me. My relationship with Hiroto Kazamatsuri does not need to be defined by you guys. Apologies, I never drink tea, let alone any green tea. I, Kano Shiraishi, act openly and with a clear conscience. Please pack up your malice, because you are not worthy. Yukina Natsukawa didn't understand why the netizens were all saying that I was having a private meeting with Kano Shiraishi. But seeing Liu Wei's gaze, which was completely filled with anticipation, and under the urging of the crowd of netizens, she ultimately dialed my number once again. At this moment, everyone's gaze converged onto Yukina Natsukawa, which made Yukina Natsukawa feel a double amount of pressure. In her heart, she desperately wished I would answer the call. But when the phone played, "The number you have dialed is powered off, please redial later," Yukina Natsukawa's expression instantly grew somewhat disappointed. Classmate Hiroto's phone is powered off. Facing the gazes of Liu Wei and Shindo, Yukina Natsukawa let out a sigh and said softly, "Since Mr. Hiroto has no way to answer the phone, we can only ask him another day." A look of pity emerged in Liu Wei's eyes. He had originally hoped to learn information regarding Mozart through me. After all, both Mozart and Beethoven were global piano masters whose identities were equally mysterious. Shindo similarly felt it was a pity. Although the exposure of my identity as a piano master had already made Mitsuki's livestream room exceptionally explosive, if they could add Mozart, this world-famous piano master, on top of that, making it a viral hit across the entire internet would be nothing short of a piece of cake. What a pity. And here I thought we'd get to find out Mozart's identity. Actually, why do we absolutely have to know who Mozart is? Don't we have Beethoven now? Yeah, it's enough that Beethoven is a citizen of our Dragon Kingdom. Why care about a foreigner? One look at the person upstairs and you can tell they don't understand what music is. In the entire music industry, there is nobody who doesn't want to know who Mozart is. Fine, fine, fine. You understand music. You're amazing, all right? Anyway, I support Beethoven. I used to quite like Mozart. But knowing Beethoven is old rogue Hiroto, I unconditionally love Beethoven. Exactly. To not fawn over and love our Dragon Kingdom's own piano master, but instead fawn over a foreigner. What kind of nonsense is that? Although they weren't able to find out the identity of the world-famous piano master Mozart from my mouth, it didn't matter. For many people, as long as they knew Beethoven belonged to our Dragon Kingdom, that was enough. Ring, ring, ring. A burst of a phone ringtone shattered the brief tranquility. Liu Wei noticed that it was his phone ringing. Picking it up to look, it was an unfamiliar number. Connecting the phone. "Hello? Who is this?" "Liu Wei, I am Li Tian." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone line. "President Li? Why did you call me?" Liu Wei hadn't expected the person on the other end of the line to actually be the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, Li Tian. Could it be that Li Tian was calling him in order to have me join the Piano Association? Just as Liu Wei was secretly guessing to himself, Li Tian on the other end of the line didn't waste words either and said directly, Just now, the president of the International Piano Association, Maltz, contacted me. He said he wants to get in touch with you. If it's convenient, I'll have President Maltz contact you. Liu Wei was entirely dazed. Maltz. That person was not merely the president of the International Piano Association, but also a world top-tier piano master and a living fossil of the piano world. Hello, Liu Wei, did you hear me? Suddenly, Li Tian's voice came from the other end of the line, immediately snapping Liu Wei back to his senses. I heard you. It's just, why does that person want to contact me? Liu Wei immediately spoke with extreme caution. You don't know yet? The news of Mr. Hiroto being Beethoven hasn't merely spread domestically anymore. By now, quite a few Western musicians have also received this news. Presumably, President Maltz wants to chat with you about matters regarding Mr. Beethoven. Although Li Tian, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, could be said to be a figure who covers the sky with a single hand within the domestic piano community, when facing contact from Maltz, he wasn't much better off than Liu Wei. President, can you wait a brief moment? I want to ask for Mitsuki's opinion. Liu Wei took a deep breath. Although learning that Maltz wanted to contact him left his heart both shocked and thrilled as he was still clear in his mind that this was Mitsuki's home. More importantly, he was clear on why Maltz would contact him, so this matter still needed to be made known to Mitsuki. Thus, Liu Wei told Mitsuki about the matter of Maltz calling over. Upon hearing it, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo's hearts were filled with utter terror and shock, and the crowd of netizens was also completely dumbfounded. At the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, Li Tian was currently holding his phone and watching the live stream. This would appear highly unbelievable to outsiders. After all, as the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, the daily affairs Li Tian needed to handle were numerous and chaotic. Where would he have the time to watch a mobile live stream? However, today's live stream content held a special significance for Li Tian. Putting aside the exposure of my identity as a piano master, just the fact that the person hailed as the living fossil of the piano world, Maltz, had actually called him, this appeared to him as a once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. Once their Dragon Kingdom Piano Association pulled closer its relationship with this living fossil, combined with me being a world-famous piano master, their Dragon Kingdom's piano status on the international stage would obtain a further elevation. For the entire Dragon Kingdom piano community, this was undoubtedly a monumental event of milestone significance. And as the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association for this current term, he would more or less be able to scoop up some personal fame. Tilting her little head, Mitsuki asked with a puzzled and innocent face, Uncle Liu, if that Maltz person is calling you, why do you have to tell me? Because this is Mitsuki's home. Liu Wei gave a light cough and explained. All right then. Mitsuki nodded her little head. Thank you, Mitsuki. Expressing his thanks, Liu Wei picked up his phone and said, President Li, Mitsuki has agreed. Great. I will get in touch with President Maltz right away. Li Tian on the other end of the line immediately hung up. Liu Wei's heart suddenly grew tense. After all, the person hailed as the living fossil of the piano world was about to contact him in just a moment. Big sister, is that Maltz person a very powerful pianist? Mitsuki asked in a crisp voice. Yes, Yukina Natsukawa nodded, sighing with emotion. Then how is he compared to my papa? Mitsuki blinked her large eyes, immensely curious. This, Yukina Natsukawa suddenly didn't know how to answer, because in her view, whether it was Maltz or me, both were world top-tier piano masters. But the crowd of netizens in the live stream room broke into a heated debate. Does that even need to be asked? Of course it's Maltz. After all, when he became famous, Hiroto Kazumatsuri wasn't even born yet. I also think it's Maltz. After all, he is a person hailed as the living fossil of the piano world. To the person upstairs, if we're comparing whose age is greater, Maltz is indeed older, but when it comes to influence, that might not necessarily be the case. Stop pretending to understand when you don't. Maltz was rated by foreign media as the most influential pianist and the greatest piano master in history. Deeply sorry, but a couple of years ago, old rogue Hiroto was also rated as the most influential and greatest piano master. Don't argue, everyone upstairs. Whether it's Maltz or old rogue Hiroto, both are world top-tier piano masters. But old rogue Hiroto is a piano master who belongs to our Dragon Kingdom. The discussion inside the live stream room grew increasingly intense, But right at this moment, Liu Wei's phone suddenly rang. Liu Wei's entire body gave a shudder. He had previously seen Maltz at an international music convention, but he could only observe him from afar. "Hello, are you Mr. Liu Wei?" The moment he pressed the answer key, a dignified voice instantly came from the other end of the line. "It's me, President Maltz," Liu Wei said in an exceptionally respectful tone. Another dignified voice came from the other end of the line. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo could vaguely hear the conversation between Liu Wei and Maltz, but the crowd of netizens could only hear Liu Wei's voice. In order to satisfy the curiosity of the netizens as well as the cute little girl beside him, Liu Wei directly turned on the speakerphone function. "President Maltz, you can use a Western language to communicate with me. I wonder if there's anything President Maltz needs in contacting me." Liu Wei could clearly feel that the other party spoke with extreme strain, so he kindly reminded him. "All right then." This single sentence was in the Dragon Kingdom language, and following that, Maltz conversed in a Western language. "Very glad to meet you, Mr. Liu. I hadn't expected your Dragon Kingdom to produce such an extraordinarily outstanding pianist. His musical talent leaves me deeply admiring. I also only just found out about it myself." When speaking of old rogue Hiroto's identity as a piano master, Liu Wei's spine couldn't help but straighten up a bit. "I am currently watching your live stream right now. Just now, I also looked at that imprint on top of the Warsaw piano. It was indeed gifted to Mozart by my International Piano Association." Maltz on the other end of the line added, "The association's Warsaw pianos were actually personally delivered by me to Beethoven and Mozart." Maltz couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "President Maltz, you've met Mozart." Liu Wei instantly became energized. "No. Back then, when I personally delivered the piano to the United States, I originally thought I'd be able to meet Mr. Mozart, but later I was disappointed. Mr. Mozart did not come in person, but instead had a lady come to collect the piano on his behalf." Maltz recalled, "That lady's name is perhaps one everyone has also heard before. She is the chief executive officer of Facebook, Ellie Hathaway, the woman dubbed by the world as the wealthiest and most beautiful." Holy crap, it's that Ellie Hathaway who ranks second on the global billionaire list. That's a massive, beautiful woman right there. I didn't expect Mozart to actually have a connection with Ellie Hathaway. As expected, Mr. Mozart isn't someone an ordinary person can come into contact with. I just want to know what exactly is the relationship between Mozart and Ellie Hathaway. It's definitely not a ordinary friend relationship. I remember Ellie Hathaway is single, isn't she? Who says being single means you can't have a boyfriend? Perhaps they just haven't made it public, that's all. After listening to Maltz's words, the crowd of netizens in the live stream room marveled in admiration. You had to realize that Facebook is the most popular social media platform globally, with nearly 3 billion monthly active users. Its global influence couldn't be described as anything less than massive. And as the founder and chief executive officer of Facebook, Ellie Hathaway was even more a focal point of the globe. Not only because of her beautiful appearance and proud figure, but because she used her own beauty and talent to break through boundaries of gender and geography, becoming a role model and pride for women globally. If we say the national goddess Kano Shireishi relies on outstanding acting skills, while also displaying excellent talent across multiple fields like music and dance to become the goddess in the hearts of fans globally, then Ellie Hathaway was undoubtedly the perfect combination of power, wisdom, and elegance. Her figure represented the rise and power of women in global domains. More importantly, Ellie Hathaway remained unmarried to this day. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were also somewhat shocked. For Mozart to actually be able to get the dignified chief executive officer of Facebook, Ellie Hathaway, to go collect a piano, if someone were to claim this was an ordinary friend relationship, fears were that nobody would believe it, right? Then President Maltz, what about Beethoven? Back then, did Mr. Beethoven also have someone else collect the piano on his behalf? Regarding Ellie Hathaway, Liu Wei had naturally heard of her as well, but he cared far more about some piano matters. Mr. Beethoven did come to collect it personally. It's just that back then, Mr. Beethoven came to collect it wearing a hat and a mask, and he also spoke in a fluent Western spoken accent, leaving me with absolutely no suspicion that he was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Maltz recalled once more, "Old rogue Hiroto sure is low profile. If it were me, I would have let it get to my head long ago. Me too. This perhaps is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Speaking of which, back then when the association prepared to gift pianos to Mr. Beethoven and Mr. Mozart, it wasn't all that easy. Back then, in view of the outstanding contributions Mr. Beethoven and Mr. Mozart made to piano art and music creation, the association decided to gift Warsaw pianos to Mr. Beethoven and Mr. Mozart. We went through quite a bit of trouble and managed with great difficulty to find the email addresses of Mr. Mozart and Mr. Beethoven and sent out the emails. But this wait took just about half a year's time before we finally received Mr. Beethoven's reply. You guys will definitely never guess what Mr. Beethoven's very first sentence was. Speaking up to this point, Maltz couldn't help but reveal a touch of a bitter smile. Liu Wei and Yukina Natsukawa listened with curiosity. Back then, Mr. Beethoven replied, wasn't the compound next door just wiped flat? How are there still fish that slipped through the net? Maltz laughed. Liu Wei froze for a moment. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were also dazed. What did he mean by, the compound next door was wiped flat? However, the netizens in the livestream room reacted very quickly. Old rogue Hiroto completely mistook the email sent by the International Piano Association for a scam message. As expected of old rogue Hiroto, his replies have never once let people down. Seeing the comments in the livestream room, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo finally reacted, and they couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle secretly. I only found out later that Mr. Beethoven had mistaken our email for a scam, and after multiple rounds of explanations, did Mr. Beethoven finally believe we weren't scammers? Maltz couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hearing Maltz's voice, which was completely filled with helplessness, I felt as if I could practically visualize the scene from back then. Then what about Mr. Mozart? What was his reaction back then? Yukina Natsukawa asked curiously from the side. Mr. Mozart, on the other hand, was straightforward and directly gave an address. Maltz replied. Still, Mozart acts more swiftly. Maltz then dropped another astounding piece of news. However, there is one point that left me very surprised, and that is that the delivery addresses for Mozart and Beethoven actually turned out to be the exact same place. What? The exact same address? Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo blurted out in unison. Even Liu Wei's expression on the side was thoroughly surprised. You guys are very startled too, right? Back then, when I saw the identical address, I was also intensely surprised. I hadn't expected such a coincidence to exist in the world. But today, having looked at Mr. Liu's guess, I feel that Mr. Mozart and Mr. Beethoven might perhaps know each other in reality, which is why they received goods at the same location. Maltz sighed with immense emotion. President Maltz, actually those were also merely my guesses. To be praised by Maltz, who was hailed as the living fossil of the world piano community, as a junior, Liu Wei's heart was secretly thrilled beyond measure. But he still spoke modestly. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo didn't go notice the livestream room comments. They pondered over Maltz's words. Both Warsaw pianos were sent to a single location. Could it really be, just like Maltz said, that Mozart and Hiroto Kazumatsuri know each other, which is why they chose the exact same delivery address? Grandpa Maltz, could it be that Mozart is also my papa? Right at this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice beside them suddenly asked. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo froze for a moment, turning their heads together to look toward Mitsuki beside them. As for Mitsuki's question, many people didn't take it seriously. You must be Mr. Beethoven's daughter, right? Grandpa's thoughts are the same as Mr. Liu's thoughts. Mozart's style and your father's style are two entirely different styles. Therefore, the possibility of them being the same person isn't very large. Fearing that Mitsuki wouldn't understand if she just listened, Maltz spoke in broken Dragon Kingdom language, pausing after every single sentence. But I still feel Papa is Mozart, Mitsuki said, pouting her little mouth. Mitsuki, why do you feel that way? Shindo asked curiously. Because I don't know Mozart, Mitsuki said, her cute little face written completely with earnestness. Liu Wei on the side was left caught between tears and laughter. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo, however, didn't speak. Although they felt the probability of Liu Wei's guess was very large, for some unknown reason, in the depths of their hearts, they felt that I was Mozart. This child is way too greedy. It's not enough that her father is Beethoven, she even wants Mozart to become her father. Don't you guys find it hilarious? This child doesn't know Mozart. yet she feels Mozart is her father. To the person upstairs, if you had watched the previous live streams, you would know that Mitsuki didn't even know who Beethoven was either. Before, it was understandable that Mitsuki didn't know Beethoven, because Beethoven is old rogue Hiroto. But why didn't old rogue Hiroto tell Mitsuki about Mozart? And what's even more important is that since old rogue Hiroto knows Mozart, could it be that he has never once mentioned Mozart in front of Mitsuki? It was indeed a bit strange. For a moment, a crowd of netizens began to grow bewildered. Yukina Natsukawa let out a soft "oh" and walked over to the piano, carefully looking at the music score on top of it. "What's wrong, Yukina?" Shindo asked in puzzlement. "I don't think I've ever seen the piano piece on here before," Yukina Natsukawa said, turning her head back. "Let me take a look." Liu Wei stepped forward to check. He couldn't help but push up his glasses. "I haven't seen this music score either." "This piano piece is called Lullaby. It's super pretty to listen to," Mitsuki said in a crisp voice, looking over. "Lullaby?" Liu Wei looked at the music score again and shook his head. "I do know a few, but I've never seen this one." And at this moment, the live stream screen also focused on the music score. This lullaby is definitely a new work by Mr. Hiroto. Maltz's pleasantly surprised voice came through the phone. "A new work?" Liu Wei's heart jolted. Yukina, Natsukawa, and Shindo were also stunned. You had to realize that ever since the War of the Gods, neither Mozart nor I have ever released a new piano piece. Liu Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva, an excited light bursting from his eyes. "Mitsuki, can you let me play this piano piece? After all, this is a work of mine that has never been published before." Mitsuki nodded her little head. "Sure." Liu Wei felt very grateful in his heart. "Thank you, Mitsuki." But at the same time, he felt that Mitsuki was way too innocent and trusted people too easily. However, facing a new work of mine, he immediately threw away his cluttered thoughts and sat down in front of the piano. He slowly raised his hands and took a deep breath. One after another, beautiful piano notes began to resonate. This piano piece is quite nice to listen to. I think this piano piece is way too inferior compared to old rogue Hiroto's previous pieces. You can tell just by listening to it that this lullaby was specially created to coax a child to sleep. Anyway, I think it's pretty nice. The live stream room began to break into a discussion. The entire song is concise and smooth, with a soft and beautiful melody, giving people a peaceful and tranquil feeling. Maltz's voice suddenly came through the phone. Regarding Maltz's evaluation, Liu Wei also expressed his agreement. "This lullaby can even be sung," Mitsuki said happily. "It can even be sung?" Liu Wei was somewhat surprised. "How about I play it?" Mitsuki smiled and nodded her little head. Liu Wei began to play the lullaby once more. Mitsuki, standing aside, began to sing along in her childish and beautiful voice. At this moment, the entire live stream room fell silent. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo also listened quietly. When the music faded away, only then did everyone snap back to their senses. His desire still unfulfilled, Liu Wei slowly pulled back his hands. He hadn't expected that the simple piano piece from just now, when paired with Mitsuki's pure and pleasant voice, would actually evoke a completely different kind of artistic realm. This was practically created solely to coax a child to sleep. Snapping back to reality, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo immediately began to applaud from the side. "It sounds so beautiful." "It's too classic. I can foresee that this lullaby will become a household song." From the phone resting on the piano, Maltz's amazed voice traveled out. To think that even a living fossil of the world piano community would praise it so much. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this lullaby became world famous. The live stream room instantly grew lively. No one had expected that they would actually get to hear a new work of mine today, and at this moment, a topic suddenly surfaced on the short video hot search list. Beethoven's new song exposed. This topic rapidly rushed into the top 10 of the hot search list, and many netizens who didn't know the truth flooded into the live stream room one after another. Yukina Natsukawa, however, was muttering to herself as a thought gradually began to sprout in her mind. If I am Mozart, then there will definitely be Mozart's piano scores here. That way it can be confirmed whether Mozart is another one of my alt accounts. Shindo's eyes lit up, and she gave a slight nod. Following that, her face filled with smiles as she looked toward Mitsuki and asked, "Mitsuki, when your father wrote piano pieces, he must have left behind manuscripts. Can you let us take a look at those manuscripts?" As for looking at the piano manuscripts, many netizens in the livestream room expressed their support. After all, they were all folks who loved watching a scene and didn't mind making it a bigger deal. Old Rogue Hiroto wrote so many famous piano pieces back then. If those piano manuscripts are still kept, wouldn't they be worth a massive fortune? Worth a fortune, my foot. Hiroto Kazamatsuri isn't dead yet. If you want them to be worth money, you'll have to wait at least a few decades after Hiroto Kazamatsuri dies. LMAO, is Hiroto Kazamatsuri ignorant, or are you guys ignorant? If Hiroto Kazamatsuri's piano manuscripts can be worth $100, I'll livestream myself eating feces. I'll offer $100,000 to buy Hiroto Kazamatsuri's piano manuscripts. Mr. Hiroto's piano manuscripts are extremely valuable across the entire world. As long as Mr. Hiroto is willing, no matter how much money it costs, I will buy them. Yet right at this moment, Maltz's voice abruptly came out from the phone. Maltz is personally slapping the haters in the face. Even a living fossil of the piano community is willing to spend money to buy them, so there's no need to mention anyone else. Seeing Maltz speak out, many netizens grew invigorated, frantically mocking those internet trolls. And hearing Maltz's words, Liu Wei deeply agreed, because only those who truly understand art and music know how precious my manuscripts are. Mitsuki said very innocently, "Do you guys want to buy Papa's music scores?" Shindo hurriedly explained, No, we just want to take a look." Mitsuki scratched her little head, knitting her small brows as if she was trying hard to recall. "I remember now. It seems brother knows where the music scores are." Mitsuki's watery, large eyes suddenly brightened up, her little face completely written with joy. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo froze for a moment, turning their gazes together toward Asahi. Asahi said expressionlessly, "I don't know." The faces of Liu Wei, Yukina Natsukawa, and Shindo instantly filled with disappointment. Liu Wei's disappointment and regret stemmed from not being able to see the manuscripts of a world-class piano grandmaster with his own eyes. What disappointed Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo was their inability to confirm whether I am actually Mozart. Of course, the ones disappointed weren't just the three of them. Even the crowd of netizens in the livestream room found it incredibly a pity. "Brother?" Mitsuki tilted her little head, her eyes carrying a bit of confusion, her voice soft and sweet. "I just said, I don't know." Asahi reached out his small hand and gently rubbed Mitsuki's little head. Mitsuki gave an understanding response and didn't say anything more. Yet right at this moment, a middle-aged woman walked in with a smile. Yukina Natsukawa said joyfully, "Auntie Hiroto." Hiroto's mother looked curiously at Liu Wei and Shindo. "These two are..." Yukina Natsukawa hurriedly introduced them. "This is my good friend, Shindo, and this is teacher Liu Wei from the Kyoto Conservatory of Music." Hiroto's mother smiled and nodded. "Hello there." "Hello," Liu Wei and Shindo hurriedly replied. Hiroto's mother asked, "What are you all doing here in Asahi's study room?" Yukina Natsukawa explained about the Warsaw piano as well as my identity as a piano grandmaster. "Then what music score were you guys talking about just now?" Yukina Natsukawa explained softly, "Actually, we just wanted to see the piano scores that classmate Hiroto wrote in the past." "Piano scores? I actually have some impression of that. I remember my son gave all the music scores to Asahi." Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo froze. Just now, Asahi explicitly said he didn't know. Could it be that he forgot? "I remember there was a period of time when Asahi liked playing the piano, so my son gave all the music scores to Asahi. I know where Asahi put the music scores." Saying this, Hiroto's mother opened a drawer and took out a wooden box from inside. Hiroto's mother flipped the wooden box open. Liu Wei leaned closer, his eyes lighting up. Inside the wooden box, there was strikingly a neatly arranged pile of music scores. Piano Sonata No. 14 in C-sharp minor. This is Beethoven's Rise to Fame piece. There is also Piano Sonata No. 1 in F minor. Piano Sonata No. 2 in A major, and this is Piano Sonata No. 5 in C minor. Liu Wei's hands and expression were intensely excited as he picked up sheet after sheet of paper. Yukina Natsukawa suddenly felt a little nervous in her heart. They had been guessing whether I could be Mozart, but at this moment, they suddenly kind of hoped I wasn't. But next, Liu Wei let out a soft sound, staring intently at the manuscript in his hand. This caused Yukina Natsukawa's heart to suddenly leap into her throat. "Teacher Liu, what's wrong?" Yukina Natsukawa said cautiously. "This music score is Mozart's Minuet in D major. And this one too." Liu Wei picked up several music scores in a row, and these music scores were strikingly all Mozart's. A single thought popped up simultaneously in the minds of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo. How could Mozart's manuscripts be at old rogue Hiroto's house?
Wasn't it mentioned before?
Mozart is old rogue Hiroto's good buddy. It's not strange for him to gift his manuscripts to old rogue Hiroto. Originally, Liu Wei had thought so too, but he discovered that the handwriting on all these piano manuscripts originated from a single person. Liu Wei suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Mitsuki's grandmother. Were all these piano manuscripts written by Mr. Hiroto? In order to confirm the guess in his heart, Liu Wei's voice trembled slightly as he held up the manuscripts for Hiroto's mother to look at. "Yes, these music scores were all written by my son. What's wrong?" Hiroto's mother's tone carried a hint of puzzlement. Liu Wei's head suddenly went buzz, turning completely blank. Seeing Liu Wei's state, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo couldn't help but exchange a look. The guess deep down in their hearts had already been validated. Perhaps we all guessed wrong before. Looking at the piano manuscripts in his hands, Liu Wei's eyes were filled with a mix of shock and excitement, looking extremely complex. What did we guess wrong about? I'm also very puzzled as to why Teacher Liu would be so shocked upon seeing the manuscripts. Could there be some secret in the manuscripts? Could it be from seeing old rogue Hiroto's new work? Even if he saw a new work, it's impossible to be this shocked, right? In the eyes of many people, Liu Wei's expression and behavior were highly abnormal. Fright, shock, mixed with a bit of joy, it gave off a feeling that was blurry and mysterious. "Mr. Liu, have you discovered something?" Actually, it wasn't just the netizens who were puzzled and surprised. Even Maltz, far away in the west, couldn't help but develop an interest while looking at his phone. Liu Wei took a deep breath, and speaking into the phone, his tone was deep. "President Maltz, previously, didn't we guess that Mozart and Beethoven were highly likely in a close friendship relationship?" Maltz's response came through the phone. "That's correct." Liu Wei let out a breath and uttered words that shocked everyone present. "But now, I want to overturn our previous guess." Maltz's shocked voice instantly came out from the phone. "What? What evidence do you have?" Maltz immediately questioned back. Liu Wei held up 2 sets of music score manuscripts and said toward the livestream drone in midair, "Because in my hands, I have not only Beethoven's music scores, but also Mozart's music scores. And these music score manuscripts were all written by Mr. Hiroto." "What? What did Teacher Liu just say? Old rogue Hiroto is Mozart? WTF, this plot twist came way too fast, didn't it? Just a moment ago we thought they were good buddies, and now you're telling us Mozart and Beethoven are actually the same person? How can one person possibly write songs in 2 entirely different musical styles? Yeah, if they were written by the same person, why would he use 2 separate identities to publish them? Isn't that just redundant? One look, and I can tell you guys don't know Old Rogue Hiroto's true nature. Old Rogue Hiroto even sets up 2 separate accounts just to draw manga, and one is in the Dragon Kingdom while the other is in Japan. Regarding the matter of me setting up 2 alt accounts, many manga fans have deeply experienced it. Mozart is Beethoven. Did you misread it? Maltz's voice was shocked, carrying a few hints of bewilderment and skepticism. "President Maltz, you can take a look at these 2 music scores. One is Mozart's, and the other is Beethoven's." Liu Wei raised the 2 music scores and spoke loudly toward the livestream drone. The livestream drone also very humanely focused the screen onto the 2 music scores. But the exact instant the 2 piano manuscripts in Liu Wei's hands appeared, many people widened their eyes, including Maltz far away in the west. Inside his own manor, Maltz stared at his phone with a face full of shock, his entire being appearing as if he had turned to stone. "Grandfather, what's wrong with you?" Yet right at this moment, a tall woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an exquisite appearance walked forward with a puzzled face. "Evelyn, I need to make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom." Maltz suddenly stood up, his expression extremely urgent. "Grandfather, why are you suddenly going to the Dragon Kingdom?" the blonde, blue-eyed woman asked in astonishment. "I need to go meet that Mr. Hiroto," Maltz said in a firm tone. The blonde, blue-eyed woman's expression was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she had seen her grandfather in such an anxious state. But considering her grandfather's physical condition, "But grandfather, your body..." Dr. Green said you need to pay more attention to resting. "Just now, didn't you guys say my son... was that Beethoven? How come now you're saying my son is Mozart again?" Listening to Liu Wei's words, Hiroto's mother said with a face full of confusion. Seeing Hiroto's mother's confusion, Yukina Natsukawa immediately explained the matter regarding Mozart and Beethoven. Hiroto's mother shook her head. "My son is really something else too, setting up two separate identities just to write music scores." Her tone carrying a hint of slight complaint. The true identities of Beethoven and Mozart revealed. Netizens are stunned. Topics regarding Beethoven and Mozart surged onto the hot search lists of major media platforms. Regarding my identity, Hiroto's mother didn't really care. Mitsuki, standing aside, learned that I am Mozart and instantly grew joyful. "I guessed right. I told you Papa was Mozart." Mitsuki's grandmother, "I admire Mr. Hiroto way too much. I didn't expect that Mr. Hiroto by himself could actually compose so many classic piano pieces." Liu Wei looked at my piano manuscripts once more, his heart filled with extreme exclamation. If it weren't for the fact that I am not home right now, he would have bowed down in worship. This was simply a genius. This could no longer be described using the word genius. Meanwhile, in her airplane seat, Kano Shirishi was leaning back quietly with earphones plugged into her ears, resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she felt someone nudging her from the side. Kano Shirishi slowly opened her eyes, removed the sunglasses from her face, and looked toward her young assistant, Xiaolu, beside her. Xiaolu looked around as if she was acting like a thief, lowering her voice as she said, "Sister Lee, classmate Hiroto's identity has been exposed again." Kano Shirishi froze. Exposed again? Not long ago, wasn't it just exposed that Hiroto Kazumatsuri is Beethoven? Then what has been exposed now? That he and Mozart are good buddies? Xiaolu immediately handed her phone over for Kano Shirishi to look. "Look, everyone online is saying classmate Hiroto is Mozart." Kano Shirishi didn't take the phone, but took a glance and froze. Kano Shirishi couldn't help but curse. Is this Hiroto Kazumatsuri ever going to finish? Even just playing the piano, he has to set up 2 alt accounts. Does he think he's the main character? Actually, Kano Shirishi couldn't be blamed for being angry. Ever since she innocently took the blame and was blasted onto the hot search list by people, even though it wasn't her first time being blasted onto the hot search list, being treated as a scapegoat by a certain someone still left her feeling more or less a bit disgruntled, deep down. Xiaolu, sitting aside, remained silent. Before, she had truly thought Sister Lee was classmate Hiroto's wife. After all, someone online had previously captured footage of classmate Hiroto and Sister Lee having a private meeting. But later, Kano Shirishi explained that it was an accident. Quite a few netizens rushed to Kano Shirishi's personal official microblog comment section, leaving all kinds of foul language. Yukina Natsukawa noticed the comments in the live stream room and suddenly thought of something. If my wife really were Kano Shirishi, then could the reason I hid my identity be to protect Kano Shirishi? After all, given my status as a world-famous piano grandmaster, Kano Shirishi wouldn't even be worthy of being brought along. Shuya, perhaps we did wrong. A touch of guilt suddenly rose within Yukina Natsukawa's heart. Whether it was my status as a world-famous manga artist or a piano grandmaster, both were inadvertently exposed by her. After the manga artist identity was exposed previously, my house was blocked by many people, making it impossible for Mitsuki and Asahi to attend kindergarten normally, which resulted in my family having no choice but to live at the mountaintop of the Wusong scenic area. Then, after the piano grandmaster identity is exposed this time, what will it be like again? Relax, didn't you see Auntie Hiroto didn't even care? Shindo comforted her verbally. Privately, however, she had already contacted the studio side to run promotions. After all, since it was already exposed, there was no use in regretting it. Shindo suddenly asked, "Do you know Ellie Hathaway?" Hiroto's mother said in confusion. "What Hathaway? Who is that?" Shindo explained, "Auntie Hiroto, it's Ellie Hathaway. She's the female billionaire who ranks 2nd globally." Shindo's question instantly ignited the entire livestream room. They had almost forgotten that Ellie Hathaway personally went to collect the Warsaw piano for Mozart. And Mozart is old rogue Hiroto, so what is the relationship between old rogue Hiroto and Ellie Hathaway? Regarding the relationship between Ellie Hathaway and me, the netizens in the livestream room were all arguing like crazy. Some said Ellie Hathaway and I were just ordinary friends, while others said the relationship between the two was definitely not simple. Hiroto's mother shook her head and said, "I don't know her." Shindo felt it was a bit of a pity. I see. Over the next few days, the news regarding my identity continued to ferment across the internet, causing the Wulong scenic area to become exceptionally popular during these few days, even reaching a point where it was packed shoulder to shoulder with people. She kept monitoring the situation on my side. Seeing the explosive level of popularity at the Wupo scenic area, Yukina Natsukawa's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Over the past few days, she had also tried to contact me, but every single time she dialed my phone number, it was either powered off or out of the service area. She was wondering if it was because of the identity exposure matter that I chose to turn off my phone and vanish without a trace, just to avoid the disturbances from the outside world. Meanwhile, my dual piano grandmaster identity caused quite a bit of controversy across the internet, because someone from the Dragon Kingdom had finally obtained the Warsaw piano that represents piano glory. And it was 2 of them! But before the netizens could even be happy about the Dragon Kingdom having the Warsaw pianos, a certain well-known media personality published a post saying that although both of my identities became piano grandmasters, in the end, it was still just one person, who was only worthy of receiving one Warsaw piano. Therefore, they suggested that I should return the other Warsaw piano so as to avoid making Westerners feel that people from the Dragon Kingdom like to take petty advantages. For a time, these remarks gained the support of quite a few people. However, some people also countered, feeling that my securing of 2 Warsaw pianos was a testament to my own capability. The two factions argued relentlessly across the internet, but it was very clear that the side believing I deserved to obtain 2 Warsaw pianos did not hold the upper hand in the dispute. Actually, when Yukina Natsukawa saw that well-known media personality's published post, she initially felt the other party's words made some sense, but looking closely at the other party's remarks, she felt something was off. Although it looked as if the other party was kindly giving a reminder for me to return the extra Warsaw piano, no matter how one looked at it, it was subtly mocking me for being unethical by scheming for 2 Warsaw pianos, causing the West to look down on the Dragon Kingdom. But she didn't know how she should explain on my behalf either. After all, as of right now, truly no one else had ever obtained 2 Warsaw pianos. Great, isn't it? Thanks to me, the whole world now knows we people from the Dragon Kingdom like to take petty advantages. Don't I feel ashamed? Taking advantage all the way to the international stage? Aren't they embarrassed? There's no helping it. This is a gene carved into the bones. This kind of rhetoric continuously fermented on the internet, as if it had become a mainstream perspective. Looking at these comments, Yukina Natsukawa felt extremely dissatisfied and angry in her heart. She was naturally clear that this was because certain cockroaches were behind the scenes, driving the narrative, fanning the flames, and smearing a piano grandmaster who had emerged with great difficulty in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside a luxurious villa, Kano Shirashi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eating potato chips while watching a TV drama she starred in with great relish. My acting skills are clearly so good, how could it just be staring? Today's audience really isn't up to par. All along, her acting skills had also been a major black mark against her online. As long as a character she played aired, within less than 2 days, it would be turned into all kinds of spoof meme packages, among which the most popular was that wide-eyed staring meme package. When other celebrities saw this kind of spoof meme package, even if they didn't resent it, they would ignore these spoof meme packages. But Kano Shirashi did the exact opposite. Whichever spoof meme package became popular, her account profile picture would immediately be changed to that exact meme package. This is called striking first to gain the upper hand. Those who struck later could only pick up the leftover trends she was done playing with. Sometimes, she would even personally create some spoof meme packages of herself and post them online. Believe it or not, later on, she unconsciously became her own #1 anti-fan, becoming the second in command of a certain 1,000-person QQ group. When you hater yourself deep enough, it naturally becomes fun. How come I haven't heard any news about Green Tea Kano lately? Haven't you looked at the recent news? The recent news has been completely dominated by Green Tea Kano's husband. I just don't believe old rogue Hiroto's wife is Green Tea Kano no matter what. Simply because Green Tea Kano isn't worthy. But right now, Green Tea Kano's husband isn't having a good time either. Today he even got blasted onto the trending list. Isn't old rogue Hiroto our Dragon Kingdom's piano grandmaster? Why are people still flaming him? It's still because of the matter of old rogue Hiroto's house having 2 Warsaw pianos. Even this is worth flaming? Today I was blasted onto the hot search list. Liu Wei also noticed the online slander against me, and his anger flared up immediately. I am not only the first piano grandmaster from the Dragon Kingdom to obtain a Warsaw piano, but also a piano grandmaster whose name echoes globally. Reasonably speaking, even if I weren't highly revered by people, I would still be praised by many. But at this moment, across major media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, and on the Dragon Kingdom's internet, I was merely a person who takes petty advantages and brings shame upon the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he did not hesitate to explain on my behalf online, but his influence was no match for Kano Shiraishi's, and it failed to create even a tiny splash. Things could not be allowed to continue like this. Liu Wei certainly didn't want a piano grandmaster who had emerged from their country with great difficulty to be humiliated like this. Without another word, he dialed the number of Dean Sun of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. "Xiao Liu, what's the matter?" Dean Sun's deep voice came through the phone. "Dean, have you seen the news online?" Liu Wei asked anxiously. "Are you talking about that matter regarding Mr. Hiroto?" Dean Sun said. Liu Wei spoke up again. "Dean Sun, it wasn't easy for our Dragon Kingdom to finally produce such a piano grandmaster. We can't keep letting others slander him like this. We must speak up for Mr. Hiroto." Dean Sun said unhurriedly, "Xiao Liu, I can understand your feelings, but speaking up at this time is highly likely to bring some negative impacts to our academy. Besides, the internet is merely asking Mr. Hiroto to return 1 Warsaw piano. The original intention isn't wrong either." Liu Wei countered, "Do you really think the original intention isn't wrong? If he really returns the Warsaw piano just as the internet demands, wouldn't that solidify Mr. Hiroto's behavior as petty and underhanded?" Dean Sun said, "Xiao Liu, how can you look at it that way? It's just returning an extra piano that he shouldn't have. How does that count as petty and underhanded behavior? I don't wish to say anything more." Saying this, Liu Wei hung up the phone directly and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Not long ago, Dean Sun had even asked him to contact me to see if I could come to the academy to serve as an honorary professor. Yet Dean Sun didn't understand that adding flowers to a brilliant tapestry is nowhere near as valuable as delivering charcoal in a snowstorm. Liu Wei picked up his phone again, wanting to dial another number. Compared to having the Kyoto Conservatory of Music speak up and explain on my behalf, having the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association speak up for me would be far more useful. But would the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association be willing? In the end, Liu Wei grit his teeth and still dialed the number of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association's president, Li Yitian. Hearing the voice coming from the other end of the phone, Liu Wei took a deep breath, preparing to state his purpose. Yet he heard Li Tian on the other end of the line say with a chuckle, "Liu Wei, it's for Mr. Hiroto's matter, right?" Liu Wei froze for a moment. "President Li, you already know?" Li Yitian smiled and said, "With such a major event happening, how could I not know? Rest assured, Mr. Hiroto is the most outstanding pianist of our Dragon Kingdom. As the president of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association, how can I just watch Mr. Hiroto's reputation be damaged?" The hand Liu Wei used to hold his phone trembled violently. Li Yitian added, "Furthermore, you can relax. I have already established contact with President Maltz's side." Liu Wei said excitedly, "President, what did President Maltz say?" "You will find out very soon." Li Yitian did not say it explicitly, but from Li Yitian's relaxed tone, Liu Wei knew that this matter could be resolved. The official microblog of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association issued a statement, maintaining that my acquisition of 2 Warsaw pianos was fully recognized by the International Piano Association. Meanwhile, Li Yitian also published a post on his personal official microblog stating that it was entirely well-deserved for me to be awarded 2 Warsaw pianos. This truly stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Countless netizens who supported that I deserved to own 2 Warsaw pianos were instantly invigorated. But very soon, New Daxian, The media personality who had previously posted that I wasn't worthy of owning 2 Warsaw accounts published another post. This is truly disappointing. I originally thought our Dragon Kingdom Piano Association could handle this matter with fairness and strict integrity. I didn't expect they would actually say it's well-deserved for me to obtain 2 Warsaw pianos. And New Daxian's post instantly garnered the support of many people. The blogger is so right. The Dragon Kingdom Piano Association and Hiroto Kazamatsuri are practically birds of a feather. In my view, it's highly likely that Hiroto Kazamatsuri gave a sum of money to get the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association to support him. It must be so. This is exactly why our Dragon Kingdom's Piano Association lags so far behind the Western Piano Association. Our Dragon Kingdom is still 500 years away from catching up to the West. For a time, many people flooded into the comment section of the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association to hurl abuse, saying things like the Dragon Kingdom Piano Association was degrading itself, being of the same stripe as me, and working hand in glove for villainy. Even Li Yixian was similarly subjected to the abuse of internet trolls. This matter escalated continuously, nearly hitting the hot search lists of major media platforms. The headline topic on major media platforms was, President Maltz strongly backs Hiroto Kazamatsuri, revealing the truth and speaking out for justice. Yukina Natsukawa clicked it open to take a look. It was a short video. Maltz said in the short video that each pianist is traditionally considered worthy of enjoying the honor of only 1 Warsaw piano. But Hiroto Kazamatsuri's contribution and influence have already transcended this traditional concept. His performance techniques are superb, bringing countless innovations and inspirations to the field of piano art, winning the praise of music lovers globally. His artistic achievements and his advancement of piano art are fully worthy of owning 2 Warsaw pianos. This short video rapidly spread across major platforms. Even the president of the International Piano Association says old rogue Hiroto deserves to own 2 pianos. Yet those internet trolls say he's not worthy. Actually, as long as you pay attention to the foreign internet, you'll find that the West has no objections to old rogue Hiroto obtaining 2 Warsaw pianos. On the contrary, the objections within our Dragon Kingdom are quite massive. Because of Maltz's statement, the confidence of many netizens supporting me instantly multiplied. But even with Maltz speaking out, the internet trolls online still resorted to flawed logic and stubborn arguments. They believe that the only reason Maltz said this was because he didn't want the International Piano Association to lose face. What caught everyone completely unexpected was that the official microblog platform suddenly announced it would display personal IP addresses, and at this exact moment, the locations of those internet trolls were exposed one after another as being in a certain island nation. Even the locations of those big Vs and internet celebrities who had previously smeared me on short videos and major media platforms actually showed up as being in the United States. Millie Tuntun is actually abroad? Isn't she a patriotic blogger? WTF, I was wondering why there were so many trolls these years. Turns out it's the neighboring Taiwan island driving the narrative to smear us. Unfollowed. When the official microblog platform displayed the locations, many netizens were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that bloggers who often became famous by speaking out for the country and public interests were actually located abroad. New Daxian couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief deep down. Luckily, he was within the country. Knock, knock, knock. A burst of knocking sounds echoed as Shindo suddenly came to the door. With an excited expression, she said, "Yukina, there's good news. Kano Shiraishi's assistant just called me. I've arranged a time with her to discuss a collaboration." Yukina Natsukawa gave a calm response. "What time did you arrange?" Shindo said tomorrow afternoon. Ring, ring, ring. Yet right at this moment, a burst of a phone ringtone echoed. Yukina Natsukawa answered it immediately. A cute and beautiful voice abruptly came through the phone. The corners of Yukina Natsukawa's attractive lips curled up slightly into a beautiful arc. "Mitsuki, why did you call me? Mitsuki is going to host a live stream the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Big Sister has time to do a split-screen stream together with Mitsuki." "I have time. When the time comes, Big Sister will definitely go to support you." "That's wonderful. Then it's a promise, Big Sister." Listening to Mitsuki's overjoyed voice, Yukina Natsukawa couldn't help but smile. Yukina Natsukawa carefully inquired, "Mitsuki, is your father at home?" Mitsuki's crisp and pleasant voice instantly came through the phone. "Yes, my papa is right beside me drinking tea." Yukina Natsukawa asked a bit sheepishly, Then can you let your father answer the phone? Mitsuki's call echoed through the phone. Papa, big sister is looking for you for something. My voice came through the phone. School beauty Natsukawa, is there something you need from me? A wave of inexplicable nervousness suddenly surged within Yukina Natsukawa's heart. Classmate Hiroto, you're at home? I let out a light laugh. Where else would I be if I'm not at home? Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you yet. Yukina Natsukawa asked in surprise, thank me for what? I replied with a smile. If it weren't for your help, how could Mitsuki have gained 10 million followers so quickly on short videos? Yukina Natsukawa shook her head to deny it. How can that be my credit? Actually, it's because Mitsuki is so adorable, which is why so many people follow and love her. She was still clear about her own capabilities. The biggest reason Mitsuki could gain 10 million followers so quickly was none other than me. I didn't want to say too much on this matter, so I asked with a smile, School beauty Natsukawa, what did you want to say to me just now? Yukina Natsukawa took a deep breath. Classmate Hiroto, I'm really so sorry. I never imagined that exposing your identity would bring you so much unnecessary trouble. She immediately voiced her apology. I said indifferently, the trouble you're talking about is that matter from the past couple of days, right? Besides, I didn't even want those 2 Warsaw pianos. The International Piano Association forced them onto me. If they want them back, then just return them. It's no big deal. Listening to my relaxed and carefree voice, Yukina Natsukawa froze. The International Piano Association forced them onto him? However, regarding my words, she still believed them a bit. I smiled easily, as if I didn't take this matter to heart at all. Don't worry either. If it's exposed, it's exposed. That's merely a title, nothing more. If you really feel bad about it, treat my family to a meal another day. Don't be stingy when the time comes. Hearing my light-hearted tone, Yukina Natsukawa's heart, which had originally felt heavy, suddenly became a lot lighter. I smiled. Yukina Natsukawa immediately responded, also, I'll be counting on you for Mitsuki's livestream in a couple of days. I smiled again. No problem. After chatting for a few more sentences, Yukina Natsukawa hung up the phone, her expression appearing very relaxed. On the other side, inside Shinda Entertainment, Kano Shireishi had a cold expression as she walked at a fast pace. Behind her, her young assistant Xiaolu quickened her steps to keep up. When the people around saw this, they hurriedly made way, deeply afraid of provoking some kind of deadly force. Regarding this scene, Xiaolu had long since grown used to it. Sister Lee had very poor popularity within the company, especially the newcomers, who feared Sister Lee as they would a tiger. But only she knew that Sister Lee was a good person. Walking into the underground parking lot and arriving in front of a luxury sports car, Kano Shirishi pulled open the car door and sat inside. Xiaolu also hurriedly sat in the passenger seat. Xiaolu spoke with a bit of hesitation. Didn't you say it was a misunderstanding between you and classmate Hiroto? How come in front of Sister Sato you actually admitted your classmate Hiroto's wife? Kano Shirishi countered. Did I admit it? Xiaolu's voice paused. But just now, you. Recalling the situation in Sister Sato's office, Sister Sato was Sister Lee's agent. And just now, Sister Sato had given Sister Lee a whole round of praise, saying Sister Lee didn't even mention having such a powerful husband. And at that time, Sister Lee didn't deny it, but she didn't admit it either. Xiaolu asked cautiously, don't you fear that I might talk? Kano Shiraishi countered again, will you talk? Xiaolu immediately shook her head. She was a loyal follower of Sister Lee, so how could she talk recklessly? Kano Shiraishi said without caring in the slightest. Actually, even if you talk. Anyway, look at how badly I'm already being hated online. One more black mark won't make a difference, and one less won't matter either. Xiaolu patted her chest, her eyes flashing with sincerity and determination. Rest assured, I absolutely will not say a word. Kano Shiraishi gave a charming smile, smiling incredibly beautifully. Even Xiaolu, despite being a woman, couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Xiaolu suddenly asked in confusion, then Sister Lee, who do you think classmate Hiroto's wife could be? Kano Shiraishi said with a light smile, what do you think? Xiaolu scratched her head and pondered. Someone who looks like you. She suddenly thought of something. Kano Shiraishi's alluring red lips curled up gently. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. The next morning, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo dressed up early and arrived ahead of time to wait inside a restaurant. Although the person they were meeting was just a young assistant by Kano Shiraishi's side, this was a collaboration after all. Who knew, maybe one day they would get to see the #1 goddess of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, they saw a tall woman walking toward them. This woman wore a sun hat and a pair of sunglasses that could obscure her face. A single thought popped up simultaneously in the minds of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo. Do female assistants have such a massive aura nowadays? The woman's voice was as smooth as silk, sounding both warm and comfortable. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo hurriedly stood up to greet her, but they felt puzzled in their hearts. Why did it feel like the woman's voice before them was somewhat familiar? The woman sat down across from them. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo exchanged a glance and also hurriedly sat back in their original places. When the woman before them took off her sunglasses, both Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo completely froze in shock. With a thud, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo stood up abruptly. But just as they were about to say something, they saw Kano Shiraishi make a shushing gesture. Snapping back to their senses, Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo immediately covered their mouths with both hands and sat back down. And at this moment, the diners inside the restaurant turned their heads to look over one after another. Some mumbled a few words in dissatisfaction, while others were curious about what had happened. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo had never imagined in their wildest dreams that the national goddess Kano Shiraishi would actually come in person to discuss a collaboration. You don't need to be so nervous. Looking at the two anxious women, Kano Shiraishi gave a gentle smile. Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo smiled foolishly out of embarrassment. Yukina Natsukawa asked cautiously, "Sister Shiraishi, you said you want to collaborate on a livestream with our studio, but the requirement is to livestream my classmate Hiroto Kazumatsuri, is that correct?" Kano Shiraishi nodded and said, "That is indeed the case." Yukina Natsukawa summoned her courage and said, "But I don't want to livestream my classmate." Shindo, standing aside, hurriedly tugged at her good friend, but Yukina Natsukawa ignored her completely. Kano Shiraishi said with great interest, "Given classmate Hiroto's current popularity, as long as you livestream him, you will secure massive traffic and popularity." Yukina Natsukawa kept her head lowered as she said, "Actually, I also know that live streaming classmate Hiroto will bring popularity, but I've already troubled classmate Hiroto several times before. I don't want to trouble him anymore." Kano Shiraishi said with a half smile, "What if classmate Hiroto doesn't mind the trouble?" Yukina Natsukawa said honestly, "Even if classmate Hiroto doesn't mind the trouble, I would still feel bad about it." "That's a pity then." Kano Shiraishi's appearance was incomparably exquisite. Her skin fair and delicate. She propped up her cheek with one hand, a posture that resembled a tranquil and elegant painting. Shindo sighed in her heart. It seemed that there was a 90% chance this collaboration was going to fall through. Yukina Natsukawa knew that Goddess Shiraishi paid attention to her only because of my family. If they didn't livestream matters related to me, this collaboration would likely be cancelled. But if she didn't speak her mind, she would feel very suppressed and unhappy. Although this slightly let down her good friend, she felt she had to get it off her chest. Kano Shiraishi broke into a wide smile. "Do you know why I wanted you to livestream classmate Hiroto?" Yukina Natsukawa pondered for a moment, her eyes flashing with tension as she said cautiously, "Because live streaming matters about classmate Hiroto will be interesting." "You only got half of it right." Kano Shiraishi's moving and captivating red lips exuded a fatal charm. With just a single smile, her sweet aura was like the fragrance of spring flowers, leaving people thoroughly intoxicated. Yukina Natsukawa gently shook her head, sweeping away the cluttered thoughts in her mind. "What about the other half?" Kano Shiraishi smiled softly. "What if I say I want to get to know classmate Hiroto?" Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo were stunned. The #1 goddess of the Dragon Kingdom actually wanted to get to know a man? Could it be that Kano Shiraishi was a manga fan of classmate Hiroto? Or perhaps she liked classmate Hiroto's piano pieces? Kano Shiraishi abruptly asked, "Yukina, tomorrow you will be doing a live stream split screen with Mitsuki, right?" "Yes." Yukina Natsukawa nodded, but she suddenly snapped out of it. The matter of Mitsuki's live stream was only known to her and her good friend. How did Kano Shiraishi know? Yukina Natsukawa asked in confusion, "Sister Shiraishi, how do you know Mitsuki is going to live stream tomorrow?" Kano Shiraishi said with a light smile. Mitsuki called to tell me last night. Now Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo listened with even greater confusion. How could Mitsuki have Kano Shiraishi's phone number? Could it be? An unbelievable thought surfaced simultaneously in the minds of Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo. They couldn't help but raise their eyes to look at Kano Shiraishi before them. At this moment, Kano Shirai's exquisite appearance gradually overlapped with Mitsuki's adorable little face. Their pupils dilated instantly. Seeing Yukina Natsukawa and Shindo's shocked expressions, Kano Shiraishi gave a soft smile, looking incredibly moving. Sister Shiraishi, is classmate Hiroto your husband?